It was released 10 years ago as a dating simulator primarily targeted towards the female demographic, but it was heavily dominated by male players. This allowed players to play various characters, ranging from easy and efficient ones to difficult and inefficient ones, including the worst of the worst, a character known for its difficulty level and terrible features. There was one strange person who made this trash character famous for over 10 years, of course. It is our main character. However, due to poor translation, we do not know his name. We only know that he enjoys playing plaster in his apartment. We see him drinking coffee, and there is a new post everywhere. Forums about the new update. They all mention something called the Dark Demon Dragon, and how it erases their characters. He is curious that there is usually a final boss in the dating simulator that says it usually ends when you get together with one of the characters created by a famous soldier. All the foul words were ranting about how the boss was unbeatable. He put down his coffee and said it was nonsense that there would be a monster with magic eliminating skills in a world full of magic. He said it must be a bug because people were losing their characters. He went in and saw a dragon called the 13th Moon Black Knight. He explained to us how in the Ether world, there is a sect known as the Dark Demon Humans, whose goal is to help another world called the Persona Gate take over the world. When they finally achieve this goal, which is when the Black Demon Dragon appears, he said that 90% of the continent has been taken over by the Persona Gate. But unlike him, he doesn't care. He's only focused on PvP and not the story. But he knows that his knowledge is getting messed up. He wonders if it's okay, but saying that doesn't mean he can avoid fighting against it, so he better give it a try. We observe the dragon on the screen and he clicks yes on the prompt saying it's time to put his gameplay of the last 10 years to use here. He enters, and we see a seal standing in front of the dragon. He says that if he were to explain his character, he is the only one who cannot use magic, even though in fact everyone can, which is what makes it so difficult for him. He is worse than the other normal additions in the game. Okay, we lied. He can use magic, but only one skill. The boss goes to prepare an attack and launches it towards Baek Yuseol as he approaches. Baek Yuseol smiles, and we see him teleport along the back of the boss because it is revealed that the only spell he can use is Blink. He maintains his momentum, Seol observes, and waits for an opportunity. And we find out that his Blink spell teleports him randomly between 3 to 10 meters in the direction he blinks. It is also random within that range, so if he doesn't control the distance well, he will die instantly due to the speed and impact. Furthermore, the cooldown time and the use of Mona's Crazy also have a penalty of not being able to move for 2 seconds afterwards, using it so that anyone can learn it but most people don't use it. But in case yes, he has mastered it, he can control the direction where he will go and the distance. And there is no penalty for blinking. It doesn't spend his mana because he doesn't have mana to start with. Unlike other mantras, blinking is not more than just a movement ability, but he becomes obsessed with Baek Yuseol because everyone around him is skill-based, so for the past 10 years he has only played because he cannot use magic. We see his attack on the boss's head as he cuts down to his throat and lands on the floor. The boss lets out one last scream, and he turns to see his corpse when a message appears saying that he has defeated the boss. He says it's nonsense. Really disappointing, he hoped this would be harder because Yell is a bad character. He says, oh well, and that's good. He posts in the community saying he will flex on them. But a Windows status appears in front of him in real life saying because the wrong ending has been reached. 90% of the Ether world has been destroyed, but he is the closest to achieving it. She was confused, and her heart started beating fast when the message asked her to find the true ending. She screamed as a bright light appeared, and she immediately disappeared in her seat. She opened her eyes, and we saw her lying on the floor. She sat up and asked what happened. She shivered, asking where she was, then turned to look at the mirror. She moved towards it and was shocked to see in the mirror that her appearance was actually Baek Yil. A window appeared and looked up to see the episode of Escape the Chase. She realized this was a prologue quest and said it was impossible. She reached into her pocket and was surprised to see an entry certificate to Stella Academy. She said it was hard to believe, but this was definitely the Ether world. She said she was definitely Yil, but said she needed to think logically to try and reach the true ending. She said she knew there were many endings in the game, then had an idea. She couldn't believe no one had reached the true ending in the last 10 years, but said this was not the time to think about it, because she remembered this right after Baek woke up the people chasing her, bursting into the cabin. She looked out to see a group of hooded men and quickly hid to avoid being seen by them. She said they were already here. One man spotted a hut and exclaimed that there was a hut there. One of them instructed the others to search for it. Baek said he knew what it was. Next, there was a limit to how long he could avoid it because he couldn't fight it right now. He wondered what he should do, and a window appeared, stating that he could use Blink. He was surprised that he could use it so quickly. Of course, we have already discussed Blink, but because he has a magic leakage syndrome that prevents him from using mana, it means he doesn't have to worry about high usage, and his mantra is his only hope now that the brief recap is over. In fact, we see that Blink is at level 0 and has a cooldown of 3 seconds and can only be used once. He said he only knew how to do it while controlling the character with the keyboard and mouse. We see the group rushing to the cabin, and Yuseol hears their footsteps outside and says, "Damn, it's fast." He says there is no time left and all he can do is try it. He runs out of the cabin and they see him running through the forest. They start chasing him and he says, "This is the first part of the prologue." He needs to use Blink to evade the pursuers as he keeps running. He explains how they wear magical boots that allow them to run faster, so the only way he can successfully escape is by using Blink. He calms himself down, saying he uses Blink multiple times before it is ingrained in his muscle memory. They ask if he has no intention of stopping. He turns around to see them right behind him. The main weakness of Blink is if he fails to control the distance, he will turn into an insect crashing into the windshield. As he explains to us, a man with scars screams at him to die while trying to attack him. He continues his explanation by saying it's a different case when he uses it. He teleports out of the man's house, creating distance. He says he did it, and they are surprised, wondering if he is a wizard. In my opinion, their leader tells them that it's good for them because the user is paralyzed for 2 seconds afterward. But that's not the issue, as the seal keeps moving while he continues to run. He said to himself that he must use it carefully, and must use uneven terrain to his advantage, because players who cannot use Blink cannot reach the next scenario. 99% of players cannot pass the prologue, and even the 1% who do cannot surpass all the distance control and continuous blinking. He starts counting down, and once he reaches 0, he blinks across the battlefield. Bro asks if he's crazy for using Blink in this situation. He tells them that those who can use magic can move to the front lines and attack the villains. We see their wizard forces pulling Baek, realizing what they are planning. The second part of the prologue's power is players using Blink to avoid the magical creatures thrown at them in the game. You can observe everything behind you, because this is a monitor that makes it easier to avoid due to the nature of its magic leak syndrome, used its positive aspects called the sixth sense, and cognitive acceleration friend began to think in 4K and can feel the IES trajectory of the arrow behind him. He started dancing among the attacks, and when there was an attack he couldn't avoid, he said now is the time he took half a step forward, then emptied himself to avoid the massive attack he did behind him. Seeing the crater left behind from the attack and saying that it was too close for comfort, he kept running, saying the last part will come. Now he started regulating his breath as we saw floating rocks and a giant chasm in front of him. He said that crossing. This is the next part, but the only way to do it is by controlling the distance of his blinks perfectly. Then he can meet some witches and escape passing by, which is the end of the prologue. He must cancel his mantra that happens in 0.1 seconds. If he fails even after he dies here, he says there are 20 floating stones and 0.1 seconds. Easier said than done, and asks what kind of strange person would make this part of the prologue, but it can still be done. The problem is, and we hear a group behind him, they point and say there they are closer than he thought, and say the distance between them is about 100 m. Because the cooldown is 3 seconds, it won't be enough to cross. So there is only one choice left for his survival. He has to kill all his pursuers. We see him hiding behind the stone, saying he knows this is really crazy. How could he try and do this even though he has never fought before? He says, If this is a system, will make it impossible to attack the people chasing him, but in reality that's not the problem. There are no rules forcing him to play according to the game's wishes. The thought of killing someone does not bother him, especially these people, as they are his parents' enemies. In the story, he heard their footsteps right behind the rock and said they are here, and he truly believed he could win. He revealed himself to them, and Scar said it. He ordered his men to capture him as they attacked in Baek Yu-seol. He took a ready position to fight one of them while grinning, asking if he dared to fight them alone, saying that he would die here. Yu-seol saw how far he had to go and blinked. The man was surprised because he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The Scar was also confused because we saw the man not moving until he started coughing up a lot of blood. The blood landed on your face, and he said, feeling the blood flowing on the tip of his fingers, surpassing the guilt he had towards these people, he sliced the man and said that he only did it to survive, then kicked him towards the Scar. His friends caught him, and they saw that yes, Essie was starting to run away. They said, don't let him escape, no matter what. Essie said he dropped one, but it won't be easy next time. He wondered how to do it, and wondered why it was so quiet. He glanced back and saw them right on target. He realized they wouldn't give up, and that they might be using their magic. His feet began to slip, and Scar said, this is their chance. Tell the wizard to attack him. He began to chant his mantra and launched a fire arrow towards him as he approached. It was revealed that there were actually many fire attacks launched towards him. SE said there were so many of them, but there was also a place to escape. He jumped towards it and threw a wink, leaving the attacks exploding in place where he was before. When the smoke cleared from the attack, they thought he had been killed. However, upon seeing that the crater was empty and realizing that you were not there, but we saw him coming from above the rope, the man looked up to see him right above him. Baek Yu-seol said one of the peculiarities of Blink is that it maintains the same momentum before and after being used. He activated Blink again, stabbing the man in the chest without giving him a chance to react. The man screamed, and one of the other men heard him, wondering what was happening, but he was quickly dispatched by Baek Yu-seol as well. Cold sweat flowed from the old wound as he looked at his lifeless comrade next to Yil. He began to huff, clearly exhausted, and said that there were only 2 left now. He had to finish it before the remaining 2 chased after them. Scar said he was quite unique and had fast reaction speed for a mage, asking Yel who he really was. Yu-seol said his reaction speed was indeed faster than most pro gamers, but that was only in online games. He couldn't keep evading forever. In such close proximity, he decided to end it before it dragged out any further, revealing scars that said he had found his style, and he only used a blink along with his dagger while protecting his vital organs. The dagger wouldn't be a problem for him anymore. Baek Yu-seol drew closer, and Scar shouted the incantation called Ice Wave. Baek Yu-seol returned with a blink, and Scar thought it was over because his incantation came out first. But then he heard behind him that his comrade had just been slashed by Baek Yu-seol. Scar realized he was lured into thinking he was the target, and previously he ran like someone who had never fought before. But now it was different. Baek Yu-seol said it earlier, but now, after training, he felt confident. Scar became angry because they were being soft on him. It was their mistake for underestimating him. He shouted and said he would kill him, right? Now Baek Yu-seol was not afraid and rushed towards him. He raised his shoulders backwards and consumed the spear he took when the spear flew towards the old wound Scar, saying that using a head nod made him vulnerable to a counterattack, so the spear was a bait. He blocked it by saying he wouldn't let him do what he wanted, and grinned, saying he would now appear right next to him, and he swung to the right, but realized that he was once again lured to think that's where he would be when he was stabbed. Baek Yu-seol officially ended the first episode of escaping from his pursuer. He gained some experience and was rewarded for uniquely defeating the story. Baek Yu-seol fell to the ground panting, and he clearly ran out of gas because all of it his hands were too shaky. Even reaching for his sword, he looked towards Scar's corpse, and the fact that this was the reality that happened. He understood that this was not a dream, he had just experienced all of it. For real, his first fight, his first blink, and his first murder. He appeared slightly conflicted, but stated that he did it to survive. After a short break, he stood up and said it was time to leave this place. However, he realized something, turned around to see Scar's body, and began to rummage through his pockets. Realistically, he said he didn't have any money, but there were around 2 million credits there. I guess millions aren't much there. He looked back at the cliff, saying that this was the only problem left. He stepped to the edge and began to think about how to overcome it. We heard some people across the way. He asked if there were people there, saying to come here. He recognized them as the witch group that appeared in the tutorial. They waved towards him, and he shouted that he was there. They asked him if he could cross without a bridge. He said yes, and would head over there soon. One of the witches told the others to wait because he said he would cross. Another said that in order for him to cross, he had to become a third-class knight. He asked how a boy could do that. Upon hearing that, he said he wasn't sure, but he was surprised. After witnessing it blink to one of the stones. They were both surprised when she did it again. Some of them saw this display and wondered if it was some kind of magic. Someone jumped from behind, saying it blinked, and they turned to reveal a girl saying that she blinked in one of them, asked how it blinked, when she was able to control the distance, and direction asked how it could happen. Then she was surprised when she saw 2 people behind Yeo and wondered if they were with her, but she soon realized that was not the issue when they started casting offensive spells. They actually looked very painful, like a pistol P from one of the other series in the channel. Yes, the seal saw it behind because they warned him, and he used the blink to avoid the attack. He turned to see that the witches did not give up, and this became dangerous. Its cooldown is 3 seconds, so avoiding all their spells with it is impossible. He had to find the next floating stone to use as a stepping stone, but with the 6th sense, he felt the stone throw another time, this time a dark beam. He could barely avoid it, losing some of his hair, but the platform beneath him began to fall. He looked around, saying all the stones were too far and that he should just hope to land on one. He blinked and managed to stick to the edge of a stone, saying he was safe somehow. But he spoke too soon when the next fire arrow was launched towards him. As it approached, he said he was ready, but some kind of blue mantra came into his hand, blowing the fire arrow away, completely evaporating it. Yeso was surprised, saying it was a spear of ice covered in lightning, and someone with 2 attributes in their tutorial was rare. Not only that, but they calculated the trajectory without wasting mana. He wondered who could do such a thing, and looked towards the witch to see that it was the girl from the previous enemy witch, realizing they were outclassed and quickly admitting defeat. As they walked away, Baek felt relieved, saying it seemed like he would live a little longer. He successfully crossed and saw the girl who saved him. He thanked her for doing so, and said that he didn't do it out of gratitude. She said okay, but started saying that his voice was very funny, but said that approaching him would be difficult. He looked across the cliff, explaining how to others they looked like bandits, but in reality, they were part of the dark demon cult we talked about earlier, but it ended here because he was in the witches' territory. They wouldn't be able to chase him anymore, and they didn't even know who he was from the start. The status window began to fade by saying it was episode 2 time to register at Stella Academy. Guess the translators experienced a typing stroke episode. He said this shouldn't be too difficult, but asked why he had to go back to school at that age. We see their carriage speeding through the foggy terrain, and behind is Baek who is in distress but clearly having a nightmare. We see the original Baek as a child pulling his mother's clothes and saying that he will grow up to be a witch. She smiled proudly and said that she believed in her. Then her parents worked hard and saved enough money to buy her a book about magic, so she studied diligently to make her parents proud and happy. We see her mother covering her after studying all night very healthily. Then she was surprised by the doctor telling her about Monique syndrome. She said it couldn't be true. She wondered if it was her memory. If it was hers, she immediately woke up with a headache. She looked outside to see that it was now morning. Another passenger said they were just about to wake her up as they were about to arrive in Lucha, a smaller town near Arcanium. Their train stopped and the witches decided to rest here. Baek started stretching and saw the girl who saved her staring at her. She felt surprised, but she immediately turned around and said it was quite cold. But everything was going well considering how worried she was. Her timeline is closer to the modern age than the Middle Ages in big cities. They possess a train that flies ships and warp gates to make long-distance travel comfortable. When they arrive at Lozoa, They will board a flying ship that will take them to Arcanium, where the actual episode begins. There is a famous magic tower, as well as the Order of the Night Wizards, and the 5 famous ones in Arcanium, the academy with the most powerful wizards and the most accomplished students is the Stella Academy, which means it is full of geniuses and nobles from all over the world. He still doesn't know how Baekgyu Seol was accepted in the first place. He said he also forgot to check our skills. We look deeper into the mono MLS leak syndrome starting now. He said without the 6th sense and acceleration detection, he will die because his body is cursed, as he cannot gather mana, and is a curse that he happens to have since birth. It allows him to detect mana around him with his 6th sense. This allows him to sense any attacks coming towards him within a certain radius. Of course, acceleration detection allows him to sense things as if time has slowed down, so that even seemingly impossible attacks happen. He can overcome it is a skill needed for Baekgyu Seol because he cannot use mana, but he cannot use 6th sense for a long time, and it eats his metal, so it has quite serious consequences. After that is his statistics. He opens a tab that we see most of them are 1 beginning. He said it is actually a pretty good initial statistic. The original plaster has low sensitivity, so it seems to take part of the statistics he has and put it into the plaster. He explains how skills have levels, but statistics are saint level, maximum. Stat is 9 stars, but it is impossible to achieve. He has been playing for 10 years and the highest he has achieved is 8 stars for stamina and sensitivity. But he decided to invest in sensitivity to improve his 6 senses and reaction speed as much as he can. Improve most other statistics through training, he said. Now the problem is MLS. If he does not train it, he will not last long and he needs it to improve the secrets of the physical nature. Will be explained further later. How to strengthen MLS is at the Stella Academy. This implies that he has no choice but to go to Stella if he wants to find the true ending and cure his syndrome. He does not want to return to school, and he hopes to have something to help the window appear, saying he missed the notice. He wonders what it is, but is told it is time to go. He decides to check it later. The blue-haired girl sees him leave, and it cuts to an airplane announcement saying they will depart to Arcanium, so sit down. Some people dressed very nicely look up and see Plaster saying he looks like a lost child, wondering if he has never been on an airplane before they call him a village person, and click their tongues while wondering why Stella should let the farmer in. The man says it should be the most famous in the world and they pollute the waters with people like him. Seol sees them but doesn't care and says that children are the same wherever you go. They start to get annoyed, asking if he sees them. The purple-haired angry girl barked and said to stop there, but the other boy was stunned. He wondered why everyone was so noisy, then turned to see a white-haired girl stammering and saying, "Princess Baekgyu Seol." He turned and asked if she had just said Baekgyu. She was the princess of the Isekai'd kingdom. He walked past everyone and the purple-haired boy greeted her. She glared at him, and he froze in embarrassment because this time she walked past him and said he was considered evil in this world. She was one of the main characters in the game, and the main female protagonist always argued. Baekgyu died in the end regardless of the route you took. In some, she was brutally killed. In others, she was intimidated by the entire academy before being expelled. In one academy, she experienced something very embarrassing and never appeared in public again, as if the developers had a personal hatred and wanted her to suffer. Yes, the seal said she knew she was popular among male players because she was beautiful. However, he felt like he would kill her if he spoke to her. His stomach growled, and he said he had to go eat. We saw a lot of good-looking food, but he was struck by just one can. He said it was too expensive, so he would wait until they got another one. The announcement came saying that everyone should be aware that they would arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes, so go to the first floor. He repeated the announcement and, yes, he grinned for a long time, saying it finally started and it was time to do this. But then he became gloomy, saying it was good he finished it honestly, not sure if something was missed or not, making me a little confused. He wondered if he would be able to survive at the academy, or more precisely, would he survive at the academy? Able to survive in this world. He looked out the window, then remembered the notification. He had to check. He opened it. and it said the Constellation Project offered him a special prize, one version derived from the item he used in the game, two versions derived from the skills he acquired in the game, or three just experiences. He started thinking about which one to choose and wondering, can he obtain certain items, but it is said that the quality of the items is too high and will be drastically reduced? He asks for another called Hyperspace Blink, because this is an advanced version of the Blink. The Blink cannot be obtained, but he can slightly improve the Blink. He wonders if he really needs to downgrade the system version, saying that because of the lack of narrative power, the Blink cannot be fully realized. He wonders what it is, and it is said that the force that drives the development of the story is called narrative power. If he continues to explore unknown story branches like yesterday, it will accumulate so that, in short, they cannot give him anything worthy for the endgame because he is a beginner. He asks about something called bulbul glasses that are dug up by the system and says it can be as long as he decides to wear it later, and the glasses appear in his hands. He says he didn't believe the day would come when he actually wore this item. It is an item containing all the information he gathered while playing games in the ether world that is impossible to remember, and information about the monsters hunted or the knowledge gained so that players develop various items to store information, and he is one of those players. He also puts it in there. It consumes mental strength, but he remembers every part of the knowledge he has seen, having 2 folders of abilities and seals. He opens the folder showing the entire list of game information. He sees some of them saying this is good enough because this is real life. There is no way for him to know how much grinding he can do using the game system, but with these glasses, he can at least regain half of his previous abilities. We hear some students talking about a woman named Ael. He looked up to see the girl with blue hair who saved her. She apparently is the daughter of a traitor named Dutch Moth. They asked how dare she. He displayed his face here, although I don't remember his name, but looking through his glasses, he saw that he was a fake female hero who died. Then he said to explain that there is one thing he must show, even though the place he was in was a game called the Ethereal World. The fact is that it is a game based on the original fantasy novel titled Don't Love the Princess, and the novel is about Isle, who has lost his entire family. He grew up facing evil creatures' schemes and eventually ended up with a male protagonist. In the end, his revenge motive disappeared, and the male character protected her. It has a sad ending after receiving harsh feedback from its readers. He said that even though this game is based on the novel, the story is completely different in the game. The original character named Fire has been added and takes on the role of a female hero. Fire, who comes from a modern world and enjoys reading novels, is immersed in this world and becomes a fake female hero in the game while Fire takes her place. Despite many efforts from the players saying that she cannot be saved, she says that all of this is not important to her. She wonders if it is just her imagination telling her that it feels like she has seen it before. Okay. The main character experiences a brain delay how many ice lightning wizards she knows someone has to say it. She decides it's just her imagination and decides to go down to Stella Academy. We see students everywhere, and a man says as they realize that human demons of darkness are the wizards who embrace the power of another world and turn into monsters. Even at this moment, they continue their invasion by opening the Persona Gate or releasing the ancient underground space. Their destiny as witches is to protect the world from the forces of darkness. The students began to talk about how boring this speech was. The man continued, saying that they would hold a swearing-in ceremony for the 4 students with the highest grades and the representative of the new students. He called the students to come up to the podium, and we saw 5 people he called forward. Baekyu Seol said their faces were shining, and it suited the main character, but the smartest among them was clearly Mayu Seong's representative. He had the highest overall score, and was considered quite fair. He had the status of Mona 9 stars, which had the potential to close the realm of gods. He was a natural genius who could use all elements, even if he couldn't reach the true end. He wanted to avoid the bad end, so he had to get Yu Seong by his side. But he said it was entirely up to him to turn on the others from his world. He said it was up to him how he acted, because he was from reality. It might be good to socialize with him, but everything would become complicated if he considered him an enemy. He was superior in terms of information. He is only the owner of the novel, but he is the owner of the game as well. Despite the importance of the story being even lower than the NPC shop in the village, he also tells us how fire has the ability to cleanse human demons of darkness. However, besides that, he has the ability to make the people around him poor. I'm curious about his words. Maybe being close to him will definitely influence him. His role is to support the main character from afar and not get involved with them as much as possible. Finally, the graduation ceremony is over and episode 2 is finished. It jumps to show a wider view of Stella Academy than returning to Yu Seol inside the classroom. It has been a long time since he graduated from university, so it feels strange to be a high school student again, but it still doesn't feel bad because he has this little pocket watch. It is Stella's pocket watch that proves you are a student at the academy. If you have this, you will receive much better treatment and service than those who have a magic warrior license. He said he was impatient to use it when their teacher entered and told everyone to sit down because they were now going to start the exam, so they should remove all items except writing utensils, and those who wear glasses will be checked, before he said that the curriculum of Stella Academy is stricter than most universities in Korea. You take the exam on the first day. It's called the class organization exam. I don't know what the placement exam is. It has nothing to do with the famous entrance exam with its crazy difficulty. Students are assigned from Class F to S based on the exam. Of course, most of the playable characters are clearly in Class S, but yes, he will occupy the last position among the students. He wondered if he could just submit a blank page or if he would be expelled. He looked over to see Usong yawning out of boredom. Baek Yu-seol said she hoped her paper would be finished, and it was not surprising. She is always bored. Her character's nature always goes back to boredom. She was born into the strongest family in the world, and because she has the most genius brain and talent in the world, everything is too easy for her. That's why, based on the disposition of the main female character A, it will be determined whether she is good or evil. The dark demon human who works to bring humans to clear destruction would be very interested in Yu Seong, but his biggest problem is his family. He said seeing the genius made him even compare himself. Furthermore, he wonders if he can use his glasses for this. He takes them out and says that he won't lose anything. The professor walks past him and asks what's with his glasses, and he says that if you're going to use them, you have to check them first before he says, oh yes, he does it. The professor says he will check it. He pours mana into it and sees it turn green, saying that if he gets caught, he might be expelled. Then the window asks if he wants to activate his glasses. He says no and to stay asleep. The professor thinks about it and returns it by saying he can't feel any mana from him, so make sure to ask first next time. Regretfully, he says if the original function works very poorly, he turns it on with his glasses and says he can really see the answer, and this is a jackpot. He wondered what would happen if he got first place and started writing, saying he would definitely pass Class F and maybe even get a higher class. But the professor said the exam was already over and he would collect the papers. Baek Yu-seol was shocked when all the papers flew towards the professor. He said he had just finished 3 questions. The professor started looking at him and Baek Yu-seol thought he would escape from the class. But he was cursed. However, he looked towards the professor who shouted for him to give him his glasses. Yu-seol did it and the professor put Mona back in it, saying it was impossible for him to send a student to bring Dr. Gray. Yu-seol wondered what was wrong, saying he wrote his answer process clearly so he wouldn't be accused of cheating, and whether he was caught or not, we'll see. The professor asked Graman what he thought, and he analyzed the glasses, stating the fact that he solved the question was suspicious. The professor asked if he cheated, but Graman said no. He is unable to feel any wonder from his glasses or belongings, so he definitely solves it with his own abilities. Graman said it was interesting, and we found out that the professor's name was Lee Han-yeol. Graman told him to quickly apologize to student Lee Han-wool, apologized to Yeso, but of course he cheated, and will get into trouble if turned on. He warned Lee Han-wol to be careful in the future. It cuts back to another outer shot. Then we see Hell's office inside. He checked some documents and seems to be thinking about something his colleague shouted at him and asked if he was evaluating new student exams. He answered yes and said that he heard there were many interesting new students this year. He is part of the Elder Council. His name is Adel Park Heno, and he said yes, apparently so, from the most famous fire magic family, Hong Bi-yon, who is attending the Imperial Crown Prince Scotland Jeremy. He has surpassed his older brother purely from his magical talent alone, from the greatest magic in the world, the Tower of the Full Moon. His successor, W. Wrong, said that he heard it was difficult to set the exam questions high enough because of the many talented students there. Han Yol said that he enjoyed it, but as he mentioned, the exam had 3 initial questions intended for that purpose as well. It is difficult for ordinary students to solve those 3 questions. Usually the intention behind those questions is if they can't solve them, it's better to skip them first. How to solve questions that don't appear in one of the books they have studied so far, in the era of miracles where memorization and theory apply, it is now over. Now is the era of battles using quick judgment and creative thinking, but those questions are not meant to be solved by more than 1,000 out of 1,141. The student left it blank on the other side of the 100 students who tried the most. None could get even one half-correct answer among the new students. Only 3 of them answered all 3 correctly. Ma Yu Seong, the prodigy of the century and flame who got special permission from the principal to enter. Then there's Yu Seol, Yu Seong, and Flame, geniuses. But he was sure Baek Yu Seol had the lowest acceptance score. He didn't expect him to finish it at all, especially when he didn't solve other problems. Adele said he wondered why he was so interested in scores, saying there must be one that doesn't make sense. He said it makes sense even though there are so many formulas and equations that fail to solve it. So what does a student know? Let why and because of his control over the blink. Han Yol stated that the students who were given special permission to enter were different. He smiled and said he was a specialist in blinking magic and would soon find out if it was a coincidence or not. We saw all the students talking and mentioning that the class assignments had been posted on the bulletin board. The students wondered what they would get. One of them said his mother told him not to come home if he wasn't in class. Seal didn't believe it and had to check it out for himself. He said in the game he could see it with just one click. He successfully made it to the board and a student noticed him. The student said he was Baek Yu Seol, who got a 0 on the magic application section of their entrance exam. They openly mocked him and asked how he managed to get into Stella. They questioned the school's standards now. Seal said he didn't care about their barking. He just wanted to see which class he was placed in. He searched, and his name wasn't in Class F. He wondered if he failed because he only answered 3 questions. Some other students said his name shouldn't be here and they must have made a mistake. Here they started talking about other students. How are their rankings in 2 digits and placed in Class A? He wonders what they are talking about this time and goes to check it out, only to be surprised to see his name inside Class S. He says this is impossible and that only the most exceptional students are placed in it. Class S is different from other classes, with only 41 students per class and only 1 class. He says this is a mistake, and it doesn't stress him out. He says now he is forced to deal with the main character involved, the protagonist who threatens his already short life, but he can't immediately change his class, so he will continue to keep a low profile. Instead, he says he will handle it for now. We see fire staring at him, and he has something on his mind. It's cut off. Into a room where we see Bi-yon being slapped by what I assume is his mother, asking how he answered 3 questions incorrectly. Even AEL only answered incorrectly. He is a fire element professor named Hong Yel, surely his mother. She says he can't answer them, that even insects are correct, which means she is lower than insects, so he must consider himself an insect and do it again. He inquired of her if she understood with a broken tone and said yes. His mother underestimated him and let out a sigh, saying to listen to him. He couldn't be like him. He was expelled from the kingdom and maintained a job as a foolish professor, and that he couldn't embarrass the kingdom. She said she needed to be better. Then his younger brother Yil started to smile, asking again if he understood. Bi-yon said yes, but in reality he didn't understand. He just lived as he was taught, and only as good as he was taught. He started to cry, asking why he had to do it. Tormented like this unfortunate girl. Cut back to Class S. We see the students all sitting, and Baek Yusul said he was a mess, and most people here are weird. Again, he quickly heard the students asking how he got here. Apparently, some of their parents protested it. He was in their class, but the principal assured that he was suitable for the class. Yusul laughed, saying he seemed like an outcast, but they had worked hard since they were young. He would be frustrated too. If there are foolish people like him who enter the same class, but their class can change based on performance, but there are very few cases of someone being demoted, and there will be more people moving from class to Class S later on. But he is still amazed, because all the game characters are in front of him, and most of the students here will become famous worldwide, and 5 of them may betray the magical world. Yu Seong is one of them. He looks towards the fire, saying if he could stop, then it would be better if Han Yol entered, telling them all to stop talking. Yus is surprised, and Han Yol says he is glad to meet them all. He must know who he is, but he will introduce himself formally. He is their Professor Li Hanwol. Some of them talk about how the number of dark demon humans he hunted has reached 4 digits. He is the 7th class magic fighter. He is truly on another level. He instructed them to settle down. He mentioned that there seemed to be a lot of talent here and a very unique student as well, because they all knew that this place was meant to nurture battle wizards as magic warriors. They would undergo rigorous training for 3 years. He didn't expect any of them to excel, but he wanted them all to give their best during this period. He asked if there were any questions, but no one said anything, and he said it was good. It was time to start the class. Bi-yeon entered the room with a visible wound on his face. Yu Seong was surprised that Bi-yeon was more than just late. He walked over to Han Yol, and Yu Seong wondered what had happened. He put on his glasses to examine it, but he didn't see anything standing out except for a death threat, but it said nothing. He was destined to die because of flame or AEL, which is why he is the fated evil. Not because he is evil, he wants to save her, but he is not in a position to help anyone. Han Yol tells him to sit next to him. He asks, "What is said?" "This feels uncomfortable," Han Yol says before they start class. They will choose staff for what they will use while at school. Class S and Class A will choose staff together. Yu Seong says this is somewhat annoying, but he looks forward to it. There are 2 big events at Stella Academy. One is the familiar contract ceremony. The other is the staff succession ceremony, like Premier Academy. That Stella Academy is a very special ceremony. They go to a different area, and Hanwell asks if everyone is here. He says staff ranging from the lowest class to the upper middle class are prepared here. All they have to do is go to the staff they like and take the transition process 1. It's complicated. Yes, the seal says they are not actually the ones who choose their staff in the ether world. The staff only respond to those they deem worthy, causing a resonance effect. Essentially, this means you cannot use a high-level wand just because you want them to stop and look around wondering which one to choose. If previously they chose the suitable one for Class F, but now they have to choose carefully because they are in S class. They say the staff must match their position. The best is his wand. He explains how the staff are divided into 2 classes, short form and long form. The short form is usually used by night classes that quickly spam magic, while the long form is generally for those who focus on single spells with long casting times. Gossiping about what Yusil will choose, of course, he has no problem with the resonance effect. He still doesn't care because they are still small and say they can think of whatever they want. Someone calls him, and Yusil is surprised and asks who he is. He says his name is YL. The students mentioned him before. Yusil says he has never heard of him before. Even though you ask him which one he will choose, he says he will choose whatever you mock. He stated that choosing suitable staff is common and should not cause any problems for the professors, as he did not want to speak with him again, and said that he should not be ashamed and shout at him asking if he was fighting. Yesa said this was annoying and completed his glasses saying that you are a 3rd-class disruptor. He asked why there was only a little information and realized that this man was only a very useful person. In this regard, and acknowledged him as Adamir Ed Murray, who should be the highest here, the middle school staff usually for professional magic fighters. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, the lower middle class is usually the limit for students, especially because even professional magic warriors can hardly master the lower middle class staff. There are other upper-middle-class staff here besides Adamir. No one here can choose their main goal is to be a flexible Han-yol who tells them all to stand in front of the staff they like. We see someone calling him along with Jeremy and even Bi-yon. A significant resonance was then observed from all of them as they were all accepted by the middle-class staff. The students said it was crazy because certified wizards were only able to use middle-class staff. We began to feel defeated. He said he would show them what he could do. They all saw you approaching his staff and asked if he was really trying to find a high-ranking staff. He reached out his hand, saying this is the true talent. He grasped it, and a bright light appeared around the room. Yes, the seal said he hoped as much as he failed to resonate. We saw him on the floor in pain, and the student said someone had to call the professor, and they guessed the top middle-class staff would be impossible. Yes, the seal said it was best for them to give up because only one person here would get one song. You approached him, humming a song. He looked at him with a grin on his face. The other students wondered if he would try and get it by saying they doubted he could even handle Ed Murray Eteriri. He held it, and a very bright rainbow light could be seen. Yes, the eel was hit by a flashbang. But after a closer look, we could see that he was grinning because he was able to resonate with the staff. They say it's impossible for a student to take it, asking how a student can see using a middle staff. Yes, the old size says he expects this. Now others will understand how talented he is. Does he look towards the green, wondering if he's seeing it, and he smiles at him? Green wonders if he's gone crazy, saying that Fire also has another middle staff named Terran. But this is where their paths will diverge if Fire succeeds in getting it. Yu Seong will be interested in him because of his genius in opening routes for Yu Seong, but if he chooses another staff, it will be a completely different route. He needs to use Fire to bring Yu Seong to their side. He finally finds it and sees it approaching the staff, he says. That's where the ceiling he sees wonders what he will do. He walks towards it and says he needs to take this. Then your song will be interested in Fire and there is a possibility of a good ending, but he ignores it, which surprises him, and he wonders why he's not interested in Terran. He wondered if she didn't know, saying maybe she lacked information, but it was bad. She said she should be able to resonate with any staff because she was the lead actress, but she might choose the strange ones, and they could get lost on the right route. She realized she had no choice but to push Tervan towards her. She started activating the blink, saying she had to do this. She jumped towards him and he turned around, surprised, asking when did she get behind him. He asked which staff she would choose. He asked why she wanted to know. She just said she seemed a little lost. She told him it wasn't his business and turned away. She told him to wait and said there was something strange, a flickering flame meant to be friendly with everyone because she was a very social person, but she acted very cold. She couldn't give up because her life depended on it. She said she really wanted to help him choose one, saying he should take care of his own affairs. He attempted to say there was a perfect staff for him, but he got annoyed asking what he knew about Uniel's staff. He wondered where he went wrong and asking if he hated extras. He said he heard a lot about him. He said he could definitely resonate with this and asked if he meant Terran. He answered yes. Then he heard a strange ringing sound. He wondered what that sound was and was startled when the ceiling flew into his hand. He slowly opened his eyes and said it scared him, but was surprised to find it in his hand. His hand started to panic as he tried to give it to Flame. He said, "Oh!" and started sweating nervously. He didn't say anything, so he called him with a very cheerful tone and asked him why he told him that no one realized it. He messed up the cutting later, and Flame walked with another student, and they started gossiping about how 2 students took some staff from the upper middle class. They were surprised to say that historically only 5 people caught them, and 2 people did it in the same year now, but strangely 1 student could only use blink. They said it was the best magic, even though rarely they began to wonder if something was wrong. But the flame sank in their minds and cut into the self-study room, and they walked down the hallway while it's now quiet, and wherever they go they hear them talking about 2 students getting a wand. But they can't understand it. They don't believe they reach the tan. They read the novel 3 times before becoming the owner, and regret never appeared once, and no one could resonate with the tan, but they did it easily. They considered it as if they were trying to show off to them, but decided it was useless to think about it now. Some other students called them asking if they planned to study. He turned around and quickly smiled, asking if these children considered him a bookworm or something they said he was always here studying. He said it wasn't like that, and the others asked why he called them children when they were all the same age. He said it was a habit because he was treated older in his place of residence. He nervously laughed, saying he couldn't behave like a child. They asked if he planned to study alone, and he recognized the girl as Jackie, wondering why her hairstyle was the same as hers. He said he wasn't alone as there would be an additional special meeting, so he would attend it, but he had to leave first. He said they could all eat another time as he walked away, sighing and saying that girls at this age are difficult to deal with, or okay, all students. He bumped into someone and they called his name. He looked up and saw that it was one of the boys. He asked if he was okay, and he said yes, but he noticed his expression seemed uneasy when asking if he was okay. He wondered if he was worried, but said he was fine. He asked if he would study independently. He said yes, and asked if he would go to the training hall for ranks. He said the training was important. He said he was too sincere and said it was the pot that called the kettle black. He stared at her and wondered what he wanted. Then he grinned and straightened his hair ribbon, saying he would meet her later. He watched her leave and said it was bland. He then turned to see Jackie watching him from afar. She waved at him, but he ran. He decided it didn't matter because it wasn't the time for it. He came to the special additional meeting and said based on the novel AAL and B, he would be here. Important to watch the main female lead and her evil face. He opened the door and entered to see Yu Seong behaving friendly with Baek Yu-seol, who didn't want anything to do with him. He saw the host in the rank named Kyle and how surprised he was. He said he might not have expected so many S-class students to participate and felt strange that even Suong was here. He is the main male protagonist in the world and is interested in Yu Seol for several reasons. He says it's not a coincidence that Yu Seol hasn't accomplished anything other than the 3 main questions. He wonders if he knew from the beginning that if you answered that, you could enter Class S. The unfortunate girl would be very wrong. He says if he really knew this beforehand, then he is dangerous. Baek Yu-seol's sighs says he hopes someone will take your song from his hands. He asks why he came here, saying he doesn't need to listen to this. He asks if there is a special reason. Of course, it's because of his poor grades. He looks towards Yu Seong and wonders why he is so interested in him. Kyle says it's time to start. They will check the placement exam questions, and they all definitely know about the 3 questions from hell. Initially, he wanted to expand his influence by teaching the foolish nobles. He says he managed to solve one of those questions. He looks at you and says he may still be able to spread his influence because he placed the lowest. He grinned, saying he would show her that he was better than his true self. Kyle began asking questions on the board, saying he would show them how he would solve it, and it was a trap and how it led you to error. Yu Seong grinned and asked you if he thought he was right. He saw that Yu Seong was really waiting for his answer and did not know what Kyle was talking about with 3 questions from hell. Our main character, Yu Sol, with a sharp mind, decided to be honest and say he didn't know, causing Kyle to stop writing. The students started talking about him and asking if he said Kyle was wrong. Yes, he panicked and wondered why everyone was looking at him like this. Kyle broke the chalk, asking if he made a mistake in a condescending tone and asked Yu Seol to come down and solve it himself. Yu Seol wondered why he did that, and the song Why encouraged him. He wanted this from the beginning. Yu Seol said anything and bowed, saying he would solve it with fire and be Yeon-s, both watching him, and he headed to the board and put on his glasses, saying 3 questions from hell were an exaggerated statement. It was just a word game quiz. He gave an example if a witch said a spell saying love earth shed tears, and the amount of its dirt doubled compared to before. Why is that so? According to him, the answer is simple. If dirt cries, it's in a decomposed state. He said it was also ridiculous to him and wondered who came up with this, but he said so. Kyle solved such a problem like a math problem. His method is definitely wrong, but he got the right answer because of luck. But if there are similar problems, he will answer incorrectly. He said he couldn't tell her the right way to solve it, but he could show his mistake. He said the problem mentioned earth, but what if it's wind or water? Ask if his method still works. Then Kyle said he would use another method. Then Yu Seol said he had to do everything differently and it was purely luck that he got the right answer. not what the test maker wanted. Kyle tried to answer but couldn't find the words and admitted that he was right. I like it because that's why he keeps talking to him. Kyle took notes, and then to other students. He was really surprised and asked how other students could write down what he said. He said that I should argue and become. However, now disturbed by the fire problem, worried that this is not good for you, he went to Baek Yuseol as he was leaving, waving back but not believing he was involved with your song and wanted it to end. He sighed, saying it was because of the fire, but he couldn't even use it now. He didn't understand why Yuseong came to him. There was no character example using it besides the fire. He saw Bi-yeon waiting for someone and wondered what he was doing. He decided to pass by quickly, but he called out to him, which made him distracted. He said he had something to ask him. He asked him what it was. He asked why he didn't explain the solution earlier, but not because he didn't do it, but because he couldn't. He said he misunderstood. He just had nothing to say. He thought about it and then said he understood. He didn't want to announce his solution in a place like that. Yuseol said it wasn't either, but he said he would compensate her. He asked what she meant when she said she would give him fair compensation. So whatever is on her mind, she needs to explain it to him. She is even more confused now in the library as we see them sitting at a table with an exam paper in front of them. He said that he didn't understand why he needed to know these 3 questions. He said he had his reasons. He said it was fine, and only these 3 questions were the ones he asked incorrectly. Is he ashamed to get help from someone who answered all the other questions incorrectly? He said that the only embarrassing thing is not knowing how to solve the problem. He said he is indeed an exemplary student, but he wonders why he specifically wants it. He said he is a princess, so surely she has friends she can ask. He said out of 1,141 new students, only 3 people answered the 3 questions correctly. He asked her what she meant. She told him how the question was meant to be unsolvable, but he, Legumu, and Flame all answered it correctly. So now he is in a difficult situation. He jumped out of his seat asking how it was meant to be unsolvable. He inquired whether he couldn't distinguish from actually completing it. He sat back and said it was crazy and he understood why he was in Class S and why the fire acted as it did. He said he didn't know all the details of the game's plot. He didn't even know there were trap questions like this. But the fire was different. He read the novel, so even though he didn't know the game's story, he had to know the background story like the 3 questions. And now there was an addition that wasn't in the original story, but was inserted into it very sensibly. He faced his friends and asked what was going on at home, and he said not to worry. He looked up at him, reminding him that he would listen to his request as a thank you for helping him solve the question. He told him that his request was simple. He wanted to turn his wand into a magic sword. The blacksmith in his kingdom could surely do it. He said that only low-level mercenaries used magic. He told him that it suited his style. He didn't want to explain to him that he couldn't use magic, but asked if he could do it or not. He thought about it and said that he was sure it would be easy. He said he would tell her how to solve the first question. He said it just needed a change of perspective. He repeated what he said as if it were a question and explained to us its weaknesses. In fact, he followed the book and was stuck in a habit, but he only understood this in the 2nd year after losing to Flame. He couldn't give her any important insights at the moment, but he could push her in the right direction. He asked her if she knew what an absurd quiz was. He thought about it and said that she thought she had heard of it. He said he would give an example of what was between the knees. He thought about it while saying the back of the knee, and he said, "No, the answer is," and he asked how he repeated the question to her, and she looked sad, then started glaring at her angrily. He told her to calm down and look at the question. It has a formula and technique that she doesn't know what it means. It should be solved using creativity. He asked if it was possible to memorize creativity. He glanced sideways and said no. He didn't smile, saying, of course, knowing the mantras and techniques were important. But for a wizard, the most important thing is to see the world beyond the limits of thought, as magic can grow from the smallest changes. But he thought too literally, and how not everything was based on memorization. He said he was better than him in analytical thinking and judgment, but he didn't have the most important quality for a wizard. which is creativity. His hands started to tremble and the aura around him became tense. He said he looked too serious. Nervously, he asked her if she understood what he was saying, even though it was somewhat complicated. He said of course she understood. Nervously, she smiled, thinking to herself that she didn't know what he was talking about. He said he would test her, and asked her what the man said to his horse while putting it to sleep. She thought about it. She repeated her question. She said she didn't know, and he said the answer was, "It's past your bedtime." He asked why regular beds didn't work. She didn't know, and he said because they always lie down at work. He kept asking these questions repeatedly, but she didn't understand. She started to tremble slightly, and you could tell she was trying her best to learn. He said he had an easier way to ask her what the clouds said to the sea when it rained. He began to ponder it and started praying for understanding. He said he was getting a little emotional. He was surprised and told her that she did it right. He looked very happy with himself. He said this was the first time he saw her smile. He said, as expected from a princess, her creativity was at a different level. He coughed, asked for more, then laughed, and they kept walking that night. We saw Baekyu Seol walking and she looked tired. She said she spent 3 hours playing word games with her. She didn't expect her to believe what she said. She said she was undoubtedly a great magician with a sharp mind and felt guilty for exploiting this. But she needed Terran to be modified into a magical sword. But it seems she couldn't do anything about what she had done. She said she had to buy his book for class soon. She looked around, saying she was sure it was around here somewhere, then saw an old building from the corner of her eye. Inside, we saw a spider's nest on the bookshelf, and she said this place was a bit dirty, but she knew the owner of this bookstore had a habit of acting like that. She fell asleep while watching the customers in this run-down bookstore. Maya's study notes are here. The best student who graduated from the academy more than 10 years ago is hidden here in the game. You just need to press one button in real life that you need to read textbooks for your major, and depending on which textbook you use, your grade increase level is different. Initially, he bought textbooks from a famous store, but then found out that there was a good textbook hidden in front of him. If he takes the magical engineering course while holding Maya's study notes, he will be guaranteed to get a perfect grade, but only wearing bull glasses will give him a decent grade. He sees it from the corner of his eye and says, "This is it. He will achieve it." But what about others? He turns to see AEL, not sure how he didn't notice it before. He is surprised. He knows who he is. He says, of course he is famous. He says he knows him from the additional group. He is surprised. He doesn't remember meeting him before the academy. However, he doesn't even remember it. He said he enjoyed the debate and was disappointed because he couldn't finish it. He walked away, saying he was glad to meet her. He said he was happy he didn't take the book, but wondered why he was here. We saw him start taking book after book, and he said that students who come here are usually poor like him. As someone from a fallen family, he had no choice but to come here. He said his father might have been killed by dark demon humans, which was sad. As a princess like us, we had to come to the used bookstore, but we were still worried about the price because of the lack of money. In the novel, she also faced a bad ending, dying before the fire became the main character, and she was one of the most regrettable characters in the game. She placed some books on the counter and asked him to give them to her. She looked towards AEL and asked what he saw. She would call him RW, but changed it to say the topic seemed interesting. She said she wouldn't insult him and asked what it was like. He asked why he even read a topic about advanced ceiling theory, because it involved the use of an ancient object. He mentioned that the techniques of magic and alchemy are skills that are rarely used. He said that the subject is indeed not very useful, and he said at least he knows, but he said that's why he took it. He asked what it meant. He said everyone thinks like him, so it's easy to get better grades. He said he would leave first, just confusing him. He said, just like AEL said, not many people want to take the upper limit theory class, but that means he could spend less time on it and still get good grades, so he wouldn't have any problems this semester. The next day, we saw AEL walking to his class saying that the nullity class should be easy to get good grades, but seeing there were many people here, and they all started thinking about it, he sighed and said what else could he do? He had to do his best. The class ended, and when everyone left, AEL sank into his thoughts and said this was disturbing. and it would be difficult to get a scholarship. His stomach started growling, and he said he needed to eat. As he walked to the cafeteria, he passed an open door and saw Baek Yu-seol sitting inside, wondering what he was doing. He saw a professor and almost no students, and they all had very poor grades. He said his lecture might be in danger of being canceled. But he started thinking that if he signed up for this class, he could raise his grades without spending much time. And if he used the time he saved to study in other classes, he could get more scholarships. He wondered if this was why Baek Yu-seol chose him, because his subjects were easy, and wondered if all his classes had been planned to be easy but decided it was impossible, and wondered what he thought. And he was sure it was just a coincidence. To Baek Yu-seol in the class, while his professor continued about the origin of magic, the professor's name was Layden. He explained how the white-robed wizard taught the elf natural magic, dwarf material magic, and human elemental magic. Then he went beyond heaven after a while. Baek Yu-seol asked how he would deal with this for 3 years, and going to school at this age was torture. He sighed and said that the lecture was really important because it might give him clues about the real ending, but he could be wrong because it was just a guess. Then he looked to the right, wondering why AEL was in this class. He didn't remember any main character taking it, but it didn't matter to him. Layden said that humanity does not stop at elemental magic. They began to travel the world, stealing magic from even species, and they were not satisfied. But there was no more magic for them to learn. The founder of the Leftover Witches' 12 months, Divine and the Black Dragon disappeared. Is the 13th month. He asked if anyone knew about the 12 divine months. Aiel said that they are the guardians who protect the power of the continent, and they are spread across the continent carrying out their duties until 1,000 years ago. Layden said it is true they have their own special powers. For example, the moon symbolizing summer, the 6th moon of summer, which is red, holds red fire, and supposedly its fire never goes out. If you enter the deep sea in the Alamen, you can still see its fire. So if anyone is curious can see it. He wondered if that meant a joke, because if living creatures enter the realm of the king of the sea, they will die instantly. Taima presented another example, stating that Levian Beach is a large whirlpool in the middle of the ocean that froze in the 12th month of the blue winter season. Every divine month has its own unique power, and miracles will happen if they all come together. One student asked what those miracles were, and Keelam said that no one really knows because they fell asleep 1,000 years ago. Yes, he said he met some of them. Divine months in the game, but only 5 months through events that only possible because he gathered information from other players in the community. No other player met more than he did. He said, if his assumption is correct, then uniting them all related to the true end. He said he only managed to meet 5 of them after risking his life many times, but he had no other choice if he wanted to witness the true end. We see a fire attack on a doll while screaming. Saying that power doesn't mean everything because no matter how strong the attack is, if he can't land, then it's meaningless for him to walk around while everyone else practices their fire mantra. He sees a powerful flying attack causing a huge explosion, but is surprised when the smoke settles around the target doll, unharmed, showing that it missed. He looks upset and says it's terrible because Bi-yon was the one who launched the attack, which we know from his history with his mother, bad. It cuts Bi-yon sitting down, and he looks sad, saying he shows a sad sight again to his mother, and that he is definitely disappointed. Someone calls him, and he turns to see a girl with red hair. He asks if she's okay, and says that Bi-yon is amazing. It's a miracle just like her, but her magic is much stronger than his. Bi-yon asks why it's important when he can't even aim properly. The girl says her magic is amazing and it's very cool. She says she's heard about him since she was young. Bi-yon says his name is Shong. She thinks at least she remembers hearing about him and that he is a genius in fire attributes. He said that he thought he was definitely nothing compared to her magic, but she told him it was definitely nice to have such high accuracy. Shong said that if Bi-yon practiced more, he wouldn't even be able to compare to her. Bi-yon said that was enough, but talking to her had made him feel better. He said goodbye and left. Our happy attitude clearly turned serious. In a different building, inside we see Bi-yon sighing, someone calling him, and we see a girl waiting near a cup of hot tea. She is the exclusive guardian. Bianye Taran told her that she prepared drinks and some sweets for the renovation staff commission. She asked about good staff, So they said a top-class magic sword will be made, Bion asked. And Taran said they questioned something. She asked him what, and Taran said that he heard that the staff will continue to suck the user's mana. It sounds like a dark demon tool. Taran mentioned that it was slightly different from that and consistently resonated with the energy of nature. Bion said it sounded terrible when asking why such a trash staff like that was middle class. Taran said that was why Ian asked what he was doing, meaning he said that the original ability would strengthen the mana user, making it high class or higher, but because it only sucked mana, it was downgraded to upper middle class. Bion jumped surprised by this, asking how a student could use it. Karen said she was confused about it too. Bion said he knew that it was not there for them to resonate, but he did not think anyone would use it to start, unless they had a lot of mana. He said he did not understand. But surely Baek Yuseol would know he sipped his tea while saying it was definitely unique. It was cut a few days later when the official start of the semester. We saw a teacher giving a lecture and Baek Yuseol listened. He explained how attack magic needed to be manipulated in more detail than other types of magic. That's why mono orbit is mandatory. The professor's name is Carlin, and today, for their mock battle, they will be studying orbits with a focus on shooting and targeting. He starts drawing on the board, saying that they will discuss the mentioned orbital formulas using water magic. The students feel hesitant about it, saying that it's only responsible for the water department. Jan says it's nonsense and finds it very boring, wondering why these classes are harder than at his university. For days, the teacher sees him clearly bored and tells him to stand up and finish it for the rest of the class. Jan quickly finishes it and leaves, leaving the teacher stunned, saying that it was much easier than he thought. He asks if he majors in water attributes, and Baek Yuseol says no. Kareem says okay, continue then. She is curious about all of this, and Baek Yuseol walks out of the class later. Asel calls him and he turns around, holding his book. He says he has a question for her. She is surprised, and asks what she needs to ask. He says that he knows from observing her that it has nothing to do with her grades. He is quite smart, even compared to the top-ranked students. He confirms it because of the difficulty of her question, which is at a level even professors would struggle with. Even if you say that Stella is where geniuses are common, what's the problem with Yil? Initially she denied it, but now she is sure that she has a course registration strategy, and if that's the issue, he needs to know it. So he asks her in the next class, surprised, asking if she is interested in him or something. She feels annoyed, saying it's disgusting. She wonders what she's doing and asks why she's curious. She says she's researching the class she's taking and it seems they're all interested in it. She can easily get good grades, so ask where she learned her strategy from. She tells him that she didn't study anything. It was just a coincidence, and if that's all, then she'll leave. He tells her to wait. But she doesn't do it. She doesn't realize she said it too softly and decides to try again. She tells her to wait, and she asks what she needs to say that she can learn such things from others. There is another smart person, or just following what he does. He says he does it himself, but anyone who takes the Divine Moon study gets an A+, so it doesn't matter if he takes it. But if he enrolls in his other classes, it could negatively impact his grade. He understands that he needs a scholarship, or else Joe will finish it for him. But even in this situation, he worries about other people's grades. He says even if he's annoying, he's still the main female lead. He asks if he could at least recommend her for one easy class and make his puppy eyes. He asks if he thinks his appearance will convince him. He says that usually when he sees his face, it makes his stress disappear. He disappears, saying he's not real. He laughs, saying it's just a joke, and he prepares some compensation. He asks what it is and wonders why all these kids like to offer compensation. He inquired if he knew about the ghost story of the 7th Tower. He said he did, and mentioned that most people were unaware of it because it was an abandoned building that disappeared. There were many obstacles preventing people from going there. He also instructed him to wait and asked why. If everyone was okay, he said he would go crazy because there was a lot of good information. With this fire, his love could increase with the male protagonist. The reason he brought up the fire was that if AEL knew about it as the female lead, it was definitely something he only told the male protagonist, and not an extra like himself. He told him it was scary and he didn't want to hear it as it was. Interestingly, He asked if he was afraid of ghosts at that age. He said, okay, he would tell him for free. He was confused why he changed his mind. He told him it was up to him. In the end, he was fine with it because it was up to him. He sincerely wanted to give him something he said had nothing to do with value, but it would be very useful for him just to take a meditative journey into the deep abyss during his liberal arts class. He inquired whether she liked cultivating, to which she told him not at all, and wondered how to explain it. She said her teacher was in a bishop-like position, and through meditation, she was able to enhance her magical powers. He was surprised that it was only through meditation. In fact, this was not known yet, but for bishops who used meditation, large-scale destructive magic was quite important because the correct casting came from formulas and equations, but ultimately, it came from their minds controlling it. Where he said he didn't tell people, but she was an exception because she was funny. But he said he had just called her ugly before. She smiled slightly, thanking him, saying it was embarrassing, not a class that could help her grades, but she would still do it. She smiled and nodded as she left, saying she really told him, which made him a little scared to think about how this could change the future. But if he left it alone because he was afraid, he would die tragically in this life. He also said it would be better if meditation could benefit her. Then he was surprised to say that now he was thinking about it. He was also a witch, so why hadn't he practiced yet? He said that He Isekai in the game constantly trained himself, allowing him to awaken his physical revelation magic and to rapidly develop in the game. You gained experience by pressing a button, but now you have to do it in person. Lately it has been quiet and you haven't been able to gain any experience. You grin and say thank you to AEL. That means you walk around your dormitory saying that it's quite big inside Stella where all the students live in the dormitory. The dormitory should contain additional content and games that allow you to decorate your room for fun, but for He Isekai, it's basically the only home since his village burned down. The dormitory is divided according to your class based on the size of the room. It's the same, but the number of people assigned to each room varies depending on the class. Of course, the S class gets the top floor for themselves. He sighs and says he guesses he'll start and he begins to meditate. He says that statistics are everything because this is reality, and he has to get used to this body in the game. He Isekai is a genius who manifests the aura sword by utilizing the fact that mana circulates endlessly. Entering and exiting unnoticed, no one paid attention to him, so no one knew that he was a genius swordsman who was the only one in the world to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He said he had to go through that path once again. He said that breath determines the flow of energy in his body. If he gradually increases the amount of energy every time he breathes, it will be enough to take everything at once. Skills do not level up just through experience. You need to continue using the skills to level them up. So, what you need to do is practice over time. We look outside and see that it is bright. He has a thin figure or something around him. Then he immediately said that this is the same sensation that He Isekai definitely felt when someone receives the MLS at a young age and their skills start to improve from their meditation. He shouted, "All right." He said he is one step closer to his goal and will find the true ending no matter what happens on the grassy field. Flame explained that the grass and wind are artificially created with magic. Stone is the pocket king of the dimension installed on campus that allows you to freely manipulate the dimensions of size and its features. All kinds of events are held there, as well as a simulated underground prison and escape gates and monster training. We see all the students sitting there, and Flame says there are a total of 141 people here. We see him behind him explaining how there are 50 from classes A1 and A2 and 40 from class S. And if it's like a novel, there will only be 39 from class S. He hopes there are 40, including him. But now there are 2 additions. He wonders where the origin of He Isekai in the novel, which should be a total of 1,140 students. And with the additions it becomes 1,141, which means he is also in the original novel. He says he will think about everything slowly, because he is the only one who knows the novel. He says the lessons will start soon. He hears people talking to Jeremy about his registration. He says he is done with his, and they join the gentle magic research because he smiles at them. He said he couldn't wait to have fun with all of them, watching the fire from afar. He mentioned that Prince Jeremy in the novel was obsessed with Ael but rejected by her, which made him a villain. He appeared good, but all his actions were calculated and he planned to avoid her. He saw her from the corner of his eye, then smiled and waved at her. He said she was really handsome, and he understood why so many people kissed his ass. Kleckle Jeremy was the most prominent in school. He apparently said he had to gather them because this was the reality now. He watched her leave and grinned, calling her name. Han Yol appeared and told everyone it was time to start training, and he needed to know their skill levels to teach them properly. Han Yol said he would lead the training, and if they didn't like it, he didn't care because they already knew that the professor had the right to deduct and add points. He stated that it was time to explain the training now. He said that it would be an underground simulated prison training, and he would use real monster behavior and traps to test them all. He said, if you defeat a level 1 monster, you get 4 risk points, level 2 monsters 8 points each, and level 3 monsters 20 points each. If you find the points, he said, the top 5 students will receive a small prize and the privilege of the store. If you are afraid of failing, you are allowed to form a team, but remember the points will be divided among them all, he said. If they successfully defeat other students, then you will receive all their points. And he dipped out. The students began to panic as the ground started shaking violently. Giant roots began to emerge from below, Fire seeing a giant shadow above, saying, "This is Jack and the Beyond stock map. We observe giant peanut stalks everywhere. The arenas are enlarged for a group of fire students. It seems like he has a plan that says he should also go." Then, we hear a familiar voice. Jackie asks if he will be alone during the fire practice. While forming a team would be good, it would be better if he stayed alone. He says he will go alone. Jackie says she understands because the points will be distributed among them. The fire says sarcastically that he sounds like her, but maybe it's just his imagination. He decides that it's probably just one phase. 1 hour later, we see what I think is a fire explosion. The fire slime says it's quite exhausting and asks when it will end. Then he sees something as the roots start spreading towards him. He puts up a barrier that blocks them. The roots start retracting and pulling back underground. He says he didn't expect that, and even the practical training can't be underestimated. He says he has collected 18 points so far, not bad, but it can be covered with a stick. He decides he must keep moving. Then he sees something. He felt the presence of wondering if it was a monster, but realized it was someone. He wondered how a student could forgive such a presence. He was sweating nervously, saying it was okay because he hid his presence with a mantra. With his abilities, it would be a good choice to ambush someone. He peeked at the person and realized who it was. We see that it was none other than Baek Yu Seol. He wondered if he was wandering around alone. He also said that many people tried to join him, but he refused them all. He took a closer look at the tip of the wand in his hand, thinking this was the perfect opportunity, and decided to test it here. He began to recite a mantra called a cluster of light, saying the distance between them was about 15 meters, and that he couldn't do anything crazy from this distance. A larger magic circle formed beneath him as he began to use another mantra, launching an attack called a light bullet as it got closer to you. He turned around to see the light, but used a blink to teleport, avoiding the attack. He was truly surprised by this, only seeing the remnants of the attack in front of him. He asked how he did it, saying he couldn't believe he avoided a second-class spell like that. Meanwhile, we see him blink again in the middle of the forest. He exclaimed, asking if he wanted to kill him or something, using light bullets seemingly out of nowhere. He said he was happy his MLS level increased, or he would be in big trouble. His blink now became a first-class spell with a 3M increase and could be used again consecutively. Quickly, he said he had 2 blinks left, so if he used the field to his advantage, he could bring it here, but avoiding it was the best choice. He blinked twice more. Landing far enough, he said he had to be safe all the way out of here. His goal was 5th place, so he couldn't take any risks here because the 5th place prize was the eel root that increased power and health by a little bit. The top 4 places would also become main characters. He said he only needed 3 points. Someone said, "Look who it is." We saw 2 people standing there. There were already more people sneering at him. Yu Seol recognized him. His name was Raiden. He was famous in school. Currently, he was a member of YLE and Jeremy's clique. Yuseol said. Anyway, pay attention. There are 3 numbers on the stick in his hand. He said, for a pushover, he's sure collected a lot. And one of the kids said he heard that Yuseol was tricked. Raiden said he got into S class solely because of those 3 stupid questions. Stella must have fallen for it. They called him Raiden because they had already met him. He needed to give her the essence. Yuseol said she didn't want to, and Raiden laughed, asking if she was going against them. He started grinning, asking if she thought she could defeat the 4 of them alone. They mocked how he was a good staff, but he couldn't even use it. Yuseol wondered what she should do. He stated that with a blink of an eye, a first-class student would find it difficult to face him, who came from a famous family. However, maybe if he blinked 3 times, but still he had a wand in his hand, and the fact that this was an underground prison greatly favored him. Waving the wand, he ordered Raiden to take it. Raiden said that's what he was talking about, grinning, then blinked right into Raiden's face. Raiden was caught off guard, holding his wand and swinging it towards Raiden, hitting some sort of barrier. Raiden gritted his teeth, saying this cursed commoner was pushing his limits. Raiden swung his wand and shouted that he would catch him, but seeing that Yil had already left, he heard Yil behind him and turned to see him, saying it was dangerous, then grinning while showing he had taken one of his wands. Raiden told him to return it, but once again, Yuseol said he didn't want to. He stated that the pointy stick was efficient, and he learned while playing the game that it was actually an item that was tapped into because of its high durability, allowing them to not get destroyed by the magic of the student. He looked up and said while other wizards could only use magic for him, it was a weapon he could swing confidently without it breaking. Raiden clicked his tongue, asking how dare he take what belonged to him. He turned around, asking his son to do something, but the ground started shaking around them. Raiden told them all to gather and not forget. Yuseol took the opportunity to sneak out. One of them saw him and called out to him. They shot their magic towards him, asking where he was going. Yuseol turned to see their attack, saying they were better than he thought, but blinked out of their path. They wondered where he went. He mentioned that it was too fast for them to track him. Yuseol said his years of experience in PvP would make this very easy. Raiden said they just needed to hit him once the underground room started shifting again. Raiden told them to calm down, saying he was still nearby and waiting for it to stop vibrating to attack because if their magic failed, there would be a rebound, so they needed to do it carefully. But he was caught off guard by Yuseol right in front of his face. Yuseol swung the stick towards him again, knocking it back to one of his friends, disrupting the child's magic as just discussed. The child began to experience reflections, and lightning began to strike everywhere in their group. Yuseol blinked again and turned around, saying that it was all over now. Raiden turned to face him because Yes showed that he had taken the stick from him again. He mentioned that if he gets a girlfriend later, he will give this as a gift. Raiden shouted, asking him back, but Yuseol waved and then blinked again. Raiden shouted angrily while we watched them being watched. Yuseol laughed, saying he hit the jackpot. He dropped the vine and said if he thought normally he would be robbed, but inside the underground prison, it was different. He asked if he was imagining something, saying that he felt something strange from somewhere, but his thoughts were interrupted when he saw a giant fire attack flying straight towards him. If you have watched until the end, comment Oreo. Yuseol stands in a serene forest, sunlight dappling through leaves, questioning how he ended up in this unfamiliar place. The once peaceful surroundings feel hostile as intense heat emanates from the distance, drawing his reluctant yet cautious steps forward. Flames roar unexpectedly, engulfing the scene ahead. Shields himself, feeling the overwhelming energy growing stronger with every passing second. An enormous fireball erupts, tearing through the trees. The sheer force sends him staggering back, heart pounding at the unexpected danger. Caught off guard by the explosion, Beck gasps, scanning for safety, unsure what triggered such destructive power in the tranquil woods. A radiant burst lights the sky, scattering fiery embers. Beck watches as the explosion dissipates, leaving a smoky, smoldering aftermath. Emerging from the chaos, he steadies himself, brushing off ash from his uniform, determined to make sense of the disaster. The ground beneath him is charred, revealing paths carved by magical destruction. Beck sighs in relief, thankful for narrowly escaping harm. Shadows stretch as the forest remains silent. His sharp gaze notices traces of intricate magical patterns etched faintly into the ground. He wonders who could wield such immense magical force, recognizing the patterns as advanced magic, far beyond his limited understanding. Beck moves cautiously, his steps echoing through the quiet forest. A figure looms ahead, the aura unmistakably radiating power. A girl in elaborate robes stands confidently, her expression unreadable. Beck instantly recognizes her as someone of remarkable magical prowess. The girl's appearance feels unnervingly deliberate, her piercing gaze assessing him as if measuring his worth. He feels uncomfortably outmatched. Hong Buwan, the academy's prodigy, stands before him. Her unexpected presence only raises questions about her motives for being here. Beck realizes the day has taken an unpredictable turn. Whatever Hong Buwan intends, he knows it won't be simple or easy. Beck Yuseol stares blankly at Hong Buwan, her confident demeanor radiating power, while he contemplates how to escape this mess. Hong Buwan remains unwavering, her piercing gaze emphasizing her regal status. Beck quietly laments, questioning why trouble always finds him first. Beck reflects on a time he grudgingly helped Hong Buwan. Her unapologetic nature now makes him regret ever lending her assistance. Hong's subtle smirk reflects her royal pride. Beck, meanwhile, nervously wonders how far her arrogance will complicate his current plans. Her words carry authority, reminding him of her lineage. Beck sighs internally, calculating if confrontation or retreat would serve him best. Hong Buwan declares her superiority, stating even her smallest actions hold weight. Beck rolls his eyes, dreading more royal theatrics ahead. She offers him a chance to demonstrate skill, but Beck, knowing her games, questions if this will only trap him further. Her teasing strikes a nerve as she observes his movements. Her curiosity about his capabilities is evident but cleverly disguised. Hong's sharp perception unnerves him. She notes his subtle tricks and unconventional methods, which Beck hoped she wouldn't realize so quickly. Realizing her focus, Beck hurries, knowing lingering could escalate the situation. Her calculating stare lingers ominously as he moves away. Beck darts through the forest, trying to shake off Hong's attention. He knows her persistence makes her a dangerous observer. Her pursuit isn't immediate, but Beck feels the weight of her curiosity pressing down like a storm brewing overhead. He stumbles upon Caden's crew, a dangerous group he prefers to avoid. Their presence adds another layer to his worries. Hong considers her options, realizing taking on multiple opponents, even for her, might require more effort than she anticipated. Beck evaluates his next move carefully, his mind racing between hiding, confronting Caden, or somehow evading both problems altogether. Hong Buwan observes the chaos, calculating her next move. She waits for the right moment, confident in her ability to strike. Her sharp gaze locks onto Beck Yuseol. She notices his subtle tactics, intrigued by his skill despite his obvious limitations. Beck feels the tension shift as one of Caden's crew charges at him. He braces, preparing for swift retaliation. Caden's allies taunt Beck, underestimating his abilities. Despite the pressure, Beck calmly plans to outmaneuver them with his signature speed. Surprised by Beck's precise evasion, one of the attackers hesitates, realizing the underestimated commoner has far more grit than expected. Hong Buwan smirks, impressed by Beck's clever moves, yet she doubts his strength will hold against the relentless aggression around him. She considers intervening, pondering whether to test Beck further or step in before the fight spirals into uncontrollable destruction. The battlefield erupts in flames as Hong Buwan raises her staff. Her fiery magic ignites the air, halting the skirmish instantly. Beck dashes through the inferno, narrowly avoiding the blazing spells. The intensity of Hong's power keeps everyone else frozen in place. Her flames swirl ominously, showcasing her dominance. Beck senses her growing intent to push him to his absolute limit in this battle. The inferno intensifies, engulfing everything around. Beck blinks rapidly, avoiding deadly blasts, as Hong's magic feels impossible to escape completely. Her flames race toward him, and Beck notices an opportunity. He leaps, narrowly dodging the searing heat, aiming for higher ground. Beck pauses briefly, surveying the destruction. He realizes Hong isn't holding back, her fiery resolve demanding he display his true capabilities. A massive fireball erupts, forcing Baek into an evasive roll. The pressure pushes him closer to exposing the limits of his skill. Hong watches intently, her focus sharp. For her, this battle isn't about dominance, it's about unveiling Baek's true potential. Hong Buwan smirks confidently, the fiery glow around her radiating power. Baek Yuseol, drenched in sweat, watches her carefully. Her piercing eyes narrow as she focuses on Baek. He realizes her dangerous intent, knowing she won't let him escape. Baek steadies himself amidst the raging inferno. His survival so far relied heavily on intuition, but his strength is dwindling. He strategizes silently, acknowledging that using 2 blinks to dodge her attacks is draining. There has to be another way. Hong steps forward, challenging him to fight back properly. Her calm demeanor suggests she's only toying with him for her amusement. Hong's provocation irritates Baek. She casually accuses him of not using his staff, while he struggles to recall its location. Baek realizes he completely forgot about the staff issued at enrollment. Hong, unimpressed, questions if he's even taking the fight seriously. Baek shrugs off her criticism, humorously downplaying the situation. Hong rolls her eyes, annoyed but accustomed to his unconventional behavior. Her irritation grows as she watches Baek's nonchalant attitude. To her, his lack of seriousness feels both amusing and infuriating. Hong intensifies her flames, signaling she's done holding back. Baek realizes he might have pushed her patience too far this time. Hong hints at unleashing her full power, warning Baek he has no choice but to take her seriously. The tension spikes. Her flames spiral upward, engulfing the battlefield in a blazing storm. Baek braces himself, sensing her attacks becoming faster and deadlier. The ground beneath him burns as he desperately evades. Hong's fiery confidence leaves no room for error in his movements. Hong taunts Baek, daring him to fight properly. Despite her words, her fierce attacks reveal her intent to push him harder. With a sinister grin, Hong declares she won't hold back anymore. Baek prepares himself, knowing her next move could be lethal. Hong Buwan unleashes a barrage of fire, filling the battlefield with blazing intensity. Baek Yuseol keeps moving, narrowly avoiding destruction. The relentless inferno spreads as Hong's determination to defeat Baek intensifies. Her fiery attacks are both precise and overwhelmingly powerful. Baek steadies himself amidst the chaos, his mind racing for a solution. Hong's relentless attacks leave him with few options. A massive explosion tears through the air, forcing Baek into a desperate dive. The heat presses against him, unyielding and fierce. Baek calculates his next move, but the overwhelming force of the firestorm begins to wear down his stamina and focus. Flames whip around Baek as he spots a brief opening. He lunges, using blink to dodge a devastating fiery strike. Hong's attacks seem endless, yet Baek notices her precision faltering slightly. Her intensity begins to reveal cracks in her control. A sudden sound draws Baek's attention, his instincts screaming danger. He pivots, narrowly dodging a concentrated attack aimed directly at him. Baek regains composure, scanning the battlefield for an advantage. He spots a distant location that could turn the tide of battle. Gathering his remaining strength, Baek uses blink again, his body straining under the pressure of evading such overwhelming power. Hong unleashes another devastating blast, shaking the ground as she laughs with unrelenting confidence, her fiery magic reaching terrifying levels. Baek's eyes dart to a golden light ahead, a faint chance for escape. His instincts urge him to act quickly. He dives toward the glowing object, feeling the heat intensify around him. Every second counts as Hong closes the distance. With one last blink, Baek reaches the golden light, the energy pulsing as if reacting to his presence amidst the flames. The battlefield erupts in a blinding explosion as the energy collides with Hong's magic, creating a momentary ceasefire in the chaos. Baek Yuseol stands amidst the fiery chaos, assessing his options. The heat intensifies, pushing him to make a decisive move. He wipes sweat from his face, muttering to himself about Hong Buwan's immense power. This fight feels impossible to win. Hong's flames surge, creating an impenetrable barrier around her. Baek realizes approaching her directly is suicide based on past PvP battles. Recalling his failures against fire mages, Baek grows cautious. Every wrong step has taught him Hong's power is far from ordinary. From a distance, Hong watches him with amusement. She knows her overwhelming presence has already planted doubt in his mind. Hong smirks, confident her fiery aura leaves Beck with no escape. He feels cornered, but his resolve remains unwavering. Beck glances at the flames encircling her, knowing one wrong move could end everything. But retreating isn't an option now. Her staff glows, summoning a storm of flames. The ground beneath Beck cracks, forcing him to sprint to avoid destruction. Fire surges around him, and Beck leaps, narrowly dodging the intense heat. His instincts scream as another wave closes in. A flash of determination crosses his face. Even outmatched, he refuses to yield. He braces himself for what's next. Beck's eyes burn with resolve as he mutters to himself. Giving up now isn't an option. He must act. Darting forward, he uses Blink to evade Hong's attacks. Her precise aim keeps him on edge, but he adapts quickly. A fiery explosion erupts, shaking the battlefield. Beck shields himself, narrowly avoiding the flames that scorch the earth around him. Emerging from the smoke, he steadies his breath. Despite Hong's relentless onslaught, Beck knows there's still a chance to fight back. With a surge of determination, Beck glares at Hong, ready to turn the tables. His next move will decide everything. A brilliant blue light flashes as He Isekai activates a mysterious power. Energy pulses around him, signaling a significant change. Beck moves with newfound precision, weaving through Hong Buwan's relentless flames. The contrast between ice and fire creates a dazzling scene. Realizing the shift, Beck channels the energy through his staff, preparing to counter Hong's magic with an unconventional strategy. Hong's expression changes to shock as Beck deflects her fiery magic. She hadn't expected him to weaponize magic in this way. Beck's determination burns brighter than ever as he steadies himself, using the energy to push Hong's flames back toward her. Hong stares in disbelief at Beck's clever deflection. She realizes he's mastering techniques that shouldn't be possible for someone like him. Her fiery aura intensifies, swirling violently as she prepares another attack. Beck braces himself, fully aware of the coming onslaught. As flames roar toward him, Beck sidesteps, forcing Hong to adjust. His unpredictable movements make him an elusive target. Beck notes the fiery paths forming around him, calculating his next move carefully. He knows Hong's power is unmatched in raw force. Hong narrows her eyes, observing Beck's persistence. Despite his clever maneuvers, she senses his growing fatigue against her relentless barrage. Hong adjusts her stance, summoning even stronger flames. Her confidence wavers slightly, sensing Beck's strategy isn't purely defensive anymore. Beck channels the energy into his staff, deflecting the fire once again. He realizes he can't stay on defense forever. The battlefield erupts with fiery chaos, yet Beck's calculated movements continue to keep him one step ahead of total defeat. Hong raises her staff, preparing a final decisive attack. Beck steadies his grip, knowing this moment will decide the battle's outcome. As flames collide with his glowing shield, Beck lunges forward, aiming to use Hong's immense magic against her in a bold gamble. He Isekai spots an opening amidst the blazing chaos, realizing this moment could turn the tide against Hong Buwan's flames. Channeling his remaining strength, Beck pushes forward, dodging another fiery wave. His heart races as he braces to blink. With a surge of focus, Beck uses Blink to close the gap. The glowing energy propels him with unmatched speed. Hong's eyes widen as Beck appears within her fiery barrier. For a moment, her confidence falters at his bold move. The collision of their energies sends a shockwave across the battlefield, leaving Hong stunned at his unrelenting determination. Hong unleashes a barrier spell to counter Beck's sudden advance. Her fiery defense flares brightly, determined to stop him completely. Beck grits his teeth, realizing the immense power behind Hong's shield. He calculates his next move, determined to break through. Drawing on his instincts, Beck lunges, deflecting fiery strikes. His precision shocks Hong, who begins to see his true skill. Though outmatched in power, Beck's strategy confounds her. His ability to adapt keeps him one step ahead of her next attack. The battlefield glows fiercely as their energies clash. Hong grins, impressed, but she knows she can't let this battle drag on. Hong attempts a finishing blow, summoning all her magic into a devastating spell. Beck sees this as his last opportunity. Bake activates another blink, dodging the fiery onslaught with perfect timing. He lands directly in Hong's blind spot, ready to counter. His staff glows brilliantly, channeling all his remaining energy. The power pulses through the battlefield, disrupting Hong's concentrated attack. Hong stumbles slightly, her barrier weakening. Bake presses forward, seizing the moment as he redirects the energy toward her. The final clash erupts in a dazzling explosion of light and fire, leaving the battlefield trembling from their incredible display of strength. Baek Yuseol stands victorious, his staff at his side, watching as the battlefield settles. His breath slows after the intense fight. Hong Buwan, visibly drained, sits amidst the aftermath, her fiery confidence replaced by disbelief at the unexpected outcome of their clash. Beck looks down at Hong, amused by her exhaustion. Her prideful nature makes it difficult for her to accept defeat. Hong grimaces, glaring at Beck with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Her pride wounded, she wonders about his true abilities. Beck casually shrugs off her question, dismissing any grand explanation. To him, this victory is just another unpredictable chapter. Baek Yuseol pauses under the dappled sunlight, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. He knows someone is watching and refuses to ignore it. From behind the trees, a figure emerges. Flame, her calm demeanor contrasting her fiery reputation. Beck watches her cautiously, sensing her intent. Yuseol paused in the sunlit forest, noticing a faint magical trace lingering near him. The air felt strangely tense. Turning around, Yuseol spotted Arya emerging from behind the trees. Her curious gaze followed him, measuring his every move. "You weren't hiding very well," Yuseol remarked casually. His instincts often revealed things long before he noticed consciously. Breaking the magic barrier like that was unorthodox, Arya thought, recalling his earlier actions. There was something unsettlingly unique about Yuseol. The training stick? It was just improvisation. Yuseol shrugged, masking his inner turmoil. He couldn't afford unnecessary attention now. Arya studied Yuseol's nonchalant demeanor. Her sharp instincts told her there was more to his abilities than he let on. "Improvisation or not, you've done something rare," she mused. The traces of magic he left were strong but unfamiliar. Yuseol sighed internally. This world's rules sometimes felt like a mismatched puzzle. His actions weren't even in the original story. A sturdy stick can still be useful, Yuseol thought, gripping the training stick tightly. Arya's gaze remained suspicious yet intrigued. "Knights disappeared for a reason," Yuseol muttered. His cryptic comment hung in the air, leaving Arya more curious than ever. "Yuseol, just who are you?" Arya finally asked, her voice steady but carrying the weight of her growing suspicions. Yuseol glanced at her briefly, then at the surrounding forest. This moment felt oddly significant, as if fate had shifted. A path destined for chaos, he thought, his heart heavy. He could sense this wasn't merely about magic anymore. "Arya, you'll see soon enough," Yuseol muttered to himself. He walked away, leaving her confused yet intrigued about his intent. The sunlight filtering through the trees softened as Yuseol vanished into the distance. Arya stood there, her questions unanswered. Arya's eyes narrowed, her curiosity about Yuseol's intentions deepening. She wanted answers, but sensed they would only complicate things further. "I'm offering help," Yuseol said, leaving her skeptical. Arya wondered why someone like him would willingly risk so much. Yuseol moved swiftly, avoiding further questions. Arya's mind spun with the mystery surrounding his actions and what his motives could mean. A sudden, sharp pain startled Yuseol, and he stumbled slightly. His calm demeanor faltered, but he quickly regained composure. Yuseol smirked wryly to himself. Not the cleanest exit, he thought, as an unseen presence continued to trail him. Yuseol stopped abruptly, feeling a subtle but distinct shift in the atmosphere. He muttered under his breath, planning his next move. Arya remained rooted, observing his quick recovery. Despite her doubts, she admired his composure and unwavering confidence under pressure. Yuseol winced as the weight of his earlier choices caught up. His actions weren't without consequence, but he didn't regret them. Reflecting on his dwindling energy, Yuseol considered his options. The balance between power and survival had always been his challenge. As the forest's stillness returned, Useol decided to take a single useful item. Just enough to keep moving, he thought. Useol handed over the remaining items to Arya, a gesture that puzzled her. Why leave more for others? She wondered. Generosity in battle, huh? Useol mused to himself as he walked off, leaving Arya to question her earlier assumptions about him. Arya watched him disappear into the distance, wondering if kindness was his strength or his greatest weakness. She wasn't sure. Useol glanced back once, his face unreadable. Arya stood there, balancing curiosity and confusion, trying to understand his cryptic nature. Turning to her companion, Arya muttered, Maybe his odd behavior comes from being different. It's confusing, but undeniably impressive. Arya stared into the horizon, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. Baek Useol's presence had unsettled her in unexpected ways. Meanwhile, a glowing map appeared in the council chamber. Shadows flickered as scholars analyzed the shifting energy patterns across the lands. The council buzzed with excitement, watching projections of talented students. The year's class was exceeding expectations in power and creativity. A few members observed with sly smiles, relishing the competition. The potential of these students promised an entertaining yet unpredictable future. Arya wasn't aware her actions were also being scrutinized. Every decision she made now held significant consequences for her journey. Senior scholars debated the rising number of exceptional students. Their interest peaked as complex training trials tested intellect and strength alike. It's rare to see so many breakthroughs, one observed. The intensity of this year's challenges brought unparalleled growth in participants. Elite mentors discussed strategies for scouting, their eyes scanning the glowing screens. Each student's performance revealed untapped potential and hidden ambition. Among the glowing displays, Baek Useol's name occasionally surfaced. He remained an anomaly, baffling even the most experienced scholars watching. On the ground, Useol noticed the subtle tension growing. With every encounter, his path seemed more entangled with others' fates. A dazzling wave of magic surged through the battlefield. Useol maneuvered swiftly, utilizing the complex energy patterns to gain an edge. The sheer brilliance of his technique caught observers off guard. His skill seemed almost impossible for someone of his supposed level. Spinning in a spiral of glowing blue light, Useol's mastery of sequences showcased talent few believed could exist at his age. Arya, watching nearby, felt a mix of awe and unease. What is he capable of? She silently wondered to herself. The council erupted in discussion. Activating high-rank techniques in succession at this stage? Remarkable, someone exclaimed. Useol's unpredictability was now undeniable. An elder scholar analyzed the performance intently, noting how Useol bypassed rank limitations. His approach seemed unconventional but undeniably effective. A normal student would struggle, but not this one, he thought. Useol's aura reflected a profound understanding of complex magic. Watching the battlefield, the scholars noticed the rare dual elemental abilities showcased by both students. Such talent wasn't often seen this early. Their synchronization and mastery of 3 elements caught everyone's attention. For most mages, mastering even one element required years of dedication. As the confrontation intensified, Useol and Hai Wanryang locked eyes, their rivalry igniting amidst the growing chaos of the battlefield. A shadowy raven cawed ominously as it circled the skies. The air grew thick, signaling an unexpected escalation in the battle. From above, a terrifying figure emerged, massive, dark, and emanating an overpowering aura. It was a hidden boss no one anticipated. The creature's descent sent shockwaves across the terrain. Useol braced himself, calculating his next move against this formidable new challenge. Nearby students froze, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the beast. Useol narrowed his eyes, assessing how to turn the tide. The clash began, lightning and fire erupting as Useol and Hai Wanryang tried to adapt their tactics to the shifting threat. Magic spiraled violently, intertwining with the natural forces of the forest. Useol pushed himself to the limit, deflecting attacks with precision. A sudden energy burst shook the battlefield, momentarily disorienting the combatants. Useol pivoted, his instincts saving him from a fatal blow. Just as he regained his footing, Arya appeared, her presence unexpected. She blinked at the chaotic scene surrounding her. "You're in the middle of a fight?" Arya asked innocently, her timing catching Yuseol off guard as tension filled the air. Apologizing for her interruption, Arya stepped aside. Yuseol sighed, refocusing as the battlefield demanded his complete attention to survive. The elder scholar observed the scene, murmuring to himself about Azelmolt's unintentional role in triggering the unexpected hidden boss. Hidden bosses were rare occurrences, appearing only under unique conditions. Izel's presence seemed to act as a catalyst for chaos. The battlefield grew tense as Izel prepared to face the looming threat. Her composure hid the weight of expectations on her. Facing this alone isn't ideal, she thought, gripping her weapon tighter. The challenge ahead required more than just raw power. Observers whispered about Izel's lineage. As the eldest daughter of Grand Duke Molt, her potential seemed both a blessing and curse. Flames lit the battlefield as Izel unleashed a powerful attack. Observers whispered her title, the Adolabit Princess, with awe and reverence. The elder scholar leaned closer, puzzled by her opponent's identity. The mysterious figure's tactics were unfamiliar, yet disturbingly effective. Yuseol appeared amidst the chaos, his blink technique leaving observers stunned. Its precision and speed felt impossibly refined for his age. For centuries, scholars tried taming forbidden magic, but the cost was high, many crippled or dead, leaving the art forgotten. This particular magic resisted control, requiring mastery beyond normal comprehension. It devoured anyone unworthy, leaving only ruins as reminders of its danger. Observing the battlefield, the elder scholar's curiosity piqued. His thoughts swirled, questioning who could command such untamed and perilous magic. Amidst the chaos, a burst of energy drew attention. The boy's presence was unlike anything seen before. The name Baek Yuseol echoed among the observers. Whispers spread as they watched his every move with growing intrigue. Baek Yuseol's uniqueness lies in his mastery of blink, a cloaked observer explained. It's rare and demands exceptional reflexes and precision. Questions arose about his limited use of traditional magic. To many it seemed an odd choice, but Yuseol defied expectations. Some believed he avoided stronger spells on purpose. His adaptability kept opponents guessing, a strategy that emphasized cleverness over raw strength. Is he even trying? Wondered another. Yuseol's calm approach left everyone guessing whether he was holding back or playing strategically. A new figure entered the room, drawing quiet gasps. Elthwyn, a renowned figure, seemed equally intrigued by the unfolding battle. Elthwyn studied the screen intently. He's been serious from the start, he muttered, watching Yuseol's precise movements against overwhelming odds. Another remarked, his fighting style reflects an old form of chivalry, a concept long lost in today's generation. Yuseol's actions carried an elegance, reminiscent of traditions that faded with time. His every move blended strategy with an unusual honor. The observers debated whether such chivalry was viable in modern combat, yet none could deny the uniqueness of his approach. Elthwyn nodded slightly. Chivalry, you say? I see. Even at his age, he carries something lost to most. How fascinating. Chivalry once represented the knight's honor, a mentality lost as swords faded into obscurity in a world dominated by magic. The ancient knights wielded unmatched resolve, standing against overwhelming odds. Legends spoke of their ability to turn tides with sheer will. The elder scholar marveled at how the past seemed to echo in Yuseol's movements. Is history repeating itself? He wondered. Elthwyn observed quietly, his thoughts trailing back to old traditions. If Yuseol embodies such values, he might redefine our future. The Academy's crest glimmered as the scholars discussed. Stella Academy stood as the world's pinnacle of magical education and boundless potential. Elthwyn, a top-tier mage, commanded respect for his insights. His interest in Yuseol hinted at the boy's growing significance. If someone of Elthwyn's caliber sees value in Yuseol, this isn't mere chance, whispered the scholars, recognizing a shift in perspective. Observers analyzed every move Yuseol made, their discussions underscoring the depth of his unconventional strategies and unorthodox approach to challenges. Meanwhile, the vast academy grounds remained vibrant with life, students honing their skills for both survival and self-discovery amidst competitive peers. Na Yuseong, though reluctant, joined the drills. His casual attitude masked sharp instincts that often delivered results far beyond expectations. Izel's sudden interruption left ripples in the battle's outcome. Yuseol, though annoyed, understood the importance of adapting to disruptions. Na Yuseong's aloof demeanor had been consistent since Yuseol first encountered him. His natural talent often seemed frustratingly effortless. Despite his lack of focus, Na Yuseong always exceeded expectations, making him an enigma even among the academy's brightest students. Observing Na Yuseong closely, Yuseol calculated his movements. The subtle traps placed during training showcased a mind both clever and calculating. Yuseol knew this exercise demanded precision. Each step was deliberate, pushing both himself and Na Yuseong to their competitive limits. Na Yuseong observed his opponent calmly deflecting every attack. Each move was precise, as if a step ahead the entire time. Is the gap between us this vast? Yuseong thought, doubting himself. The pressure of talent weighed heavily on his confidence. Yuseong clenched his fists, determination flickering through him. He couldn't let the overwhelming difference in skill stop him from improving. While deep in thought, Yuseong adjusted his strategy. Watching him, Yuseol smirked, sensing the shift in his opponent's mindset. Meanwhile, Isel entered the training grounds with an air of purpose. Her presence added another layer of tension to the scene. He Isekai summoned a powerful wind spell, his focus sharper than ever. The battlefield erupted with a surge of energy. Isel noted He Isekai's unusually serious demeanor. He's not holding back today, she thought, readying herself for what was to come. Flames ignited as He Isekai unleashed his full strength. The ground trembled, signaling a battle that demanded absolute focus and willpower. A fiery explosion filled the sky, shocking onlookers. The sheer intensity of the clash made it impossible to look away. Standing amidst the inferno, Isel remained calm, her confidence burning just as fiercely as the flames surrounding her. The clash continued as flames raged wildly. Yuseong stepped back momentarily, his mind racing as he analyzed the escalating chaos. Isel charged forward, her resolve unwavering. Her fiery attacks were calculated, aimed to push her opponents to their limits. Each strike Isel landed carried the weight of her upbringing. Her family's expectations drove her, leaving no room for failure. Yuseong watched her relentless energy. Despite his usual indifference, her power ignited a sense of competitiveness he rarely felt during training. Isel thought, a commoner acting so bold is infuriating. Her frustration only fueled her fire, making her attacks even more intense. Yuseong glanced at Isel, her movements sharper than before. Has something changed? He wondered, sensing a shift in her presence. Her magic grew more precise, radiating confidence. Yuseong couldn't deny the intensity of her determination, though it left him uneasy. Yuseong remembered how rarely Princess Longbreach's magic was this controlled. Something about this moment felt far from coincidental. Is this all planned? He thought, adjusting his stance. Yuseong realized the significance of the princess's growing magic and its impact. Isel's frustration flickered across her face. Damn it, she muttered. The pressure to succeed weighed on her, driving her actions forward. Isel sat quietly after training, her expression thoughtful. She didn't want to admit it, but Yuseong's actions had been effective. Reflecting on the duel, she realized how much her magic had grown. That punch, it unlocked something, she thought. Despite her achievements, frustration lingered. He's a commoner, she whispered. Yuseong's casual brilliance grated on her, yet she couldn't dismiss him. Isel's pride burned as she watched Yuseong prepare for the next session. But I'll surpass him, she thought with resolve. The tension between them remained as Isel turned, her expression unreadable. Princess, someone called, breaking her focus as she composed herself. Yaeteren hesitated for a moment, clutching the box tightly. Isel noticed the unusual pause and questioned the source of her unease. Terran carefully revealed the staff, its polished design gleaming. This is the remodeled staff, she said, sensing its significance immediately. Should it go to Yuseol now? Terran asked, her tone steady. Isel's expression shifted subtly as thoughts swirled in her mind. As Terran prepared to leave, Isel stopped her. "Wait," she said, her eyes narrowing slightly, holding back an unspoken concern. The Academy's grand tower gleamed under the sunlight, a place where countless magical feats had shaped history over decades. Ellie arrived, her eyes scanning the surroundings, seeking Isekai'd after hearing rumors of his presence in this area. Realizing she had entered the faculty's research wing by mistake, Ellie questioned if she was wasting time on this search. Caught in hesitation, she laughed at herself for overthinking, deciding to head toward the training hall instead. With a determined stride, Ellie reminded herself that aimless wandering wouldn't help. She had to focus on her goal ahead. "Princess Ellie!" a familiar voice called. She turned, startled, to find Professor Hamill approaching with her usual calm demeanor. Ellie greeted the professor warmly, her surprise hidden as she tried to remain composed despite her growing nervousness. Professor Hamill smiled fondly, reminiscing about how quickly time had passed since she taught young mages at the old castle. Ellie explained her brief visit, but hesitated to mention her true purpose, unsure how the professor would perceive her actions. Professor Hamill reassured Ellie that returning to her duties was wise, as the Academy was currently experiencing unusual activity. Ellie froze when she heard Isekai'd's name mentioned by the professor, wondering what caused this commotion around him. The professor explained that Baek's unconventional fighting style drew attention, surprising the Academy officials who doubted his abilities initially. Ellie recalled her past encounter with Baek, embarrassed by her previous attitude, and how it might have been misunderstood. The professor's reassuring tone helped Ellie realize her mistakes were part of learning, reminding her to grow from her experiences. With renewed determination, Ellie silently vowed to face her responsibilities, holding on to the lessons she had learned from this moment. Professor Hamill acknowledged Baek's unique combat style, marveling at how he fought effectively without relying on traditional magic techniques. She attributed his skill to his unwavering creed, a belief in reviving ancient chivalry lost to time and modern conventions. Ellie questioned the idea, recalling her own observations during their battle when he wielded unconventional tools with extraordinary precision. Despite skepticism, she began to wonder if his actions truly reflected a forgotten era's principles, rather than simple improvisation. The vivid memory of Baek's resourcefulness lingered in her mind, making her reassess everything she thought she knew about him. Hamill explained that even without magic, Baek's belief in honor and strength was reshaping perceptions within the Academy's magical hierarchy. The notion of reviving chivalry seemed absurd in their generation, yet it sparked a faint curiosity in Ellie's guarded thoughts. Ellie felt conflicted, embarrassed by her own dismissive attitude toward Baek's sincerity, which she once interpreted as an impractical joke. Wandering through the dimly lit corridors, she reflected on her earlier misjudgments, resolving to observe Baek's actions more closely. Just as she gathered her thoughts, Baek appeared unexpectedly, his usual calm demeanor catching her completely off guard. Baek's sudden presence made Ellie's heart skip a beat, though she quickly masked her surprise with her usual composed expression. Baek questioned Ellie's purpose, but she brushed it off casually, unwilling to reveal her internal struggles or growing admiration. Standing under the warm glow of the setting sun, she wrestled with conflicting emotions she could no longer suppress completely. Ellie realized her previous assumptions about Baek's ideals were wrong, and perhaps she needed to explore what chivalry truly meant. As Baek walked away, Ellie stood frozen, wondering if this encounter was the start of a deeper understanding between them. Baek stepped closer, his calm gaze locking onto Ellie's confused expression, creating an awkward silence in the small corridor. Ellie, flustered but composed, handed over a box casually, disguising her intentions behind her usual stoic demeanor to avoid suspicion. Baek accepted the box, recognizing its contents as a priceless artifact, crafted by artisans of unmatched skill throughout the ages. He observed the intricate craftsmanship, thinking it was fortunate to assist Ellie, though he wondered why she suddenly handed it over. Ellie, feigning nonchalance, requested to keep the elegant box, a rare moment of indulgence breaking her composed royal character. As Ellie walked away, her sharp gaze softened momentarily, a silent moment of curiosity flickering over her usually stern expression. Turning slightly, she studied Beck, memories of his extraordinary determination filling her thoughts, creating questions she didn't dare to voice. Struggling internally, she pondered his unusual ways, wondering why someone with such talent refused to rely on traditional magical techniques. Realizing her confusion might be obvious, Ellie quickly brushed off the thought, her pride preventing her from delving further for answers. She walked off, mumbling an excuse to leave, while Beck observed her retreating figure, piecing together her unspoken questions thoughtfully. Beck watched Ellie's departing figure with quiet contemplation, recalling similar remarks others had made about his refusal to use magic. Walking through the dim courtyard, he thought about Professor Lee's words earlier, hinting at new challenges ahead within the academy. He tightened his grip on the artifact, its weight reminding him of the silent expectations placed on him by unseen forces. Determined to honor his unconventional path, Beck walked toward the setting sun, his resolve strengthening with each deliberate step forward. Behind him, the fading sounds of Ellie's footsteps echoed faintly, her lingering questions yet to be answered in their next encounter. Beck reflected on how misunderstood his intentions often were, others dismissing his creed as nonsense rather than a firm belief. Gripping the magical sword, Beck appreciated its flawless design, excited to explore its capabilities under the glowing sunset. The training grounds stretched before him, the fading sunlight painting the arena, where his trials would unfold with this newfound weapon. With a steady hand, Beck prepared to channel his mana into the sword, curiosity fueling his determination to master it. A surge of energy lit up the blade, its brilliance reflecting Beck's confidence, revealing an untapped potential within the weapon. The radiant sword pulsated with power as Beck tested its balance, the light surrounding him creating an awe-inspiring display. Beck smiled, amazed by the sword's responsiveness, impressed that its abilities surpassed even his initial expectations during this brief trial. He imagined how an experienced warrior might wield this blade, showcasing its full potential in a skilled, refined manner. His thoughts drifted to Flame, a mage known for wielding nature's energy, her elegance reminding him of this sword's beauty. Beck considered the sword's limitations, realizing its heavy reliance on mana could prove challenging for someone with his unique abilities. The blade's ability to absorb mana was both its strength and weakness, requiring immense energy to sustain its glowing form. Beck reflected on how Flame channeled nature's mana, utilizing a wand that complemented her unique skills in combat and strategy. Unlike her, Beck lacked inherent mana, his reliance on unconventional methods forcing him to approach challenges with creative ingenuity. The sword's ability to adapt to his breathing patterns intrigued him, converting residual mana into bursts of energy seamlessly. Checking his status window, Beck analyzed the sword's output, refining his techniques to fully harness its impressive yet demanding capabilities. Beck reflected on his progress, grateful for the 5th-place prize, which slightly boosted his strength and provided a vital weapon. Standing against the sunset, Beck resolved to practice tirelessly, knowing this sword would demand his dedication and reshape his path ahead. The grand hall of Stella Academy stood tall, sunlight beaming through windows as students gathered for their much-anticipated practical class. Professor Vedian addressed the class confidently, announcing that real magic training would finally begin, sparking excitement and nervous glances among students. "Spread out and ready your staves," Vedian's voice echoed, urging everyone to prepare. Students adjusted their posture, trying not to show hesitation. "Magic shield!" Vedian's instructions rang out as students channeled their mana. Blue energy glowed, rising into shimmering shields one by one. Observing the talented students, Vedian murmured to himself with pride, noting their potential. "It's good to know their skills early." Vedian's gaze shifted to the side, narrowing slightly as something, or someone, caught his attention. A curious glint flickered in his eyes. His focus landed on Beck Yuseol entering late. Whispers started among students. "Isn't that the commoner? The S-rank one?" Yuseol calmly walked in, his golden eyes reflecting the light. The very student who performed impossibly well in a past trial. Vedian frowned slightly, disliking Yuseol's unbothered demeanor. "Beck Yuseol, why aren't you participating?" His voice cut sharply, drawing everyone's attention. Useol casually shrugged, explaining in his usual calm tone, "I'm training a different defensive skill. Basic ones aren't necessary for me." Vadian raised an eyebrow, intrigued but skeptical. "Oh? You've developed your own defensive technique? Now that's something I'd like to see." Whispers spread quickly again. "How does a commoner S rank even create his own spell?" Doubt clouded the other students' faces. Rumors floated that Useol's only magical skill was blink. Vadian's curiosity deepened. "Then show us your technique," he said firmly. "Your opponent," Vadian gestured across the field. Useol turned, catching sight of a confident student stepping up, ready to spar. "Yes, B-class Morso will do just fine," Vadian remarked, his tone testing Useol's abilities. Students watched eagerly as tension filled the air. Useol's sharp eyes locked onto his opponent. The atmosphere thickened, his calm demeanor melting into a subtle, dangerous aura of confidence. "Are we doing this now?" The thought lingered. He smirked inwardly, unbothered by Vadian's provocation or the expectations from others. The platform awaited both duelists. Morso stepped forward with a determined look, eager to show off his skills against the mysterious Useol. Students watched intently from the stands, murmuring predictions. Morso radiated power, while Useol maintained his casual stance, hands tucked calmly in his pockets. "Let's see what you've got!" Morso's expression screamed as he tightened his grip on the staff. The duel was officially on. "What's he doing here?" The sudden realization spread among spectators. Useol being placed against Morso shocked students more than the duel itself. Useol scratched his head lazily, muttering to himself. It wasn't like he asked for this, but skipping wasn't an option. Morso's presence was infamous. From the first year, his aggressive magic dominated tournaments, leaving opponents battered and earning him his unshakable reputation. Across the platform, Useol's golden eyes twinkled slightly as he studied his surroundings. "Let's get this over with already," he thought. The duel began. Morso grinned menacingly as he surged forward, unleashing the culmination of his Earth-class training. This wasn't going to be easy. Vadian announced the duel's rules. Attack and defense turns only. Useol remained quiet while Morso immediately prepared his signature Earth magic spell. Morso charged forward, swinging his staff fiercely, the ground shaking slightly beneath his feet. His offensive magic promised to overwhelm defenses easily. Whispers broke out again. Morso's mastered attack spells. How could anyone defend against that? Useol's lack of reaction made them more skeptical. Useol tilted his head slightly, studying Morso's movement like it was a simple textbook example. He still hadn't shown any signs of concern. Vadian smiled faintly, raising his hand. "Ready?" he asked aloud, signaling the inevitable clash between Morso's fierce attack and Useol's secretive technique. Morso unleashed his second-rank magic, earth energy erupting as massive stones launched forward, shaking the entire arena with sheer force. Students gasped in awe at the raw power. "Second-rank magic," someone muttered, impressed. Morso's skills were clearly beyond their expectations. Useol stood calmly as the attacks surged toward him, his sharp eyes calculating. The air crackled with green and golden light. "He's finished," a student whispered. Yet Useol moved, effortlessly stepping aside, his expression unchanging as the destructive force missed him entirely. The ground shattered, and Morso roared with frustration, glaring at Useol. His overwhelming magic hadn't even grazed the calm, unshaken opponent. The entire crowd froze as Useol made his move, a flash of blue energy exploding from his fingertips like lightning. Useol dashed forward, his speed unmatched. He effortlessly weaved through Morso's magic, creating a breathtaking display of precise, flowing movements. Morso flinched, surprised, as Useol's presence overwhelmed him. With a single blink of motion, Useol closed the distance in seconds. Debris flew everywhere as Morso's attacks failed. Students watched in disbelief, mouths open as Useol gracefully deflected energy without even breaking a sweat. Vadian's eyes widened, seeing the shocking result. "How?" he thought. Across the room, Morso clenched his fists, unable to comprehend what happened. Morso froze, realizing something was wrong. His earth magic suddenly flickered and vanished midair. leaving him vulnerable, confused, and wide-eyed. Useol stood calmly, his figure barely moving. Morso's attack simply disappeared, as if erased by a force far beyond logic. Whispers spread quickly through the crowd. "His magic disappeared?" Students exchanged puzzled looks, trying to figure out what kind of skill Useol had used. Vadian watched intently, intrigued by the display. "It's a technique no ordinary mage can master," he thought, recognizing Useol's remarkable ability. Useol straightened his posture, a faint smile on his lips. "Bake Useol did that?" Someone murmured in disbelief as silence filled the arena. Useol grinned slightly, gripping his sword tighter. The duel was more challenging than he thought, but he welcomed the thrill. His calm exterior hid sharp calculations as he deflected magic. "It's doable," he thought, analyzing the flow of Morso's attacks. Morso roared, frustrated that his magic had been countered. His anger flared, and his next spell surged stronger, shaking the platform. Useol's eyes narrowed, noticing Morso's reckless approach. "He's pushing harder now," he thought, carefully planning his next step as tension escalated. Vadian praised Useol's defense aloud, though his tone hinted at a warning. "You can't rely on evasion forever," he advised knowingly. Morso's expression darkened, his mana swirling ominously. His next attack was brewing, energy crackling and warning everyone of its overwhelming scale. Silence filled the room as Useol prepared himself. He could tell this was no ordinary spell. Morso was aiming to end the fight. Vadian's comment lingered in the air. Useol sighed, frustrated that his teacher always knew when to make things harder for him. A low rumble began as magic circles appeared beneath Morso. Useol's golden eyes gleamed, focusing entirely on the destructive force forming. In an instant, the spell erupted. Rocks and green energy filled the space, hurtling toward Useol with speed and devastating power. Morso unleashed his final attack, confident this would break Useol. The ground quaked violently as massive stones shattered the arena floor. Useol moved. His form glowed briefly as he ducked and deflected with stunning speed, weaving through the chaos like an unstoppable force. Students gasped. "Isn't this too much?" someone whispered, worried about the sheer power of Morso's attack. Vadian watched intently but didn't intervene. Morso's triumphant smile spread across his face. "This ends here," he thought as the rocks converged, ready to finish Useol completely. Useol exhaled, eyes sharp and steady. With perfect precision, he cut through the chaos, his presence commanding as energy finally settled. Useol's blade glowed as he confronted the incoming attacks. His calm yet focused gaze revealed his determination to stay unharmed. Energy erupted around him, vibrant green waves bursting outward. Useol's precision and technique reflected his years of preparation for moments like these. Assessing his opponent's movements, Useol quickly recognized weaknesses. His quick thinking allowed him to execute flawless counter-strategies despite the chaos surrounding him. The field roared with energy, but Useol's calm demeanor disrupted the rhythm of his opponent's attacks, forcing them into defensive stances. With a swift strike, Useol gained control of the battle. His opponents staggered, their resolve shaken by his unexpected skill. The crowd watched, stunned as Useol deflected the strongest spells effortlessly. Each move radiated confidence, captivating his peers and instructors alike. Useol reflected on his technique. It wasn't just skill but adaptation that allowed him to block such overwhelming attacks effectively. His opponent's frustration grew evident. Observers whispered about Useol's abilities, noting his calm demeanor even when faced with seemingly impossible odds. With newfound resolve, Useol decided to experiment further. He applied a new strategy, proving his adaptability to unexpected battle circumstances. Useol's thoughts raced, planning his next move. Though outwardly composed, he understood that one misstep could turn the tide against him. His opponent activated a powerful spell, enveloping the arena in fiery energy. Useol's eyes narrowed, sensing the impending escalation in stakes. The professor watched with bated breath. Useol's reactions would determine his standing and highlight whether he was a true contender. With a surge of green energy, Useol pushed forward. His movements reflected mastery, each calculated step amplifying his advantage over time. The battle intensified, but Uziel's confidence didn't falter. His quiet determination silenced doubt, making each attack precise and overwhelming. A final clash illuminated the arena. Uziel's attack prevailed, leaving his opponent stunned and the crowd in awe of his brilliance. Jeremy froze, his sharp intuition sensing something unusual. The tension in the air hinted at a calculated challenge orchestrated deliberately. Observing Jeremy's hesitation, others grew curious. His cryptic response only deepened their intrigue about Uziel's impact on the current situation. Jeremy's words implied a strategic advantage. Uziel's calm yet calculating demeanor suggested he was unfazed by the tactics playing against him. The instructor's gaze narrowed, his frustration evident. Uziel's presence had disrupted his expectations, leaving him searching for a decisive advantage. Uziel's composure unsettled the professor. His patience spoke volumes, hinting at a deeper understanding of the game being played behind the scenes. The crowd whispered, awestruck by Uziel's brilliance. His victory was a testament to his adaptability and unwavering focus under pressure. Uziel's fluid movements captivated spectators. Each calculated strike reminded them that he wasn't just skilled, he was redefining their expectations entirely. The professor's scheme crumbled as Uziel overcame every obstacle. His expression betrayed frustration, knowing Uziel had outmaneuvered him once again. Spectators murmured about Uziel's skill, calling it far beyond a first year's capability. His performance demanded attention, inspiring both envy and admiration. Uziel's victory signaled more than success. It was a declaration of his capability. The professor's plans faltered under his unwavering confidence. Jeremy walked through the corridors, still reflecting on Uziel's unexpected success. His thoughts spiraled, realizing how far Uziel had surpassed expectations. The atmosphere darkened as the castle loomed. Tension built, signaling that something more sinister awaited within its towering walls. Chandeliers flickered ominously, reflecting the growing unease. Every corner of the castle hinted at secrets waiting to be unraveled by brave souls. Isekai'd stumbled inside, her breathing heavy. Blood and chaos surrounded her, yet her resolve pushed her forward to uncover the truth. Amidst the turmoil, Uziel emerged, his blade ready. Isekai'd felt relief but knew their challenges had only just begun. Jeremy stumbled forward, his breath uneven, as his pride battled against his growing realization of Uziel's unpredictable abilities and intelligence. The professor approached Jeremy, his tone sharp. He instructed, implying the urgency to stabilize the situation before things spiraled further. Jeremy reluctantly agreed, masking his unease. His loyalty wavered as he struggled to balance ambition with the professor's controlling expectations. Isekai'd observed from afar, her mind swirling with thoughts about trust, deception, and her place in the larger unfolding narrative. Reflecting, Isekai'd felt a deeper bond forming with Uziel. Trust, she realized, wasn't granted easily, but it grew with time. The royal hall's grandeur symbolized power. Jeremy's connection to the hierarchy hinted at deeper motives tied to his ambitious family. Jeremy stood under the red light, a solemn figure weighed down by the pressures of his noble heritage and expectations. Observing quietly, Isekai'd noted the tension within Jeremy. His facade was crumbling, revealing the fragile balance between ambition and loyalty. The academy's sprawling grounds reminded Isekai'd of her purpose. Every step taken here was toward uncovering her path and overcoming obstacles. Isekai'd recognized the challenges ahead, aware that alliances and rivalries would shape the future. Uziel, however, remained her unwavering constant. Whispers of Uziel's victory spread among students, sparking awe. His ability to outmaneuver Jeremy left everyone questioning their own limits. The lecture hall buzzed as the professor attempted to refocus the class. Discussions about Uziel's unexpected triumph quietly lingered on. Flame felt conflicted. While Uziel's success was impressive, the shadows of future challenges loomed over their fragile sense of security. The professor's sharp instructions reminded everyone that alchemy demanded precision. A single misstep could unravel even the most brilliant calculations instantly. Uziel's focus remained steady despite the attention. He prepared for the next task, aware that the professor was watching closely. The professor introduced the next potion challenge. The table shimmered with ingredients, and tension rose as everyone prepared to begin carefully. Flame stared at her station, determined. She hated being underestimated and planned to prove her skill with exceptional accuracy this time. Another student's smugness irritated Flame, but she focused on her work. She couldn't let distractions ruin her alchemy preparation. The professor reminded everyone of the task's precision, emphasizing mastery over recklessness. Flame nodded, confident that she could exceed their expectations. Jeremy glanced at Flame's steady work, noting her potential. Even the professor seemed intrigued by her consistent performance under pressure. Flame's smirk widened as her potion took shape. Her confidence grew, fueled by the rising energy of focused concentration around her. As her mixture glowed softly, Flame felt satisfaction. The challenge of perfecting this potion was exhilarating and showed her steady progress. Meanwhile, Useol observed quietly. He noticed how determined Flame was, silently rooting for her success without openly showing his support. Flame completed her potion, proud. She stood tall, her competitive spirit burning brightly. This was her moment to truly shine. Useol couldn't help but admire Flame's precision. He knew she was capable, but her growth impressed even him this time. Flame glanced at Useol's direction. She noticed his calm demeanor, slightly curious about how far ahead he already might be. Izel worked swiftly, but caught herself wondering about Useol's skills. He had this unshakable confidence that both intrigued and annoyed her. She noticed Izelel's steady progress nearby. Reluctantly, she admitted her peer was more talented than she initially thought, feeling a twinge. Izelel found intriguing engineering notes mid-task, her mind buzzing with inspiration. These discoveries seemed like key tools for future experimentation. Inspired, Izelel felt new excitement. Her passion for alchemy reignited, realizing there was always more to learn from unexpected sources. Izelel focused intently, crafting the potion with precision. The swirling blue aura highlighted her dedication, promising results that exceeded expectations. As the potion took form, Izelel's confidence grew. She could sense that this would demonstrate her growth as an alchemist. Flame observed Izelel's work with mixed feelings. Her curiosity piqued, wondering how Izelel managed such complex magic so effortlessly under pressure. Useol's adjustments to the potion drew attention. His unconventional methods often raised eyebrows, but the results were undeniably more potent than expected. The professor questioned Useol's deviation, examining the potion carefully. Despite its strength, it differed significantly from what was initially required. Baek Useol stood silently, his piercing gaze scanning the room. His unexpected mastery left everyone questioning their preconceived notions. Izel sensed something off, her thoughts racing as she observed Useol. How could he match her exact potion so effortlessly? Useol's precision unnerved the professor, who belittled commoners. His critique shifted the atmosphere, making Izel's memories of her family resurface painfully. The professor's words echoed, striking a personal chord with Izel. Her emotions wavered, though Useol's calm demeanor hinted at hidden intentions. Memories of Izel's past hardships flashed. Useol seemed intent on shielding her from repeating history, an act of quiet determination. The professor's words sharpened. Izel felt the room's tension, but Useol's focus remained unwavering, silently supporting her as challenges unfolded. Useol's actions reflected an understanding beyond expectation. Izel's past tragedies shaped her resolve, but his presence softened the weight she carried. Thoughts raced as Izel questioned Useol's motives. His protective nature seemed deliberate, but his mysterious restraint left her wondering why. Observing from afar, Useol anticipated the professor's next move. He sought to keep Izel shielded, while tackling subtle classroom rivalries. Izel's confusion deepened, her gaze on Useol lingering. His unwavering composure amidst chaos sparked admiration and curiosity about his true intentions. The tension heightened as Useol prepared his next step. The weight of expectations grew, but he embraced it confidently. Weeks passed, and Useol's efforts didn't go unnoticed. His quiet leadership transformed doubts into trust, fostering teamwork among his peers. Izel found solace in Useol's guidance. Despite past challenges, his actions showed that support could exist even without explicit promises. As Useol continued to excel, whispers of his unique strategies spread. His knack for solving problems drew both admiration and envy. Useol's interactions with the professor revealed mutual respect disguised in critique. Both knew the challenges forged resilience, but lines remained unspoken. Useol's focus on growth inspired those around him. Izel watched, silently vowing to match his dedication in overcoming personal barriers. Useol's gaze unnerved the professor, who underestimated him. A notification confirmed progress, revealing an analysis of the brewing conflict ahead. Useol stayed composed, interpreting every subtle cue. His ability to adapt within layers of complexity became evident to those observing closely. The professor's confidence grew as he observed the students' work. His satisfaction masked an underlying tension regarding hidden variables at play. Useol considered the stakes, analyzing past failures. He visualized outcomes, each scenario sharpening his strategy to ensure no missteps this time. The moment shifted to focus on Izel, who was destined for a challenging arc tied to her latent powers. Useol knew the academy was a stage for deeper schemes. He pieced together clues, foreseeing the significance of their progress. Izel's hidden potential tied her fate to dark forces. Useol observed, determined to redirect her course and protect her future. The weight of prophecies lingered over them. Useol recognized the growing tensions and sought to uncover the truth behind the whispers. The professor's demeanor changed subtly, signaling his awareness of something brewing. Useol remained vigilant, knowing each interaction carried more than lessons. Useol's determination grew. As the stakes increased, his focus remained clear, driven by a need to shield Izel and uncover secrets. Useol acknowledged his low rank, but knew it didn't define him. His actions carried purpose, pushing beyond expectations in each task. Doubts crept among the group, but Useol's calm leadership instilled trust. He saw the exam as another stepping stone. The exam demanded collaboration. Useol evaluated his peers' strengths and weaknesses, ensuring everyone contributed effectively, despite lingering fears about their performance. Izel's quiet resolve reflected her belief in Useol. His presence reminded her that success didn't rely solely on individual strength. The group united under Useol's guidance. As pressure built, their determination became clear. Failure was no longer an option they entertained. Useol introduced himself with a composed smile. Izel and the others followed, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie before their task began. The group analyzed their task's difficulty, realizing Professor Meizen's high expectations. Despite this, Useol encouraged determination, knowing giving up wasn't an option. As the team reflected on the challenging requirements, Izel's resolve solidified. She silently vowed to face the practical exam confidently. The castle stood imposing, its grandeur highlighting the significance of their test. Izel prepared herself, knowing many eyes would judge them. Useol's calm strategy reassured the group. They drew strength from his quiet leadership, ready to face whatever the alchemy exam demanded. Izel pointed out that Meizen couldn't control their grades alone. This lifted spirits, and the group resolved to give their best. Encouraged by Izel's determination, the team regained focus. For her, this task was more than academic, it was deeply personal. Useol's quiet encouragement kept everyone motivated. His leadership gave Izel a sense of purpose as they embraced the challenges ahead. As the team prepared, Useol emphasized gathering ingredients with care. Each member felt the weight of contributing to their shared success. Useol's confidence set the tone. Izel found herself inspired, ready to play her role despite the daunting task at hand. Useol directed their efforts, assigning the fire lizard task with calm authority. The team understood its importance, nodding with newfound confidence. Izel volunteered, trusting her instincts. Useol's assurance pushed her to believe in her ability to handle this critical responsibility. As the group finalized plans, Izel quietly admired Useol's leadership. His composed guidance reminded her that their success relied on trust. Useol secretly prepared to assist if things went wrong. His cautious nature ensured the group's efforts wouldn't end in failure. Useol was summoned by the professor. The meeting promised new challenges, but his focus remained on securing the team's success. The professor devised a sly plan, instructing the assistant to sabotage Team 12. His smirk revealed his malicious intentions clearly. The assistant, hesitant but obedient, accepted the task. Tension hung in the air as the exam's stakes quietly escalated. The alchemy exam demanded perfection. Failure before official alchemists would seal Yuseol's fate, pressuring him to exceed all expectations. The professor's focus narrowed on Yuseol. His thoughts betrayed a calculated scheme to push the student beyond his breaking point. Confidence oozed from the professor's stance. He believed his tactics would expose Yuseol's weaknesses, oblivious to the boy's growing resilience. Yuseol stepped into the training field, his focus unwavering. An unexpected message redirected his plans, raising questions about hidden agendas. The messenger handed Yuseol a note, its contents cryptic. He sensed underlying motives but calmly nodded and continued forward. The message carried warnings, excluding Team 12 from crucial updates. Yuseol's mind raced, piecing together a strategy to counteract this ploy. As he walked away, Yuseol reflected on the escalating challenges. Each step tested his ability to remain focused and strategic. Yuseol's quiet determination masked his growing awareness. His peers remained unaware, trusting him to lead them through the subtle sabotage. Flame examined the note's implications. Her unease grew, suspecting a trap aimed to undermine Yuseol's preparations for the practical exam. Her thoughts turned toward Yuseol's knowledge of events. She questioned whether his familiarity with the narrative could navigate them safely. The note detailed the fire lizard task, but hints of deception surfaced. Flame hesitated, sensing more than just academic pressure. Flame clenched her fists, deciding to act despite her fears. Trusting Yuseol, she resolved to ensure their team stayed prepared. The challenge ahead loomed large, but Yuseol's silent leadership gave Flame courage. Their teamwork would prove crucial against mounting obstacles. Yuseol's stoic demeanor masked his calculated thoughts, while Flame clenched her fist, ready to prove her worth against rising challenges. Yuseol felt the pull of magic as the warp activated, transporting him to the mysterious Dararival station. The warp tunnel left Yuseol slightly dizzy. He steadied himself, shaking off the disorientation of magical travel. Emerging from the warp, Yuseol was greeted by an unfamiliar voice welcoming him to the grand station. The station's grandeur caught his attention. People bustling about whispered about the prestigious Stella cadet who had just arrived. Yuseol adjusted his uniform. Despite being a cadet, the weight of expectations mirrored those of full-fledged mages. Yuseol noticed the awe in the crowd's eyes, their murmurs making him feel slightly self-conscious about his uniform. Amidst the stares, he remained composed. The Stella cadet insignia carried an unspoken promise of potential and excellence. A mage approached, offering help if needed. Yuseol appreciated the gesture, nodding politely while keeping his thoughts to himself. Familiarizing himself with Dararival, Yuseol began mastering warp routes. It wasn't easy, but Stella's teachings prepared him for anything. As days passed, the knowledge Yuseol gathered confirmed his suspicions. The city, though vast, had consistent patterns he could leverage. Yuseol reflected on the danger of unprepared adventurers. Facing flame beasts was inevitable, yet survival demanded skill and quick thinking. He recalled early battles against weaker monsters, perfecting his technique. The creatures seemed challenging then, but taught him valuable lessons. Yuseol ventured deeper into the forest, blade ready. A faint rustling hinted that something or someone was watching his every move. His grip tightened as he scanned the area. The dense forest offered no visibility, but his instincts warned him of danger. Yuseol's sword gleamed as he prepared for a fight. Steps approached rapidly, each moment heightening his sense of impending conflict. Yuseol locked eyes with the beast, its glowing red gaze filled with malice, warning of an impending deadly encounter. The forest erupted with movement as Yuseol dashed forward. His instincts sharpened, each step calculated to outmaneuver the charging beast. A flash of light surrounded Yuseol, signaling his mastery of blink. He vanished mid-stride, reappearing in a strategic position. The beast roared, its fiery aura intensifying. Yuseol's blade gleamed, meeting the creature's attack head-on with precision and skill. The creature fell with a final shriek, Yuseol standing triumphant. His calm demeanor concealed the adrenaline coursing through him. Uziel surveyed the aftermath, scanning the forest for any lingering threats. Each encounter was another test of his growing abilities. He approached the fallen creature, examining its remains for useful materials. Uziel's resourcefulness ensured nothing in the forest went unused. Got one, he thought, reflecting on the battle. These challenges, though grueling, built the foundation for his survival and strength. Uziel readied his blade again, knowing this was just the beginning. The forest seemed alive, pulsating with unseen threats. His resolve strengthened as he pressed onward. Each victory prepared him for greater challenges, with no time to dwell on fear. Uziel paused in a clearing, catching his breath. The serenity of the forest belied the danger lurking within it. He collected rare herbs, their properties vital for potions and enhancements. Every ingredient carried potential for both survival and growth. A gentle breeze carried whispers of the forest, guiding him toward an unexpected encounter with a fellow traveler. A silver-haired figure appeared, their gaze curious yet calculating. Uziel knew their presence could mean either ally or potential danger. The figure smiled faintly, breaking the tension. "You have a sharp eye for ingredients," they remarked, studying Uziel's gathered materials. The group finalized their preparation, confidence radiating. Uziel felt the weight of teamwork as they prepared for their next challenge. In the alchemy hall, students gathered as instructors set the stage. An air of seriousness signaled the start of something significant. The instructor emphasized the exam's importance. Success today wasn't just a grade. It was a step toward becoming a skilled alchemist. Instructions echoed through the room. The mention of a complex potion made hearts race, anticipation building for the trial ahead. The test began, each student pouring focus into their work. Uziel stayed composed, knowing precision would determine the outcome. A sudden revelation spread confusion. The professor clarified the potion task, leaving students scrambling to confirm they had correct materials. Uziel frowned, realizing his preparation didn't match the updated exam requirements. Adapting quickly became as crucial as completing the task. Izel hesitated, worried their plan was doomed. Uziel reassured the group, urging focus and trust in their collective capabilities. The professor's sharp gaze didn't waver. He silently noted the students' reactions, gauging how well they could handle unexpected challenges. Uziel adjusted his tools, recalling lessons learned. The unplanned circumstances felt eerily familiar, yet his confidence held steady against the odds. Doubts surfaced among his peers. Izel questioned Uziel's resolve, yet his quiet focus seemed to assure everyone success was possible. Improvise, Uziel thought, skillfully mixing new combinations. The potion's glow hinted at progress, despite the original formula being abandoned entirely. Silence enveloped the room as the potions neared completion. Each group worked tirelessly, hoping their creations met the professor's high standards. The professor surveyed the results, his expression unreadable. He called out, ready to declare whether their efforts met his expectations. Team 12 braced themselves. Uziel's determination was evident as he prepared to tackle the seemingly impossible potion challenge. The professor announced the task confidently, leaving no room for negotiation. Uziel reassured his team, trusting his adaptability and resourcefulness. Uziel stepped forward, calmly addressing the challenge. He promised a more efficient potion using unconventional ingredients, captivating both peers and instructor. The professor's smirk hinted at skepticism. Uziel stood firm, knowing his creativity had always set him apart in difficult situations. With unwavering confidence, Uziel declared their potion would surpass expectations. His team hesitated, but decided to follow his lead. The core ingredient description filled the air. Uziel analyzed the professor's words, contemplating an alternative approach to ensure their success. The spider's scales were powerful, yet Uziel opted for fire lizard tail, believing it provided untapped potential for enhancement. Skepticism surrounded Uziel's plan. The professor watched intently, sensing a chance to test the boy's unconventional yet promising approach. As time ticked away, Uziel methodically worked. His calm composure inspired trust, even as doubt crept into his team's minds. The task's 1-hour limit heightened the pressure. Uziel's steady leadership made his team believe they could defy expectations together. Tension filled the room. The ingredients glowed as Uziel combined them, carefully orchestrating each step to create something extraordinary. Doubts persisted, but Uziel's unwavering focus silenced hesitation. His team marveled at his ability to lead under immense pressure. "Trust me," Uziel's confident demeanor seemed to say. The team pushed forward, embracing his vision despite the daunting circumstances. The potion began to shimmer, its energy promising success. Uziel felt the room's eyes on him but remained composed. With the final ingredient added, the potion stabilized. Uziel knew their work wasn't just complete, it was revolutionary. The team's determination sparked excitement as Isel voiced her desire to succeed. Their collective resolve set the stage for action. Uziel adjusted his glasses, a confident smile forming. "Let's show them," he thought, preparing to guide the group forward. The alchemical circle shone brightly, illuminating Beck's desk. He leaned closer, deciphering its mysteries through sheer determination. Alchemy wasn't just a hobby for Beck, it was his passion, a means to understand the world's hidden complexities. He meticulously recorded every recipe, no matter how trivial, filling notebooks with details only he could truly appreciate. Among the recipes was the coveted formula for Turnpoint Potion Type E, something even experts considered impossible to recreate. Beck realized its value instantly, knowing this potion could change lives, granting extraordinary powers to those who dared use it. Explaining the potion's key ingredients, Beck gestured toward his classmates, highlighting the peculiar scales that played a vital role. "The lizard tail and spider scales complement each other perfectly," Beck muttered, sketching their synergy on parchment with precision. The Alakar tribe's unique techniques to process rare blood vessels fascinated Beck. Their tradition intrigued him more than he admitted. Beck offered to demonstrate, his confidence surprising his classmates. They nodded, eager to learn from his knowledge of this arcane craft. With focus, Beck carefully prepared the materials, weaving his skillful understanding of alchemy into a display that stunned his peers. Beck handed the finished product to the professor, suppressing a smile. The bright, glowing potion shimmered under the sunlight. "This is the Turnpoint Potion Type E," Beck explained. The professor's surprise was evident as he examined it closely. Classmates whispered in awe, marveling at Beck's skill. Even those skeptical of him earlier couldn't hide their admiration anymore. "They're better than I expected," the professor finally remarked, acknowledging Beck's mastery in a moment that solidified his reputation. Beck glanced at his classmates, realizing this was only the beginning. Together they would explore the limitless potential of alchemy. The observers, shrouded in robes, were stunned. They couldn't believe Beck and his group had successfully crafted the potion. The lead researcher scoffed, doubting the possibility. Years of work perfected by students? Impossible, they thought, examining the vial skeptically. A slow grin spread across their face. "Turnpoint Potion took me years. There's no way they completed it effortlessly." Gathering themselves, they decided to test the potion. Confidence exuded as they approached the group with an air of authority. A flash of light erupted as the potion's true potential awakened, shocking the crowd and leaving everyone in awed silence. The glowing potion pulsed with energy. "What's wrong?" another observer asked. The researcher couldn't hide their astonishment at its brilliance. "It's incomplete," they admitted reluctantly. "But even without the final components, it's more effective than anything I've seen before." Beck's team exchanged triumphant glances. Their work wasn't perfect, but they'd achieved something extraordinary, surpassing even seasoned alchemists. The gathered scholars marveled at the potion's craftsmanship, acknowledging the students' incredible skills. Whispers of amazement rippled through the crowd. Tension escalated as one researcher, unable to contain themselves, demanded the potion for further inspection, desperate to uncover its secrets. Grabbing the potion, the researcher examined it closely. Their hands trembled as they realized the craftsmanship exceeded their wildest expectations. "This formula uses mechanisms I'd never considered," they muttered. "It's flawless, a textbook turn-point potion with enhancements I never imagined." Doubt crept in. How could students create something superior to years of professional work? The thought was maddening and humbling. Determined to maintain authority, The researcher masked their envy with a smile. "Impressive," they said, withholding the praise they secretly felt. Yet as they gazed at the potion, one thought haunted them. This generation might just surpass everything they'd ever known. The professor considered disqualifying Beck's team but hesitated, knowing the potion's quality was undeniable despite minor missing components. After inspecting the potion further, the professor concluded, even an A+ wouldn't be enough for this team's achievement. Another teacher interjected, reminding the professor of their responsibilities. Their tone carried a warning not to let jealousy cloud judgment. Frustrated but cornered, the professor muttered under their breath, resenting the older staff for forcing their hand on the grading. Finally, with a reluctant nod, the professor announced, "Team 12, you've passed," leaving Bake and his team beaming with pride. Bake's team erupted in celebration. "We did it!" they cheered, basking in their well-earned victory and newfound recognition among peers. Yet, shadows loomed as the professor, lost in thought, muttered ominously, "Just you wait, Baek Yusol, this isn't over." A notification appeared, stating the professor's hostility toward Beck had increased, foreshadowing challenges that would test him further. Outside, battles unfolded. Students practiced fiercely, honing their skills and preparing for future trials that would determine their magical destinies. Bayek, observing from afar, resolved to grow stronger, knowing the challenges ahead would require ingenuity and unyielding determination. The end of the day left everyone exhausted. "Finally done," sighed a student, stretching sore muscles after rigorous lessons. "Going to school at this age is tiring," muttered an older student, earning a reassuring pat from a friend nearby. A conversation revealed admiration for the princess's rapid progress. Even among prodigies, her growth was alarmingly fast, they noted. Glancing at Beck from a distance, some whispered in awe of his achievements, recognizing him as a rising star among them. The sun set over the academy, its golden glow marking the end of another chapter in their unpredictable journey. A student contemplated their growth, acknowledging how soon their abilities might rival even the most skilled practitioners at the academy. Observing others' progress, they considered Baek Yuseol's potential role in their development, realizing his influence extended beyond expectations. A group reflected on the strange dynamics of the alchemy exam, recalling how unprecedented challenges seemed to align with Baek's actions. Professor Mazin loomed in their thoughts, his mysterious aura adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding events at the academy. Questions swirled about Baek Yuseol, his knowledge of situations unknown to even seasoned experts, leaving classmates suspicious of his background. Another student pondered Baek's true nature, wondering if he carried knowledge of the future, altering events to ensure success. Their suspicion deepened. Baek wasn't just talented, his actions hinted at a hidden purpose, driven by memories of another timeline. Speculation spread that Baek's insight stemmed from an unusual source, sparking intrigue and uncertainty among those who observed his rapid progress. A text revealed a powerful being who once wielded immense energy, suggesting Baek's connection to an ancient force of immense strength. The sheer scale of this power awed everyone, leaving the question of whether Baek had inherited its legacy or forged his own. A student approached Baek's classmates, curious about his achievements, and asked pointed questions about his demeanor and interactions. Their inquiry hinted at unease, though no one could quite pinpoint why Baek's presence felt so uniquely impactful. They probed deeper, subtly revealing their growing fixation on Baek, though others seemed hesitant to entertain the suspicions. Baek's name lingered in every conversation, an undeniable force shaping relationships and rivalries within the academy's competitive environment. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that mirrored the lingering doubts about Baek's mysterious rise to prominence. Flame nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the subtle tension surrounding Baek Yuseol's growing influence and the questions left unanswered. Turning away, she let out a sigh, realizing Baek Yuseol seemed to know things only she could understand as well. She paused in the hallway, gathering her thoughts. Dwelling on uncertainties wouldn't suit her strong personality, she resolved confidently. Flame decided it was time to confront Baek Yuseol directly, eager to share her thoughts and uncover his hidden truths. In the glowing afternoon light, Useol stood outside the towering academy walls, feeling the weight of an unfinished challenge. Flame approached Useol with a gentle smile, thanking him for always listening despite the chaos surrounding their everyday struggles. As Flame turned away gracefully, Useol raised his hand slightly, unable to find the right words to express himself. The distant footsteps echoed across the stone pavement, leaving Useol standing silently as thoughts swirled in his conflicted mind. Lowering his gaze, Useol clenched his hand, wondering why he hesitated to speak, haunted by an unspoken burden within. The sun dipped below the horizon as Useol murmured to himself, determined to confront the shadows lurking within. A swirling emblem emerged as the Academy's name etched itself into the heavens, signaling the start of a new chapter. The next day, the Academy was alive with chatter, but Useol sat quietly, sipping tea as his thoughts deepened. His friends laughed nearby, but Useol remained withdrawn, gazing at the table, his mind restless with growing uncertainty. Now what? Useol sighed, analyzing every step carefully. Facing challenges ahead felt daunting, especially without fully understanding his hidden potential. In a dark realm of shifting colors, Flame's aura illuminated the void, revealing 3 key players entangled in fate. Among the figures was Jackie, Flame's closest ally, her confident smirk hiding a secret resolve to face destiny. Another figure emerged, Ashwang, their presence pulsing with menace. Useol's breath quickened, realizing the clash between light and shadow. Lastly, He Wonryang appeared, their calm expression masking a storm of power. Useol feared what their involvement might bring. Back in the classroom, Useol sighed, knowing that keeping He Wonryang uninvolved was critical to avoiding catastrophe for everyone. Useol observed Flame closely, noting her steady determination and realizing she might be the one to untangle this enigma. "Who are you really?" Flame's composed demeanor faltered momentarily, but her eyes remained sharp, seeking an answer from him. Useol walked alongside Flame, their footsteps echoing as a heavy silence settled between them under the blue afternoon sky. Stopping abruptly, Flame turned, her tone firm. "You didn't explain yourself last time. Your identity remains unclear to me." Useol frowned slightly, scratching his head. He sighed, wondering why this persistent question always placed him in difficult situations. Flame's stare deepened, her aura shifting. Useol felt a strange unease as her presence seemed to demand absolute truth. Her words carried weight, a subtle command pulling Useol closer to an inevitable revelation hidden within his fragmented memories. As the world around blurred, warnings flashed in Useol's mind. Sharing his secret would likely jeopardize their entire mission. The crimson energy crackled ominously as Useol struggled to grasp its meaning, realizing the danger Flame's inquiry might unleash. Useol, gripping his temples, sighed again. His decision was clear now, though it would bring challenges he wasn't ready for. Turning toward Flame, Useol finally spoke. "I'll answer, but first I need to understand your reasons for seeking this knowledge." Flame hesitated briefly, lowering her gaze. "The future's instability is why. I must ensure this world doesn't collapse entirely." Useol nodded, slightly relieved. If her goal aligned with his, perhaps working together could uncover answers to their shared questions. Flame's calm voice cut through the air. "This question isn't new. Why do you seem to avoid your truth, Useol?" His golden eyes glinted as he looked away, muttering to himself, "Because the truth might destroy everything we're protecting." Useol suggested they keep things vague, hoping it would suffice. Flame, however, wasn't convinced and stared at him intently. With a sudden outburst, Flame declared, "Don't lie!" Her frustration echoed, catching Useol off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned in place. Struggling to respond, Useol wondered how someone so kind could harbor such intensity. His silence spoke volumes to Flame's persistence. Flame, attempting to clarify her own uncertainty, admitted a strange sense of unease she couldn't quite explain to herself. "You're not sure?" Useol echoed internally. Flame's vulnerable tone surprised him, showing cracks in her otherwise composed and confident demeanor. Useol admitted he simply wanted to live, his voice soft but resolute. The confession made Flame pause in thought. Flame's widened eyes revealed shock as she pondered Yuseol's simple yet profound statement about wanting nothing more than to survive. A faint smile crossed Flame's face as she decided to act first, her determination reigniting despite the conversation's ambiguous nature. Suddenly, Yuseol felt an ominous force enveloping him. He struggled against it, questioning why Flame seemed untouched by the chaos. A shadowy presence loomed, demanding answers. Yuseol's mind raced as it threatened to unravel his secrets in an instant. Yuseol remembered Haonriang's warnings, piecing together fragmented clues. Something wasn't right, but Flame seemed unaffected by the strange events. "You're telling me to believe that?" Yuseol muttered, his skepticism thinly veiled as he tried to ground himself. Despite everything, Yuseol regained his calm and reassured Flame. "That should be enough for now. Let's focus forward." Haonriang lowered his gaze, admitting he'd asked a pointless question, though his words carried a tinge of regret. Yuseol waved it off lightly, reassuring Haonriang that overthinking wasn't necessary. The tension between them softened slightly. With a calm farewell, Haonriang walked away, leaving Yuseol pondering the fragile sincerity hidden in his stoic demeanor. Watching him leave, Yuseol considered how even Haonriang, always cold and composed, could reveal cracks in his exterior. As the moonlight bathed the academy, Yuseol's unease deepened. Something felt off, like a storm silently brewing nearby. In her study, Melis flipped through her notes, struggling to concentrate. A sense of restlessness tugged at her thoughts. With a frustrated sigh, Melis closed the book, realizing her focus wavered. The day's events still lingered heavily in her mind. She glanced out the window, her sharp eyes narrowing as Baek Yuseol entered the room, his steps deliberate and calm. "Baek Yuseol," she began, her tone firm but curious. "I have questions." Her persistence carried the weight of her intellect. Yuseol met her gaze evenly, sensing her intrigue. Her question regarding his quick thinking lingered between them like an unsolved puzzle. "The first part was improvised," Yuseol admitted, his honesty catching Melis off guard as her analytical mind began to churn. A glimmer of understanding passed through Melis. For a moment, she saw the brilliance Yuseol carried, despite his seemingly ordinary nature. Memories flooded Melis as she recalled her determination to succeed, driven by an unshakable belief in her own abilities. She had always thought perseverance would triumph, yet meeting Yuseol made her question her unwavering confidence for the first time. With newfound resolve, Melis clenched her fists, her competitive spirit reigniting. She decided to test her theories against Yuseol's unpredictability. Flames roared vividly in Melis's memory as she recalled the injustice done to her father, a betrayal igniting her fury. Determined for vengeance, Melis vowed to unearth the truth, driven by the weight of her family's tarnished honor. Clutching her head, Melis struggled to suppress her anger, realizing she needed focus to channel her emotions into action. As the night deepened, Melis resolved to push herself harder, her determination burning brighter beneath the moonlit academy. The towering academy rested quietly under the vast sky, its grandeur untouched, as sunlight poured softly over its walls. Baek Yuseol woke to the sight of the peaceful horizon, bracing himself for another day of uncertain challenges ahead. A gentle breeze swept through the dormitory, carrying a whisper of something familiar that stirred emotions buried deep within. A girl lay awake, her thoughts lingering on an unspoken connection, a memory of someone who had reshaped her path. She stepped into the courtyard, determined to uncover the truth behind Baek Yuseol's elusive presence in her life. A brilliant light enveloped Baek Yuseol, swirling with ancient magic, as time seemed to halt and possibilities unfolded before him. The heat of flames surrounded him, reminding him of the cost he would face should he choose to alter destiny. Flashes of familiar faces and moments emerged in his mind, treasured memories that could disappear with a single, irreversible decision. With resolve in his heart, Yuseol moved forward, accepting the burden of rewriting the world despite the cost to himself. The world trembled as time fractured, and an unseen force aligned, signaling the start of an uncertain but necessary journey. The shattering brilliance gave way to calm as the flow of time reset, revealing a world untouched by past struggles. The girl stood silently beside Isekai, their presence together a symbol of hope as magic swirled in harmony around them. As the dawn broke, Isekai looked to the horizon, knowing their actions had rewritten fate, but at great cost. In the stillness that followed, the echoes of forgotten deeds faded, leaving only a shared understanding between two unwavering souls. Together, they turned toward the rising sun, stepping into a future they had reclaimed, determined to forge a new story. Isekai reached out, his hand brushing against old parchment, as though holding on to remnants of a forgotten promise. The realization struck, his thoughts spiraling. What if everything was interconnected, a larger scheme he had yet to understand? Flames stirred in her room, jolted awake by the arrival of someone she had been avoiding for days. The visitor waited impatiently outside, his presence commanding attention, as Flame reluctantly prepared herself to meet an unavoidable confrontation. Stepping into the corridor, Flame braced herself for the encounter, her thoughts racing faster than her reluctant footsteps allowed. Outside the academy gates, the mysterious figure lingered, his intent unreadable as shadows lengthened around his imposing silhouette. Flame hesitated briefly, clutching her robe tightly, gathering the courage to approach someone she wished to avoid entirely. The stranger's eyes scanned her with precision, his demeanor unyielding yet oddly familiar, as he awaited an answer from Flame. Flame struggled to explain her absence, her words faltering, as she felt the weight of expectation pressing against her resolve. The figure nodded silently and turned to leave, his departure leaving a lingering tension that filled the quiet courtyard. Isekai's mind drifted back to the stranger's words, pondering their significance as he pieced together fragments of cryptic memories. Flame stood frozen, staring after the departing figure, conflicted by an inexplicable sense of relief mixed with lingering dread. Across the academy grounds, whispers of the encounter began to spread, each version warped by speculation and hushed assumptions. Flame resolved to uncover the truth behind the encounter, knowing she could no longer evade the secrets haunting her past. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Flame walked away, her silhouette blending into the encroaching night, determination fueling her steps. Flame reflected on her strained relationship with Haonime, feeling invisible despite her attempts to stand out in his world. Memories of countless fleeting interactions haunted her, each one overshadowed by his inability to even recall her name. Meanwhile, Isekai prepared for a mysterious gathering, where the truth of their struggles began to interlace with hidden intentions. Haonime remained deep in thought, his calm demeanor masking a growing realization of what Flame and Isekai truly represented. As Flame lingered in the courtyard, uncertainty grew, the weight of unspoken emotions and unresolved history threatening to overwhelm her. A sinister presence observed from the shadows, its thoughts brewing with disdain toward those blinded by their own egos. The imposing academy tower stood as a symbol of excellence, its halls bearing witness to countless rivalries and brewing tensions. In his office, Professor Michael reflected on a past failure, his pride shaken by an unexpected defeat from a student. With renewed determination, Michael resolved to re-establish his authority, secretly vowing to uncover hidden truths to solidify his position. Behind closed doors, whispers of betrayal emerged, each revelation threatening to unearth deeper secrets that could reshape the Academy's foundation. Michael's confident facade cracked momentarily, revealing an internal struggle as he questioned the true motives of those around him. A single mistake haunted his thoughts, the consequences of which spiraled far beyond what he had initially understood. The council's whispers grew louder, their trust in Michael waning as doubt spread like wildfire among the ranks of scholars. In the midst of chaos, an unseen player began pulling strings, quietly shifting the narrative to suit their personal agenda. As the tension rose, shadows deepened within the academy, hinting at a hidden danger that threatened to consume them all. Professor Michael gazed at his grand invention plans, his mind ablaze with the potential to revolutionize alchemic magic forever. A stack of documents teetered dangerously as an overwhelmed assistant struggled, barely balancing the weight of the professor's relentless ambitions. The assistant stumbled, papers scattering everywhere, their chaotic fall a reflection of the overwhelming tasks assigned to him daily. Isekai stepped in calmly, offering a helping hand, easing the assistant's stress while gathering the scattered pages. Isekai surveyed the disorganized room, muttering to himself how chaotic things had become under Michael's ambitious but impractical vision. Isekai studied the chalkboard filled with intricate formulas, his sharp mind catching details the professor's assistants might have overlooked. Recognizing the complexity, he pointed out a specific diagram, sensing its potential for a breakthrough despite its cryptic structure. The assistant, standing nearby, quietly explained its origin, crediting Professor Michael's relentless experiments that often bordered on dangerous innovations. Isekai noted the unfamiliar formula, realizing it could be linked to forbidden techniques capable of reshaping fundamental alchemic principles. The atmosphere grew tense as the revelation loomed, uncovering the risky extent of Michael's experiments hidden behind academic curiosity. Flames roared in Isekai's imagination as he envisioned the true scale of Michael's potential, a dangerous gamble with uncontrollable results. The chalkboard diagrams hinted at theories intertwining forbidden magic, alchemy, and raw destruction, a volatile mix veiled in academic genius. Isekai pieced together the formula, understanding its implications, a reckless endeavor that might unleash more than Michael could ever control. Elsewhere, Michael stood in a crimson-lit room, orchestrating his plans, oblivious to the storm brewing around his reckless ambitions. The faint glow of fire reflected in Michael's determined gaze as he muttered about advancing magic, no matter the price. The laboratory glowed ominously as the machinery roared to life, signaling the beginning of an experiment that carried unimaginable risks. Altalacia stood by, her focus unwavering despite her rising doubts, knowing the consequences if this delicate balance tipped the wrong way. Isekai analyzed the diagrams, considering what Altalacia might do next to control the growing instability threatening to consume the lab. The assistant hesitated before speaking, proposing a bold idea to defy Professor Michael's ambitions and prevent catastrophe from unfolding entirely. Altalicia's smirk hinted at a mischievous plan forming in her mind, a daring method to undermine the professor's unchecked power. Altalisia, deep in thought, wonders aloud if revenge could be her path forward, envisioning a refreshingly unique approach. Isekai stands silently, his gaze steady, unsure of how to navigate this intense suggestion, but intrigued by her determination. Altalisia admits her limited role as an assistant, feeling constrained by her status and fearing the consequences of failure. She proposes an ambitious idea: surpass Professor Mason, becoming a master alchemist renowned across the academy and beyond. Isekai smiles, inspired by Altalicia's resolve, thinking no one could dismiss her talent once her brilliance shines through. Altalicia's face brightens as the idea of surpassing Mazen fills her with hope and excitement for the future. Isekai reflects on Altalicia's exhaustion, realizing her frustrations stem from the endless tasks assigned to her in isolation. Altalisia harbors a grand dream of designing groundbreaking inventions, longing for a chance to transform her vision into reality. The narration highlights her raw talent, hinting at the immense potential waiting to be unlocked if given proper support. Isekai silently resolves to help Altalisia, knowing she possesses the drive to achieve greatness if given the chance. Altalisia lights up with energy, determined to tackle her challenges head-on and prove her worth as an alchemist. Isekai offers her quiet reassurance, confident that together they can break through the barriers keeping her dream out of reach. They walk together, discussing their aspirations, the shared determination visible as they envision a brighter, more fulfilling future ahead. The academy looms large, a daunting reminder of the challenges to overcome, yet also a symbol of untapped opportunities. Altalicia's conviction grows as she vows to pursue her ambitions, leaving behind the constraints of her assistant role forever. Isekai observes Flame's progress, impressed with her steady stream of inventive ideas, though he notices gaps in her theoretical understanding. He reflects on the challenge ahead, knowing he must guide Flame to the solution before Professor Mason claims the breakthrough. Yuseol walks aimlessly, lost in thought, until Flame's teasing snaps him back, reminding him to focus on the present moment. Flame jokingly calls Yuseol an old man, her casual demeanor masking her appreciation for his quiet support and encouraging presence. Despite the banter, Yuseol feels closer to Flame, realizing their shared goals are slowly fostering trust and mutual understanding. Flame mentions Jackie, sparking curiosity in Yuseol, who wonders about the connection as she subtly hints at an unspoken concern. Jackie's involvement, however mysterious, seems to carry implications Flame feels strongly about, leaving Yuseol slightly on edge but determined. Yuseol watches Flame closely, her guarded words hinting at hidden layers of vulnerability that he hasn't yet fully unraveled. Reflecting on Flame's mental state, Yuseol resolves to keep an eye on her, especially as Jackie's influence becomes clearer. Together, they prepare for a hunting trip, the tension mounting as Yuseol anticipates the trials awaiting them in the forest. Yuseol contemplates the ominous atmosphere surrounding Martavis Cemetery, their destination, where answers and dangers are sure to collide. As the cemetery looms in the distance, Yuseol steels himself, determined to protect Flame and uncover the secrets within. The shadowed gates of the cemetery evoke an eerie stillness, every step forward weighed down by the unknown challenges ahead. Flame follows closely, her resolve unwavering despite the foreboding air, knowing this journey could define the course of her ambition. Together, they face the dark entrance, their shared purpose driving them to push past fear and seek the truth. A storm of swirling energy filled the horizon as Yuseol walked forward. Dark skeletal forms emerged from the depths, unyielding. Shadows twisted into skeletal soldiers as violet light pulsed around them. The atmosphere vibrated with power, growing more foreboding by the second. The paperwork felt mundane compared to the chaos he had witnessed before. His leave form rested on the desk, unnoticed at first. The instructor barely glanced up as Yuseol waited, calm despite the tension in the room. His departure felt almost ceremonial in silence. The soft rustle of papers seemed deafening. Yuseol watched the ink dry, each letter marking his separation from normal academy life. Piles of forms lay scattered as more students submitted requests to leave for their own small adventures. Yuseol's form seemed insignificant. Outside, students laughed as they discussed events and gatherings, unaware of the path Yuseol had chosen in stark isolation. The light-hearted excitement in the academy halls contrasted with his quiet focus. Each step took him farther from trivial distractions. Observers glanced toward him as he walked away. His demeanor unsettled them, not because he left, but because of how purposeful it seemed. Despite their curiosity, the truth remained hidden behind Yuseol's steady gaze. No one followed, and no one dared to ask why. The soft hum of distant winds carried the scent of old ruins. The mansion stood like a grim monolith in the fog. A chilling quiet wrapped around the entrance as Yuseol passed through the ancient gates, his senses sharp and ready. From the shadows, monstrous figures stirred, their skeletal frames crackling with strange energy. They advanced like phantoms bound to their purpose. Yuseol's pace never wavered as their claws reached out. He had seen this before. He knew the pattern well by now. The moment felt stretched in time as power surged within him. His focus narrowed to the critical strike that would end everything. The crash of debris echoed as Kauf sprinted toward the commotion. His expression shifted between irritation and disbelief at the unfolding mess. Kauf's frustration was palpable as he tried to assert control. His exasperation only grew when the chaos showed no sign of stopping. Fair Dian observed the mayhem calmly, her quiet demeanor contrasting with Kauf's loud attempts to manage the situation. Fair stepped forward, her presence a quiet reminder of stability. Kauf's antics drew curious stares but earned no sympathy from her. The group slowly settled, drawn to the natural leadership of Fair. Though skeptical, their nerves eased as they regrouped cautiously. Fair's composure helped maintain order, but the unease in the air remained. Acel hesitated before speaking, sensing something was amiss. A sudden spark of light caught everyone's attention as Asel's energy surged. The noise startled some, but it grounded her resolve. She approached the group with steady steps, her intentions clear. Her calm acceptance of danger made her presence feel reassuring. In the distance, a pulse of raw magic echoed, a beacon of looming conflict. It was a reminder of their shared purpose. The air shifted as the magic dissipated. They exchanged uneasy glances, knowing full well this was only the beginning. With cautious steps, the group began their trek forward. The path ahead grew darker, shadows lengthening as the forest deepened. Yuseol adjusted his pace beside the others, noticing Isel's watchful eyes. He felt the weight of her unspoken questions. A rustling in the distance caught everyone's attention. A pale figure with familiar features emerged, sending chills through the air. Recognition struck instantly, an encounter long avoided, now unavoidable. Yuseol's mind raced as he prepared for what might come next. The sight before them confirmed their fears. Honje Daeon and Flame were here, and nothing about their arrival felt coincidental. Isel's eyes locked onto the scene, a battle over a rare predat fish. The tension between groups felt thick and hostile. The giant fish lay between them, its shimmer dull under the moonlight. Risk level 9 creatures weren't easy to claim. Isel observed the escalating argument, wondering if stepping in would be wise. Chaos thrived when tempers flared over rare finds. Her gaze drifted toward the sky as if hoping to avoid recognition. She had no intention of meeting familiar enemies. Crimson eyes shimmered beneath silver hair. Memories of betrayal resurfaced as another figure approached, a shadow tied to dangerous past alliances. A sudden shift in the air silenced the argument. The group turned as Yuseol stepped forward, commanding the scene effortlessly. His stance wasn't aggressive, but his presence alone calmed the brewing storm. The juniors hesitated, unsure of what to expect. Yuseol's calm demeanor was deceiving. Each word, though measured, carried an unmistakable weight of authority that demanded immediate attention. The uneasy silence broke with a quick step forward. No one wanted to show weakness, but even fewer wished to challenge him. The shadows along the ground trembled as faint tremors began. Unbeknownst to most, something below the surface was waking. A sudden crack split the silence as skeletal fingers pierced through the ground. The air thickened with the scent of decay. The group's expressions shifted from tension to horror. They hadn't expected the ominous resurgence of the undead beneath their feet. Isel felt a chill crawl up her spine as more skeletal warriors emerged. Their glowing eyes pulsed with violet malice. Even Fair's usual composure faltered for a moment. The skeletal army multiplied at an alarming rate, driven by an unseen force. Yuseol's eyes narrowed as the horde advanced. There was no time for hesitation. The battle for survival had officially begun. The silent graveyard loomed ominously as Yuseol stood before a weathered monument, its inscriptions obscured by time and nature's wear. Blue panels of light appeared before him, announcing his progress. Each notification felt like a step closer to mastery. Corpses of defeated beasts surrounded him, their lifeless forms a testament to the struggle. Yuseol quietly longed for stronger magical abilities. Yuseol surveyed the battlefield, reflecting on his journey. Despite his progress, he felt the weight of the challenges ahead. In the distance, a ruined castle emerged from the mist. Its silhouette hinted at secrets waiting to be uncovered. The ancient ruins stood before Yuseol, emanating an eerie aura. This was the destination he had sought with relentless determination. As he approached, the inscriptions on the stone came alive, resonating with energy. A trial awaited inside these walls. Yuseol's mind raced as the panels warned him of impending challenges. He steeled himself, knowing hesitation wasn't an option now. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Shadows began to twist, forming grotesque shapes, a clear sign of enemies drawing near. With a resolute step forward, Yuseol accepted the trial. The notification confirmed it. A dangerous battle had officially begun. A skeletal general emerged from the darkness, its glowing eyes burning with malice. Yuseol's heartbeat quickened at the sight. The red glow of the monster's aura signified immense danger. Yuseol knew a direct fight would lead to immediate death. Strategizing quickly, Useol planned to outmaneuver his opponent. This battle wasn't about strength. It was about skill and precise timing. The skeletal general lunged, its claws slicing through the air. Useol narrowly avoided the attack, adrenaline fueling his every movement. With calculated precision, Useol launched his counterattack, exploiting the enemy's openings. Victory wasn't certain, but he wasn't planning to fail. The skeletal general collapsed, vanquished by Useol's precision. The battlefield went quiet, as if the world held its breath. Victory confirmed, Useol steadied himself. The weight of leadership sank in as he accepted his newfound authority over the fallen. His focus sharpened, but exhaustion showed in his eyes. With no time to rest, he took one final deep breath. Nearby, shadows stirred, revealing new enemies emerging from the ether. Their violet glow pulsed ominously as they closed in. Encircled, Useol raised his blade again, stepping forward without hesitation. He knew they would need to fight their way through. Izel's presence lit the battlefield like a beacon, her power manifesting in waves as she supported Useol and the group. The sight of her defying the enemy stirred memories for Useol. She wasn't supposed to be here in this version. As the memory clashed with reality, unease settled within him. He quietly wondered what changes had caused this divergence. Useol signaled for the team to hold their ground. A rescue request had been sent. It was a race against time. The skeletal horde thickened as their time dwindled. Useol remained calm, though even he knew they were cutting it close. Flame's fire magic surged, forcing back the skeletal swarm. Her precision kept them at bay as the others regrouped behind her. "This place is cursed," Useol thought as the endless tide of undead swirled. Staying longer meant drawing even more enemies. The group moved cautiously but swiftly. Even the smallest mistake would leave them overwhelmed by skeletal hands. One student froze as a skeletal warrior lunged toward them. A scream pierced the night, but an icy wave intercepted. Useol's counterspell slammed into the enemy, shattering it into fragments. He glanced back, relieved that they hadn't lost anyone yet. Izel's gaze softened as she noticed the exhaustion in Useol's stance. Despite the chaos, his determination shone through the fatigue. The skeletal horde regrouped as a dense aura pulsed in the distance. This wasn't a random attack, it was orchestrated. A surge of mana spread across the battlefield like a ripple. The necromancer's magic formed a domain, amplifying their minions' power. Izel assessed the situation calmly, but concern grew in her eyes. She knew this battle wasn't just a simple defense anymore. More enemies gathered as time dragged on. Useol's blade shimmered, ready to break through the summoned forces with sheer precision. The skeletal mages raised their staffs, dark runes swirling around them. The oppressive aura grew stronger, making breathing difficult. Useol stepped forward, his stance unwavering. He needed to disrupt the ritual before the skeletons transformed into something more deadly. The blue glow of Useol's magic flickered as he struck, shattering the skeleton's formation. Bones scattered across the battlefield. Kauf's fiery swing collided with an approaching enemy, protecting Useol's blind spot. The sound of clashing magic filled the air. Sparks danced as magic crackled. Useol's attack faltered mid-cast. The backlash of energy sent a shockwave rippling across the field. Useol winced as the disrupted spell backfired, tendrils of blue light spiraling uncontrollably. His grip tightened despite the searing pain. A blinding flash erupted as mana rebounded. Izel's eyes widened as the shockwaves surged, threatening to engulf their entire group. Flame's voice cut through the chaos as she reached out. Her instinct told her the unstable magic could end everything. Blue and red mana collided, forming a swirling vortex. The tension was palpable as each second felt like a countdown to disaster. Useol's breathing slowed as he refocused his energy. He knew if this unstable spell detonated, they wouldn't survive unscathed. The unleashed energy erupted in streaks of blue light, crackling wildly as Useol gritted his teeth. The battlefield trembled under immense power. The field darkened as skeletal figures surrounded Fair. Their glowing eyes locked onto her, emitting a suffocating sense of impending doom. Fair struggled to keep her composure, but the mana reserves were almost depleted. Every movement felt slower, heavier, and more desperate. The odds worsened as her thoughts spiraled. She questioned if this was where her journey would end, a cruel inevitability. A sudden shift occurred. The skeletons paused mid-attack as though frozen in time. Confusion filled her mind amid the silence. Turning slightly, she saw something in the distance. A figure stood tall against the chaos, commanding the scene with ease. Yuseol's steady approach emanated calm control. Fair stared in disbelief as the once unstoppable skeletons hesitated, their coordination faltering visibly. He advanced, exuding an aura of dominance that suppressed the undead. Each step felt deliberate, calculated to disrupt the necromancer's control. Fair couldn't comprehend how Yuseol's power had grown so quickly. Skeletal warriors, no longer a threat, scattered with eerie precision. Her gaze fell on the towering skeletal general in the distance. Its malevolent energy was overwhelming, its presence nearly suffocating. Yet the general stood lifeless, defeated by Yuseol alone. The sheer strength required left Fair both awed and deeply unsettled. The crimson sky reflected the remnants of a brutal battle. The skeletal general's fallen body radiated faint sparks of fading power. Fair's thoughts raced. She knew skeletal generals were leagues above ordinary enemies. To defeat one solo required almost unimaginable strength. Yuseol stood calmly amidst the devastation, his expression unreadable. The battlefield, now still, felt like it existed in another world. The realization hit her. Yuseol's true capabilities far exceeded expectations. His unassuming demeanor concealed powers that rivaled even the Academy's greatest talents. The skeletal army dispersed, leaving only silence and questions. Fair felt a mix of relief and unease, unsure what to trust. Yuseol emerged from the battlefield, bloodied but victorious. The lingering energy in the air still crackled from the intense battle. Fair could barely believe her survival. Relief washed over her as she realized she still had a chance to live after all. The dawn broke gently over the horizon, bathing the battlefield in a soft glow as if signifying a fresh start. Izel and the others regrouped with Yuseol, their faces a mix of exhaustion and awe. His strength had shifted their fate. How did you defeat the skeletal general alone? The question lingered in the air, filled with disbelief and gratitude alike. Yuseol wiped sweat from his brow, his calm gaze betraying nothing of the effort it took to win the fight. With the group gathered, Yuseol outlined a new plan, his eyes narrowing at the looming threat of the necromancer's forces. The mention of the boss made the group uneasy, but Yuseol's confidence sparked a faint hope in their weary hearts. Kaof stood alongside Yuseol, nodding resolutely. The necromancer's influence near the base camp couldn't be ignored if they wanted to escape. The only option was clear, to take down the necromancer directly. Anything else was just delaying the inevitable and risking everything. Yuseol explained the necromancer's strength. Though their magic was formidable, their physical body was weak. If they could reach it, victory was possible. The plan seemed dangerous, but time was slipping away. With each second, more soldiers gathered under the necromancer's dark influence. Izel and Fair exchanged glances, their resolve strengthening. Even against overwhelming odds, this was their best and only shot at freedom. The battle strategy was simple but precise. Yuseol emphasized the importance of coordination, knowing that even one misstep could cost lives. The group steeled themselves for the final push, knowing that success meant survival, and failure meant becoming another of the fallen. Yuseol takes a deep breath, realizing the pressure is immense, but he knows his team's trust means everything now. His companions glance at each other and nod, deciding that it's better to fight together than to let fear break them. A foreboding sight of a barren, lifeless wasteland fills the horizon, and the path ahead looks like a gate to despair. Hidden in the shadows, the necromancer observes them with twisted satisfaction, savoring the arrival of new prey to test his power. The necromancer mutters under his breath about his obsession to create the strongest skeleton mages who would finally crush all opposition. For 7 years, the necromancer amassed forbidden magic, pouring every drop of his mana into his skeletal army's resurrection ritual. A massive crypt lies beneath him, filled with over 100 lifeless skeletons that seem ready to rise at his command. With a grin, he vows that his name will no longer be mocked, and that he will prove his supremacy. Suddenly his senses flare. He feels something strange, a disruption in the mana field that he cannot trace or understand. His eyes widen in frustration. Did something disrupt the summoning? He wonders, gritting his teeth as he turns to reassess. A blinding blue light cuts through the darkness, spiraling toward him like an unstoppable force surging from the heavens. The necromancer barely raises his staff in time, watching the blast strike the outer skeleton guards like lightning splitting a tree. The impact causes a ripple across the battlefield, sending skeletal remains flying and shaking the necromancer's defensive barrier. His protective spell weakens. Fine cracks appear across the shield's surface, showing that his strongest defense may no longer hold. Useol's determined gaze pierces through the chaos as the necromancer shouts in rage, refusing to be defeated so easily. Flames burst into the sky as a powerful explosion shakes the battlefield, scattering Useol's enemies like leaves in a fierce storm. The skeletal creatures, animated by dark magic, claw at the ground, their fractured bones glowing ominously under the dim light. Useol braces himself, holding his staff tightly, and a surge of magic courses through him, illuminating the shadows surrounding the necromancer. The necromancer narrows his eyes, sensing Useol's intent, and whispers a curse meant to unravel his opponent's focus. Useol's comrades emerge from the fading mist, their combined presence sending a clear message: they weren't going to fall without a fight. The necromancer, grimacing with impatience, channels chaotic mana into his palms, forming swirling orbs of destruction that crackle with violent energy. Pulsating waves of dark magic sweep outward, reanimating a squad of skeletal warriors who rise, trembling with newfound strength. A glowing array appears above the necromancer, enveloping his skeletal army in a protective aura meant to resist even the strongest spells. With blood dripping from the side of his mouth, the necromancer mutters an incantation to boost his army's defense against the intruders. His eyes sharpen as Useol steps forward, his expression calm but determined, as the battlefield begins to twist under the pressure of magic. Useol focuses as light crackles around him, creating an intricate network of golden energy, forcing the skeletal army to slow their march. The necromancer raises his hand, shouting commands to his warriors, urging them to hold their ground as they resist the pressure. The skeletons close the distance with ruthless speed, their hollow eyes glowing eerily as they clash with waves of radiant energy. Despite their efforts, Useol's radiant force shatters the closest group, sending shards of bones flying across the desolate landscape. A final burst of light surges upward, breaking through the necromancer's defensive shield and leaving him exposed for the first time. Useol stood confidently, eyes glowing with determination. His calm smile unsettled his opponent, who couldn't hide his growing fear. Useol appeared in a flurry of smoke, leaping into action, his sharp gaze locked on the shadowy opponent below. The cloaked figure froze, as Useol's sudden arrival caught them off guard, confusion and suspicion flickering across their hidden expression. "I kept an eye on everyone," thought Useol, recalling moments of stealth where his blink ability revealed critical movements. As the figure adjusted their posture, Useol realized the source of their strength: a towering skeletal warrior summoned to fight. With a crackling energy blast, the skeletal general erupted into motion, its bony hand swinging an enormous sword toward Useol. Useol dodged swiftly as the skeleton's sword smashed into the ground, debris scattering everywhere in a chaotic burst. The cloaked figure recoiled, coughing up blood from the force of an unseen blow, their weakened state now fully exposed. Breathing heavily, they clutched their side, muttering how they underestimated the Academy's forces and the oddity of Useol's power. Useol stood steady, his blade shining as an aura surrounded him, questioning internally the raw intensity radiating from his stance. His gaze softened as he lowered his sword slightly, puzzled by the strange mix of tension and serenity enveloping the scene. With the fiery battlefield behind him, Useol remembered tales of stronger warriors defending the weak, wondering if he measured up. The towering skeleton loomed over Useol, who contemplated running but stood firm, gathering courage despite his self-doubt about his strength. Suddenly the figure stumbled, struggling to maintain their summoning spell. Yuseol's intuition recognized this critical moment to strike decisively. The skeletal general shattered into pieces as its summoner collapsed, exhausted from overusing forbidden techniques without the proper preparation. Yuseol exhaled deeply, his mind still racing with questions about his purpose, the mysterious figure, and the powers he wielded. Yuseol clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. Despite the overwhelming odds, his determination surged as he whispered, "I can." Clouds parted, revealing a battlefield bathed in golden light. The tension thickened as shadows loomed closer, their shapes foreboding and massive. Azel joined the fray, her eyes burning with resolve. She whispered her enchantments, summoning radiant energy to counter the encroaching darkness. Azel's voice rang out with urgency, her power flaring. She couldn't allow hesitation. The stakes of failure were impossibly high. Her gaze met Yuseol's, their unspoken alliance forming in that moment. Both prepared to fight for a fleeting chance of victory. A massive explosion of violet energy erupted, scattering the enemy forces. The sheer force left Yuseol awestruck but resolutely steadfast. Isel's voice reached Yuseol's ears, her words sharp yet laced with concern, fueling his will to face impossible odds. The battlefield shimmered as Yuseol leaped forward, brandishing his sword against overwhelming power, trusting instinct and strategy to guide him through. Energy crackled around him as he activated his trump card. Light and shadow collided in a dazzling display of pure might. The skeletal general's towering frame shattered as Yuseol's precise strike connected. The battlefield fell silent for a brief, breathless moment. A golden barrier erupted as Yuseol countered an ambush. His experience with such tricks kept him one step ahead of danger. The cloaked figure lunged desperately, but Yuseol dodged nimbly, his movements fluid. This wasn't a fight he intended to lose. Yuseol revealed a secret vial, prepared for just this moment. "These potions dissolve bone," he mused, shattering the enemy's plans. The skeletal army crumbled in cascading bursts as Yuseol's potions took effect, turning the tide in his favor. With a final defiant cry, the cloaked figure fell. Yuseol stood victorious, his mind already racing with questions about the next challenge. The skeletal general collapsed into vapor, leaving the cloaked figure seething with rage. Their scream echoed across the desolate battlefield. Violet energy erupted as the figure unleashed Bone Pierce, a deadly attack aimed straight at Yuseol with immense precision. Yuseol sidestepped the blast narrowly, his sword glowing as he prepared to exploit the opening created by the reckless move. With a cry, the figure charged, but Yuseol countered with a decisive strike, the battlefield glowing with clashing energy fields. "Now!" Yuseol shouted internally, seizing the moment to channel his final blow, his movements swift and methodical against the chaos. The cloaked figure smirked as the battlefield distorted, unveiling an ominous trap. Yuseol's focus shifted, realizing the sudden danger. Panic surged in Yuseol's chest, but he steadied himself, scanning for weaknesses in the figure's confident yet fragile stance. The floor shattered beneath him as he evaded another trap, countering with a calculated strike aimed at the figure's core. Blood splattered as Yuseol sustained an injury mid-counter, his determination unwavering despite the setback and the searing pain. Gritting his teeth, Yuseol assessed his wound and resolved to push forward, convinced he could still turn the fight around. The cloaked figure taunted Yuseol, their sneer widening. They raised their staff, preparing for a spell meant to end it all. Yuseol steadied himself, analyzing the figure's overconfidence. He noticed cracks in their defense, subtle but crucial openings he could exploit. Even weakened, their rank matters, Yuseol thought, eyes sharp. His blade rose as he calculated the risk of his next move. He slipped a vial from his belt, a fiery potion, and tossed it at the figure's feet, igniting a searing blaze. Flames consumed the area as the figure staggered, their cloaks scorched. Yuseol advanced, seizing the advantage to deliver a decisive strike. Yuseol wiped sweat from his brow, analyzing the figure's weakening stance. "If I strike now, I can end this." The cloaked figure staggered, panting heavily. Yuseol's sharp instincts noticed their fatigue, and he prepared his blade for one last attempt. "My plan hinges on precision," thought Yuseol, his eyes narrowing. He visualized the perfect strike that could exploit their vulnerability. Despite exhaustion, Yuseol smiled. "I've come this far. One more move and this battle might finally be mine. The battlefield felt silent, the tension unbearable. Useol lunged forward, channeling all his remaining strength into a daring final assault. The figure countered with a ferocious swing, their weapon glowing ominously. Useol barely dodged, his heart racing from the close call. Useol stumbled but recovered quickly, his resolve unshaken. He couldn't afford hesitation, knowing the figure's attack was meant to end him. Keep moving, he thought, dodging another strike. The figure's laughter echoed as they taunted him, feeding their own overconfidence. Useol gritted his teeth, feigning retreat. Let them believe I'm cornered, he mused, ready to capitalize on their recklessness. As Useol regained his stance, the figure's smug grin widened, unaware of the silent resolve burning within their opponent's gaze. Useol's energy waned, but his spirit burned brighter. He whispered a mantra, drawing strength from within to continue his fight. The figure's laughter grew louder. They raised their weapon high, certain of their victory, basking in premature triumph. Useol clenched his fists, shifting into a defensive position. Just a bit more, he thought, awaiting the perfect opening to counter. The figure lunged with a brutal strike, but Useol sidestepped gracefully, their attack missing by a hair's breadth. Eyes blazing with determination, Useol locked his gaze on the figure, promising himself this fight would end on his terms. Useol observed the battlefield carefully, his opponent struggling to stay upright. The golden energy around him grew steadily brighter, pulsating. His weapon shimmered, reflecting his determination as he prepared a final move. Every motion carried the weight of impending victory. The cloaked figure swayed, their body showing signs of exhaustion. Despite their attempts to resist, their strength rapidly drained away. The air thickened as Useol advanced, golden arcs of energy slicing through the tension. The figure flinched, their guard weakening further. A surge of golden light burst forth, enveloping the battlefield. Useol's strike radiated power, leaving his opponent helpless against its force. The explosion of light illuminated the battlefield, scattering shadows in every direction. The energy rippled outward, shattering the figure's defenses. Useol's body tensed as the overwhelming energy coursed through him. The strain was immense, but he pressed forward with unwavering resolve. The cloaked figure dropped to their knees, their dark aura fading. The remnants of their power dissipated into the atmosphere. All summoned skeletons began to crumble, their forms disintegrating into dust. The battlefield shifted from chaos to an eerie stillness. As the dust settled, observers noticed the once overwhelming skeletal army fading completely. The oppressive energy in the air vanished. From a distance, allies watched the aftermath, relief washing over their faces. The battle's intensity left them in stunned silence. The energy in the air softened, and survivors began to process their unlikely survival. Gratitude replaced fear as hope returned. Useol knelt on the ground, exhausted from the battle's toll. His body ached, and his mind demanded much-needed rest. Golden light still lingered faintly in the sky as the battlefield grew quieter. Peace seemed fragile yet tangible once again. The academy loomed in the distance, a reminder that victories were temporary. Useol prepared himself mentally for the trials ahead. A senior mage observed Useol and the group, his expression stern. The aftermath of the battle left tensions lingering. The mages gathered in the clearing, their postures reflecting exhaustion. Rules were reiterated, ensuring no leniency even after their efforts. Useol stood silently, acknowledging the rules. His performance in battle was acknowledged, but fairness demanded adherence to strict academy standards. A faint sense of recognition passed through the crowd. Useol's contributions during the battle earned quiet respect from his peers. The senior mage concluded his evaluation, promising Useol due rewards for his bravery, reinforcing that courage would never go unnoticed. Useol adjusted his posture, still feeling the strain in his legs. Resting seemed necessary after the intense physical and mental effort. He glanced across the courtyard, taking note of the stillness. The battlefield's chaos was replaced by an unfamiliar calm. Izel approached with a calm demeanor, her presence catching Useol's attention. She moved gracefully, her expression thoughtful and resolute. The two exchanged a glance, their mutual acknowledgement of the battle's toll evident. Izel carried herself with subtle determination. The weight of their shared experiences lingered in the air. Gratitude replaced words as understanding flowed effortlessly between them. Izel pondered quietly, reflecting on her struggles and triumphs. Her thoughts wandered, considering what could be achieved with enough determination. Usail remained pensive, contemplating the path he had taken. Each step forward required resilience in the face of relentless challenges. Izel's inner resolve grew stronger. She quietly vowed to improve, understanding that perseverance would shape her abilities over time. Her memories of the battle replayed vividly, each moment serving as a reminder of the strength required to overcome obstacles. The stars illuminated their surroundings, symbolic of the hope they carried. Both prepared themselves for the journey still ahead. Izel stood calmly, reflecting on Usail's words. They carried a weight of sincerity, leaving her feeling oddly reassured despite everything. The acknowledgement of her efforts felt foreign but comforting. She hadn't expected such recognition from someone who had faced countless battles. Izel's mind wandered to the silent observations that had followed her. The notion of being watched stirred mixed emotions within her. A faint warmth crept into her expression as realizations settled in. Someone had noticed her struggles amidst the chaos. The concept of miracles lingered in her thoughts. She pondered the depth of what they had achieved together in that battle. Usail walked away, his steps steady but tired. He reflected on the moments that led to this peaceful yet complex outcome. Izel watched him leave, her gaze lingering as thoughts clouded her mind. She wrestled with the significance of their interactions. Memories of her past haunted her briefly. She remembered her struggles, always being labeled as a shadow of betrayal and disgrace. Yet, Usail's words resonated deeply. He had acknowledged her strength, breaking through barriers of doubt that had clouded her self-perception. Izel turned toward the horizon, her heart lighter than before. For the first time, she felt a genuine sense of hope. The grand hall buzzed with activity, filled with anticipation. It seemed the Academy had prepared an elaborate event for their recent success. Usail entered the hall, his eyes scanning the crowd. He noted the overly formal setup, feeling slightly out of place. The gathering of dignitaries from the Magic Tower and faculty felt excessive. He couldn't help but think it was unnecessary grandeur. As the ceremony proceeded, Izel stood nearby, her vibrant demeanor contrasting with Usail's reserved nature. Her excitement was evident to everyone. Usail couldn't help but smile faintly. Despite the chaos and challenges, moments like these reminded him of their shared victories. Izel glanced across the room, her expression unreadable. She processed her thoughts quietly, distancing herself from the ongoing formalities. The atmosphere grew serious as a senior mage called for order. The gathered students shifted their focus toward the podium with anticipation. Recognition was announced for those who bravely fought against the dark forces. The hall resonated with murmurs of admiration and pride. A ceremonial tone filled the space as the headmaster approached the stage. The weight of tradition and achievement was palpable. The hall's design amplified the gravitas of the event. Each student stood in silence, reflecting on their individual contributions. Usail stood among the students, his thoughts racing. The headmaster, a renowned figure, prepared to deliver the Academy's highest commendation. The headmaster's aura exuded authority, his presence both intimidating and awe-inspiring. He represented centuries of accumulated magical mastery and wisdom. Memories of past triumphs and failures flashed through Usail's mind. The significance of standing in this moment wasn't lost on him. The headmaster initiated the ceremonial spell, a breathtaking display of magical artistry that symbolized both power and the Academy's rich legacy. Usail felt the weight of expectation pressing on him. His resolve hardened as he recognized the magnitude of this moment. The headmaster's gaze swept across the hall, settling on Usail briefly. His intense scrutiny felt like a trial in itself. Usail clenched his fists subtly, sensing the immense power emanating from the headmaster. It was unlike anything he had felt before. The headmaster's presence commanded absolute attention. His words, when spoken, carried a tone of finality that left no room for doubt. Usail's mind raced with determination. Despite the immense pressure, he refused to falter. This was a moment he couldn't squander. A subtle nod from the headmaster concluded the ritual. Useol exhaled slowly, realizing this was only the beginning of greater challenges. The headmaster's smile carried a hint of pride as he addressed Useol, recognizing the perseverance that led to this moment. Useol glanced at the headmaster, confusion flickering in his eyes. The cryptic remark lingered, leaving him with unanswered questions. The ceremony concluded as the academy grounds basked in sunlight. Students dispersed, each carrying the weight of their unique experiences. Useol examined the desk where his rewards were displayed. The envelope gleamed under the light, symbolizing a well-earned accomplishment. He noted the 1 million credits included as recognition. With this, financial concerns would no longer hinder his future pursuits. Another reward, the Pose vessel, caught his attention. Known for its magical properties, it was considered invaluable among powerful artifacts. Useol envisioned the vessel's potential uses, particularly for creating a personal space. Transporting important items would become far more manageable. He reflected on the teamwork during the mission, grateful others had entrusted him with additional rewards to improve his capabilities. The system screen displayed his options for additional rewards. Each choice seemed vital, urging Useol to carefully evaluate his next decision. He mulled over the benefits of upgrading his blink skill, recalling moments during the battle when it had proven essential. Useol realized how much the recent challenges exposed his weaknesses. Strengthening himself now would prepare him for future encounters. Memories of narrowly escaping danger fueled his resolve. The blink skill's utility had been critical, motivating him to enhance it further. He selected the upgrade, watching the system confirm his decision. His confidence grew as he prepared for what lay ahead. Useol's thoughts lingered on his unique position. Unlike others, his approach relied on strategy and resourcefulness to achieve remarkable results. He analyzed his progress so far, identifying areas to optimize. Efficiency and precision would be key to thriving in the future. The system notified him of the upgrade's success. His blink skill was now enhanced, offering greater flexibility during battles. A golden aura surrounded Useol momentarily as the enhancement process finalized. The energy revitalized his spirit, readying him for new trials. Clenching his fists, Useol felt a renewed sense of purpose. The recent battle had shaped his resolve to overcome any obstacle. Useol stepped out of his room, pondering the day ahead. His next focus shifted toward Iseul's training session. The academy tower stood tall against the clear sky. Inside, students prepared for meditation exercises to deepen their magical insights. The meditation class began, guiding students through a journey into the abyss. Silence filled the room as focus took over. Iseul sat quietly, her hands folded. She closed her eyes, centering herself while the energy around her subtly shifted. A calm determination settled in Iseul's expression as she immersed herself, unaware of the small ripple she created within the energy. A gentle glow appeared above Iseul's head, unnoticed at first. She opened her eyes, surprised by the luminous shape forming. The instructor called her attention to the blue crystal hovering above. It shimmered softly, pulsating with an unfamiliar magical rhythm. Iseul tilted her head, confused. She hadn't consciously summoned the crystal and pondered its sudden and precise manifestation. The crystal fragments floated gracefully, radiating energy. The students around her watched in awe, captivated by the unexpected and serene spectacle. Doubt filled Iseul's mind as she examined the crystals. She hadn't used techniques, leaving her unsure how this happened. Iseul's thoughts spiraled. Her confidence wavered, wondering if her unusual skill development had been foreseen by someone else entirely. She reflected on recent events, recalling the advice given to her. Every detail now felt intricately connected to her progress. The meditation class concluded as students filed out. Iseul remained thoughtful, holding on to the insights from her mysterious experience. Sitting outdoors, Iseul unwrapped a golden bun from the cafeteria. The small moment of peace helped her process the day's events. She smiled faintly, grateful for the unexpected growth. Challenges ahead still loomed, but her heart felt lighter than ever before. Iseul sat quietly, enjoying her snack under the serene sky, her thoughts wandering to recent events and unresolved questions. A fellow student approached with a cheerful demeanor, breaking the calm. He seemed eager to engage her in casual conversation. He asked Izel if she had joined any clubs yet, his tone light but carrying a hint of persuasive interest. Izel hesitated, unsure of his intentions. The casual offer masked an undertone of ulterior motives she found hard to ignore. She considered the implications of his invitation. Her instincts told her his friendly demeanor concealed a more self-serving agenda. Izel reflected on past interactions, recalling how often others sought to exploit her position for their personal gain or status. She recognized his subtle attempts to align with her, feigning sincerity. A quiet resolve within her began to take shape. The student insisted his intentions were genuine, promising benefits if she joined his club. His words carried an unsettling intensity. Izel's gaze sharpened as she sensed the power dynamics at play. The interaction felt more calculated than she had anticipated. A faint unease settled over her as she questioned his persistence. His intentions seemed more strategic than friendly in nature. Izel's thoughts swirled with doubt as she weighed her response. Accepting could complicate her path. Refusing might bring unforeseen challenges. Her mind flashed with vivid imagery of tangled alliances and uncertain outcomes. The stakes of her decision suddenly felt immense. A flicker of defiance sparked within her. She resolved not to be swayed by external pressures, no matter their origin. Izel gripped her snack tightly, grounding herself. Her determination to navigate her choices independently reaffirmed her strength in this moment. She took a deep breath and prepared to respond, her confidence unwavering. The power to decide was hers alone to wield. A sudden strike broke the calm as a figure appeared, their intervention creating a ripple of surprise among the group. Izel blinked in confusion, trying to process the abrupt turn of events, unsure of how things escalated so quickly. The golden-haired student looked equally startled, his confident demeanor momentarily faltering under the unexpected interruption's intensity. Another student emerged, radiating energy, their presence commanding attention. Their smirk carried a hint of mischief as they stepped forward. Izel felt an odd mix of relief and apprehension as she tried to understand the newcomer's motive behind their bold entrance. The intervening student addressed the group, their words pointed and sharp. The atmosphere grew tense as the focus shifted entirely toward them. Izel noticed the golden-haired student's mask slip slightly, his composed exterior revealing a flicker of annoyance at being called out. The newcomer's assertiveness left no room for doubt. They grabbed Izel's arm, urging her away, leaving the golden-haired student speechless. Izel stumbled as she followed, unsure of what just transpired. The other students watched silently, tension lingering in the air. The golden-haired student stood still, his eyes narrowing as he processed the unexpected challenge to his authority within the group. The newcomers sighed as they stopped, releasing Izel's arm. Their tone softened, shifting to one of reassurance and quiet confidence. Izel looked at them, puzzled, as they casually dismissed the incident as necessary to prevent further complications from arising. They explained the golden-haired student's persistence, and how their actions might save her from future annoyance and potential misunderstandings. Izel nodded hesitantly, absorbing their reasoning, though part of her still questioned their true intentions and abrupt method of intervention. With a quick farewell, the newcomer walked off, leaving Izel to process the whirlwind of events that had just unfolded. Arendelle stood silently, lost in thought. She pondered her actions, wondering if her choices had disrupted the natural course ahead. A gust of wind blew gently as Arendelle stepped away. Her determination remained firm, despite lingering doubts about her decisions. Her gaze fell momentarily to the ground. The weight of deception lingered, but she convinced herself it served a purpose. Jeremy, seated in a grand chamber, contemplated in solitude. His thoughts drifted as he examined the small trinket in his hands. The golden light bathed Jeremy's solemn expression. A bittersweet memory surfaced, and his grip tightened slightly, revealing unspoken emotions hidden deep within. Jeremy's hand gently stirred the tea as his thoughts wandered. He replayed every word, sensing the hidden deception within her speech. A sly grin crept across his face, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. He found this game far more intriguing than expected. As the steam rose from the teacup, Jeremy leaned back, formulating his next move. His mind was resolute. She was now his goal. The towering academy stood firm, its silhouette a beacon of knowledge, as He Isekai prepared for another challenging day. Inside the classroom, Professor Juno announced the upcoming monster battle simulation, causing a mix of excitement and anxiety among students. The holographic display revealed details about the event. Students would face escalating monster levels, testing their tactical and magical abilities. Bake noticed the sharp gazes of his peers. Most were eager to prove themselves, some sizing him up skeptically. Juno shared strategies for survival, emphasizing teamwork and preparation. "Pick your monster wisely," he said, eyeing Beck with curiosity. Professor Juno pointed to the digital dome map, explaining students could select terrains to match their monster hunting strengths and tactics. "Form teams of up to 5, submit your rosters, and begin within 4 days," Juno concluded, dismissing the eager class. Beck sighed. Group projects again, he thought. The last thing he wanted was to rely on others for survival. Classmates approached Isekai, the academy's prodigy, asking her to join their team. She seemed unfazed, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Isekai brushed off their requests with quiet confidence. "This time I'll handle it myself," she muttered, eyes filled with determination. Under the starlit sky, Beck stood apart as students formed groups. His own journey seemed lonelier, yet uniquely his own. Isekai watched her classmates. Each step brought her closer to a forgotten past, her heart burdened by unseen responsibilities. The academy, cloaked in magical brilliance, symbolized hope and immense danger. Its frozen exterior held secrets that shaped their destinies. Beck's mind raced with strategies. Fire and ice clashed within his visions, a battle that would test his limits and resolve. Isekai and Beck, unknowingly connected, felt a similar pull. Their paths would inevitably converge in trials neither yet understood. Beck reflected on his past failures, wondering if the current version of himself could achieve the revenge he desired. The room fell silent as Isekai stood alone, her thoughts drifting, weighed down by questions she kept tightly locked away. A voice startled her. Someone had approached. Beck, curious and confident, decided to make his intentions clear to her. Isekai turned, her piercing gaze meeting Beck's steady eyes, surprised at his boldness. She wondered what he truly wanted. Beck gave a soft smile, breaking the tension. It wasn't often he looked so calm, ready to speak his mind. Beck extended his hand confidently, proposing an unexpected alliance. His words caught Isekai off guard, challenging her carefully maintained independence. As his determined words resonated, Isekai hesitated, wondering whether this collaboration would help her or only complicate her lonely journey. Whispers spread through the classroom. Isekai's name carried weight, and her partnership with Beck brought mixed reactions from watching students. Isekai's sharp wit softened briefly. "Team?" she asked skeptically, unsure of Beck's motives despite her growing curiosity about his resolve. Beck's determination grew. This was his chance to prove himself and form a team that could overcome all odds together. Beck's gaze remained steady, waiting for her answer. Isekai sighed, realizing she might not have many options to consider. Isekai's hesitation dissolved as she gave a subtle nod, finally accepting his offer. Teaming up seemed better than going solo. Beck grinned triumphantly, his energy contagious. Isekai tried to hide her slight amusement but couldn't help feeling intrigued by him. "Fine, I'll join," Isekai muttered reluctantly. Her calm exterior masked the curiosity that sparked as she questioned Beck's hidden potential. With an uncharacteristic cheerfulness, Beck declared their partnership official, leaving Isekai quietly wondering if she'd just made a brilliant or risky choice. Beck and Isekai walked down the corridor, her silent tension unspoken but felt, their partnership still uncertain and fragile. Isekai paused, her piercing gaze cutting through the air. She turned, confronting a figure who seemed to challenge her resolve. "You!" Isekai muttered coldly, her tone sharp. The figure stood their ground, unflinching under her intense scrutiny and growing irritation. Her opponent's calm response irked her further. "If you're on guard, I suggest behaving yourself," she retorted, a subtle warning. Isekai clenched her fists. feeling insulted by their condescending tone. "Pig in a pearl necklace?" echoed sharply in her thoughts. The lingering tension filled the room, her pride battling with the subtle sting of perceived insult. She hated being underestimated. "Back, Yuseo," she whispered internally, feeling a pang of curiosity. Why did their names intertwine in her mind like threads? The frustration simmered beneath her composed exterior. Izel tried to dismiss the thought, focusing instead on the task demanding her attention. Her heels clicked against the floor as she left abruptly, determination blazing in her crimson eyes, masking her inner conflict. Izel spotted Ma Yuseong in the distance. His reputation as the Academy's best strategist lingered heavily in her decision-making. Ma Yuseong glanced up as Izel approached, her presence commanding immediate attention. She radiated authority, but her purpose felt unspoken. "Princess," Ma Yuseong greeted her casually, his nonchalant tone contrasting sharply with the seriousness etched on Izel's focused expression. Izel hesitated briefly, her mind calculating the benefits of allying with him. His expertise could elevate their team's chances significantly. Ma Yuseong raised an eyebrow, sensing her unspoken thoughts. "What's up?" he asked, though his curiosity was piqued by her intensity. Izel steadied herself, ready to propose her idea. Baek's earlier words lingered faintly, motivating her next calculated step toward success. Izel observed Ma Yuseong standing alone, his composed demeanor suggesting he preferred solitude over the chaotic dynamics of teamwork. Without hesitation, Izel stepped closer, her calculated presence interrupting his thoughts, an unspoken question lingering in her determined expression. Ma Yuseong's posture shifted slightly, his sharp mind analyzing her intentions as he weighed the implications of joining forces with her. Izel mentioned Baek Yuseol's team, her tone steady, planting a seed of interest that caused Ma Yuseong to consider her plan. With a faint glint in his eyes, Ma Yuseong concluded Baek's team aimed for a high-risk challenge, sparking his curiosity. A competitive spark lit within Ma Yuseong as he realized the potential in facing Baek Yuseol during the upcoming event. Izel stood with quiet confidence, her presence commanding an unspoken agreement as Ma Yuseong calculated the benefits of their collaboration. Ma Yuseong's thoughts turned to the rivalry he longed for, a rare opportunity to test himself against Baek's bold ambitions. Their silent understanding formed as a subtle alliance, two strong-willed individuals aligning their strengths to take on formidable challenges ahead. In the distance, Baek's team prepared for their own strategy, oblivious to the competition growing stronger in another corner. The academy courtyard thrummed with energy as students finalized their preparations, the looming arena a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. Baek focused intently, his gaze unyielding, as he envisioned the strategy his team would execute against the powerful monsters. Izel, standing apart, felt the weight of her decisions. Her confidence grew as she visualized overcoming Baek in the battle. The arena gates opened with a deafening sound, releasing towering creatures that exuded raw strength, captivating the audience with awe. The mock battle commenced, tension rising as students engaged their targets, the thrill of competition driving them toward glory and survival. The arena came alive as powerful monsters emerged, their fiery and electrifying forms captivating the crowd with raw energy. Baek watched as another team struggled, his calm demeanor masking his careful analysis of their mistakes and missed opportunities. He nodded, confident in his training. Every effort he'd made so far built the foundation for this pivotal moment. The Academy's challenge grew fiercer. Dark energies swirled as Baek visualized his strategy, prepared to test his limits in battle. Standing tall, Baek focused on the task ahead, his determination unshaken by the overwhelming odds stacked against his team. Baek glanced at Izel, silently hoping she would succeed despite the challenges ahead, her quiet resilience earning his subtle respect. Izel hesitated, her thoughts clouded by self-doubt, yet she pushed forward, unwilling to let fear define her path. In the original timeline, Izel had faltered due to a lack of support. Baek pondered how their paths might diverge now. Izel felt his gaze, unsure of his intentions. She straightened, determined to prove she could stand on her own. A loud noise broke the moment. Baek turned sharply, his instincts on edge, ready to face whatever came next. The group ahead finished their trial, the tension in the room thickening as the next team's name echoed in the hall. Group 17, the instructor announced. Beck, Izel, and their teammates stepped forward, all eyes on them as anticipation filled the air. Izel nodded firmly, her resolve clear. This was her moment to shine, despite the pressure of being part of this team. Together, they advanced confidently, their synchronized steps a testament to their readiness for whatever the trial demanded from them. Beck took one last glance at his teammates, his sharp focus ensuring he was prepared for every possible outcome ahead. Beck tripped mid-step, his usual confidence momentarily shaken as his surroundings seemed to lurch unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Izel, unaware, moved too quickly and collided with him, their awkward entanglement briefly disrupting the atmosphere of preparation around them. The unexpected impact left them both unbalanced, Beck managing to steady them just before they could fall entirely to the ground. After regaining their footing, Izel glanced upward, a mixture of embarrassment and quiet gratitude flickering across her normally calm expression. Beck gave a small smile, brushing off the moment as nothing, but a sense of camaraderie subtly grew between them. Izel noticed something odd, her gaze dropping to Beck's untied shoelaces. The small detail felt oddly symbolic of the day. Beck looked down, realizing his mistake. He bent down calmly, fixing the issue without losing the collected air he carried. The interaction reminded Izel of a moment long ago when a friend had helped her. A faint memory surfaced and faded. Izel reflected on how small acts of kindness often left deeper impacts than grand gestures, appreciating the normalcy of the moment. With the matter resolved, they continued, their steps in sync, preparing for the real challenges awaiting just beyond the arena. Izel, gripping her staff tightly, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. The challenge ahead demanded all her focus and determination. Observing from the side, students whispered among themselves, surprised by Izel's solitary stance against such a daunting adversary. Her lone figure stood tall before the massive beast. Its towering presence contrasted sharply with her focused and poised demeanor. Onlookers doubted her ability to defeat the creature. But Izel's energy radiated confidence as her strategy unfolded in her mind. The giant boar roared, its red eyes blazing. Izel held her ground, ready to prove her strength in the coming battle. Izel locked eyes with the rampaging boar, her focused stance unyielding despite the overwhelming force charging directly toward her. The beast thundered forward, its massive hooves shaking the ground, as Izel calmly calculated the best moment to counter. Izel activated a powerful magical barrier, radiating light and shielding her from the destructive momentum of the boar's charge. Her barrier deflected the impact, forcing the creature to pause, its fury igniting further as it prepared another attack. Illuminated by her spell, Izel exuded confidence, drawing strength from within as she prepared to end the battle decisively. The boar lunged again, its tusks tearing through the air, but Izel sidestepped swiftly, her magic amplifying her speed. A flurry of rose-like energy surged from her staff, slicing through the creature's defenses with a dazzling, rhythmic precision. The boar reared back, its glowing eyes wide, as Izel unleashed another barrage, each strike calculated to weaken its resolve. Onlookers stared in awe as Izel wielded her abilities with mastery, her relentless attacks displaying the results of endless training. With a final strike, she summoned a piercing ice spell, binding the beast momentarily, showcasing her unwavering control over the battlefield. The boar roared, breaking free from the icy shackles, its last reserves of strength driving it into a desperate frenzy. Izel didn't falter, her staff glowing brighter as she called forth a radiant spell to finish the relentless creature. The golden magic erupted around her, its brilliance consuming the arena, leaving only the sound of the boar's last defiant cry. The beast collapsed, its immense form crashing to the ground. Izel stood victorious, her energy pulsing, yet her expression calm. Silence fell over the arena, students stunned by Izel's skill and power, a testament to her determination and sheer will. The boar's massive form surged forward, its strength unstoppable, while Izel stood firm, channeling energy into her radiant spell. A golden circle expanded around her, an intricate magical array glowing brighter as her spell amplified with unstoppable precision. The explosive force from her staff collided with the boar, its fierce roar muffled by the overwhelming light consuming it. The impact created a dazzling explosion, filling the arena with blinding energy as the boar's form began to crumble. Silence followed the chaos, leaving a vivid imprint of Azel's immense power. Onlookers watched, stunned, their admiration hidden behind disbelief. Izel looked around, her expression calm but her breathing heavy, the toll of her magic apparent as the dust settled. Her sharp gaze caught a faint movement. Despite exhaustion, she maintained her composure, prepared for anything the battle demanded next. The audience erupted into whispers, students astonished by her success, many realizing her power far exceeded their own initial expectations. Izel stepped forward confidently, her mind replaying the moments of triumph, the realization of her potential glowing within her resolve. She walked off the battlefield, her figure radiating quiet strength, as others around her wondered just how far she could go. Izel glanced sharply, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. She wondered if she'd misjudged something during her previous actions. The instructor's voice rang out, signaling the start of the next trial. Izel's focus shifted as new participants stepped forward. Izel and Ma Yuseong confidently approached the battlefield, their poised stances radiating determination, ready to showcase their combined skills and strategy. Whispers echo through the halls as students exchange glances, their eyes follow Hong Bian, but the real curiosity lingers on Yuseong beside her. A quiet murmur spreads among the students. The connection between the two remains unclear, but one thing is certain: she trusts him. From the shadows, Flame watches closely, their gaze sharp with suspicion. Why would someone of her status walk beside an unknown? Thoughts race in her mind. The story she knows is shifting, and Yuseong's presence is rewriting everything she believed inevitable. The Academy's halls fade into an eerie stillness. Deep beneath its surface, something stirs, waiting for the moment to rise. A monstrous figure looms ahead, its presence undeniable. Students instinctively take a step back, realizing the battle is far from over. Flame-piercing eyes lock onto them, hunger evident. It is no ordinary opponent. This is something stronger, something ancient. Lightning crackles across the sky, illuminating the battlefield. This was no accident. Someone, or something, has unleashed a force beyond control. Yuseong's hands clench as he steps forward. He can't hesitate now. The pieces are already in motion, and he must act. The monster lets out a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the air. A single thought crosses Yuseong's mind. This is just the beginning. The monster charges forward, its movements unnaturally swift. Claws slice through the air, aiming directly at them with terrifying precision. Energy flares around Hong Bian as she readies her stance. Her expression remains unreadable, but her magic surges with undeniable power. A flash of blue light erupts as the first attack is blocked. The battlefield ignites, signaling the true start of the fight. Yuseong exhales, already calculating their next move. The enemy is strong, but he refuses to let fear dictate his actions. Steel meets claw, magic clashes with raw force. The air thickens with tension as the battle unfolds in unpredictable ways. Yuseol narrows his eyes as the enemies hesitate. He expected an immediate attack, but their calculated movement means something has changed. Hong Bian stands in front, her stance confident. The battlefield shifts as she takes control, her presence dictating the pace of the fight. Ma Yuseong observes, analyzing the positioning. The knight supporting the bishop hints at a larger plan, something beyond brute force alone. Energy crackles in the air as Hong Bian prepares her spell. The ground trembles, magic pooling beneath her feet, radiating pure intensity. A smirk crosses Yuseong's face as he vanishes in a blink. His next move is unpredictable, leaving opponents scrambling to react. Spectators murmur as Yuseong executes a flawless aerial maneuver. His teleportation is near perfect, but reaching his target won't be so easy. One student shakes their head, doubting his chances. Mid-air combat is risky, and without a second teleport, he seems trapped. The winged monster screeches, wings flaring as it dives toward him. It sees an opening, expecting an easy strike, but it's mistaken. Yuseong tightens his grip, eyes locking onto his opponent. He's not just moving randomly, he's calculated every step in advance. A powerful surge erupts beneath him, flames igniting as the battlefield shifts again. His strategy isn't failing, it's only just beginning. The explosion rips through the battlefield, sending shockwaves in every direction. Spectators gasp as flames consume the enemy's escape routes. The winged beast flails mid-air, trying to adjust. It's caught off guard, its perfect aerial advantage shattered by a single move. Hong Bi-on watches in awe. The control, the timing, it's all deliberate. Yu Seong isn't just fighting, he's rewriting the rules of combat. Another student mutters in disbelief. No one should be capable of this level of precision, yet Yu Seong makes it seem effortless. The battlefield burns with intensity, but Yu Seong remains calm. His gaze is locked forward, his strategy unfolding exactly as he planned. Yu Seong soars through the air, his blade reflecting the sunlight. Every movement is precise, perfectly in sync with the battle's momentum. A burst of energy erupts beneath him as he closes in. The enemy senses danger, reacting instinctively, but it's already too late. With a swift, controlled strike, Yu Seong delivers a direct hit. The creature recoils, its body convulsing as cracks of energy pulse through it. The battlefield shifts again, dust and debris scattering as the creature is thrown back. Yu Seong lands smoothly, already preparing for his next move. The crowd watches in stunned silence. This isn't just raw power, it's a masterful execution of strategy and instinct, all unfolding in real time. The wounded creature writhes, struggling against the force pinning it down. Its desperate shrieks echo, shaking the ground beneath its massive frame. Yu Seong steps forward, eyes sharp. The enemy is weakening, but the fight isn't over yet. There's still one final step to take. A sudden burst of movement. The beast thrashes wildly, breaking free from the rubble. Its crimson eyes burn with a renewed, frenzied rage. Hong Bi-on narrows her gaze, gripping her staff tightly. The battle's far from finished, and they need to execute their final plan immediately. As the creature roars, its wings spread wide, crackling with power. The fight enters its final stage, and hesitation is no longer an option. A surge of fire blazes around Hong Bi-on as she channels a powerful spell. Heat distorts the air, her magic building to an apex. Her incantation reaches its peak, magic converging at the tip of her staff. The battlefield is engulfed in a blinding, fiery glow. With a single motion, she unleashes a torrent of energy. A brilliant red beam shoots forth, scorching everything in its path. The sheer force sends shockwaves through the air, tearing through obstacles effortlessly. The power is overwhelming, a display beyond expectations. As the flames settle, the battlefield stands still. The final move has been played, and now they wait to see the result. Yu Seong and Hong Bi-on stand side by side, their battle finally reaching its climax. The battlefield is still, their combined strength leaving no doubts. A final burst of energy erupts, the lingering remnants of their last attack dispersing. The once overwhelming foes have been utterly destroyed. As the dust settles, Yu Seong exhales slowly. His grip on his weapon loosens, the weight of victory settling onto his shoulders. Spectators murmur in disbelief. What they just witnessed wasn't just raw power. It was strategy, precision, and an unshakable trust between them. The students whisper among themselves, recognizing the new forces rising within the academy. A new era of competition and strength has begun. As they walk away, Hong Bi-on glances at Yu Seong, her expression unreadable. The battle might be over, but her curiosity isn't. Her thoughts linger on his choices. Every move he made, every calculated risk, it all seemed effortless, but she knew better. A small smile forms as she acknowledges the truth. Strategy means everything, and today she had learned something invaluable. She knows she will challenge him again, but for now, she concedes this battle. Winning once doesn't mean winning forever. With a confident stride, she walks forward. This time, Uziol had won, but next time she wouldn't let it end the same way. Baek Uziol stands calmly, his golden eyes sharp with confidence. His request shocks the room, an audacious challenge that no one expects. Hong Bi-on gaze sharpens as whispers fill the academy halls, rumors spreading about something impossible. She tightens her grip, uncertain but intrigued. Students murmur, eyes wide with disbelief. Facing a mid-level monster is one thing, but handling 5. That thought alone sends shivers. Hearing the name Yuseol sparks curiosity. Even among talented mages, his actions stand out, his reckless choices always defying expectations. Ma Yuseong watches closely, his brows furrowed. Yuseol's approach to magic and battle confounds even the most logical minds around him. The Academy's crest glows as another day of trials begins. Whispers of Yuseol's feats stirring both excitement and apprehension. Glowing runes form in the dark, the ritual complete. A powerful presence emerges, the air thick with energy, tension rising fast. A crackling aura swirls around the summoning circle, distorting space itself. The moment of revelation is near. Anticipation electrifies the scene. A voice announces the completion of the summoning. Within the mystical glow, figures take shape, their forms exuding raw, primal strength. Observers lean forward, realization dawning. These aren't ordinary creatures. They're legendary beings, feared for their immense power and cunning. A sand-maned beast steps forward, its piercing yellow eyes scanning the crowd. The weight of its presence alone sends chills. A griffin flaps its massive wings, its predatory gaze fixed on the battlefield. Its presence alone shifts the atmosphere completely. A water-based slime ripples nearby, its gelatinous form pulsing with latent power. It moves unnaturally, intelligence gleaming beneath its surface. A dark-furred bat perches high, its violet eyes scanning for threats. The creature seems unnervingly aware, its focus razor-sharp. Isel nudges Ma Yuseong, her expression filled with curiosity. The creatures before them hold significance beyond mere strength. As Yuseol steps forward, the air stills. His presence exudes confidence, his strategy unknown. Yet the excitement in his eyes is undeniable. Ma Yuseong steps forward, his expression calm. He takes responsibility, his confidence unwavering, as all eyes focus on his calculated actions. The creatures stand in formation, their power radiating. The battlefield is tense, uncertainty lingering about whether this plan is truly executable. Isel watches carefully, questioning the complexity of the strategy. Doubt flickers in her mind, but she waits, observing every calculated move. Baek Yuseol stands firm, his smirk unreadable. His plan isn't reckless. It's deliberate, built on precise knowledge and keen observation. The murmurs in the academy grow louder. Some doubt, some anticipate, but everyone is fixated on the outcome of this bold plan. The sand-maned beast roars, its presence dominating the field. It moves with unnatural speed, its charge sending tremors through the ground. Baek Yuseol barely shifts, standing confidently. His unwavering stance surprises Isel, who, despite her instincts, chooses to trust him. Their synchronized movements unfold, the battlefield shifting rapidly. Every choice, every step is deliberate, as though playing a high-stakes game. Isel sighs, exasperated but amused. Trusting Yuseol always feels like a gamble, yet she can't deny the results he consistently delivers. Night falls as they walk side by side. Silence lingers, but thoughts race. What truly drives Yuseol's reckless yet calculated strategies? Under the moonlight, Isel hesitates. Words hang in the air, her expression unreadable as she glances toward Yuseol, contemplating her question. Yuseol, unaware, looks back, curiosity flickering in his gaze. The unspoken tension between them lingers, both waiting for the other to speak. She finally asks, hesitant yet firm, "Why him? Why did he choose to work with her when there were stronger, more skilled mages?" Yuseol exhales, rubbing his head. He considers his answer, knowing full well that words hold weight, especially when coming from him. He doesn't choose strength, he chooses potential. Every mage has raw power, but Isel, she has something greater, something untapped. Yuseol stands firm, his voice steady. His words hold no grand ambition, only a simple yet powerful choice that leaves Isel speechless. She hesitates, confusion flickering in her eyes. His reasoning isn't about skill or strength, it's about something more intangible yet meaningful. Yuseol's smile is unreadable, as if he knows something she doesn't. The simplicity of his explanation makes it all the more confusing. Isel looks down, her mind racing. If he truly believes in her, then she has no choice but to prove him right. Determination flares in her eyes. If he chose her for this, then she would give it her all, no matter what. Students watching are in shock. This isn't normal magic. It's something greater, something beyond what they've ever witnessed. The realization strikes. This phenomenon isn't something that just happens. It's a sign of something legendary, something that surpasses conventional magic. The magic intensifies, a force unlike anything before. Izel stands in the center, her form illuminated, her presence overwhelming the entire battlefield. The spectators murmur in awe. This level of magic control is unheard of, especially for someone still in their early training. Uziel watches with a knowing look, his belief in her already proven. He had no doubts, and now, neither does she. Izel's aura solidifies, the title once spoken in myths now feeling within reach. She stands as something more than a mere student. Uziel smirks, stepping forward. The battle is about to begin, and against all odds, their strategy is set in motion. Uziel dashes forward, energy crackling around him. His movements are sharp, his blade slicing through the air with perfect precision. The creature lunges, but Uziel anticipates it. With a well-timed maneuver, he avoids the strike, positioning himself for a counterattack. His focus sharpens, eyes glowing with determination. Every step, every blink is deliberate, keeping him one move ahead of the enemy. The beast roars in frustration, its attack missing by mere inches. Uziel remains unfazed, his expression unwavering, confidence radiating from him. With a final burst of speed, he closes the distance. His blade finds its mark, the battle shifting entirely in his favor. The Hedra collapses, its massive form shaking the ground. The battlefield momentarily stills, but there's no time to celebrate. Uziel glances at the next enemy, a sand-maned beast, its red eyes glowing with fierce determination, waiting for its turn to strike. The beast growls, muscles tensing. It senses the shift in battle, its instincts screaming that this fight won't be as simple. Izel watches from the side, feeling the tension rise. She knows this is just the beginning, and their real challenge has arrived. The creatures, now recognizing Uziel's strength, no longer charge recklessly. Their movements shift, synchronized, as if understanding the threat before them. The sand-maned beast charges, dust swirling behind it. Its raw strength alone makes it a terrifying opponent, but Uziel remains composed. With a smirk, he tightens his grip, watching closely. This isn't just strength. It's an opportunity, one he's been waiting for. The battlefield crackles with energy as the creatures gather their strength. A new phase begins, one that will decide the outcome. In that instant, Izel finally understands. Uziel isn't just reacting. He's leading the battle exactly where he wants it to go. As magical energy surges, Uziel's strategy unfolds. The pieces are set, and the fight against multiple monsters at once truly begins. Uziel walks through the academy halls, noticing the tense expressions of students. Something unusual is happening, and he feels a disturbance nearby. A monstrous figure emerges, its aura distorting the air. Students back away in fear as its crimson eyes lock onto Uziel. He smirks, already predicting the creature's next move. His fingers twitch slightly as he shifts his stance, ready for a counterattack. Uziel's mind races, calculating every possible outcome. He wasn't supposed to fight today, but fate clearly had other plans. A dark presence looms as the Academy's magical barriers react. Uziel tightens his grip, sensing this battle won't be easy. The creature roars, a red glow forming on its forehead. It signals an imminent attack, and Uziel knows he must act. Dark energy swirls around its body, signaling its activation. The creature's aggressive instincts surge, pushing it toward uncontrollable destruction. A sudden lunge, claws tearing through the air. Uziel sidesteps swiftly, feeling the wind pressure of its near-fatal strike. Its body releases a black mist, a toxic substance meant to weaken anything it touches. Uziel narrows his eyes, unimpressed. The mist reacts, turning into liquid the moment it touches the Academy's enchanted floor. A new danger is about to unfold. The dark mist meets a pool of water, creating an explosion of steam. Uziel instinctively shields his eyes from the reaction. Water swirls unnaturally, forming a barrier around him. He realizes the Academy's defense system is responding, but not fast enough. As the mist disperses, Uziel stands his ground. His uniform is soaked, but he's more focused on his next move. His opponent's form becomes visible again, barely affected by the water. Useol exhales, knowing it's time to take the fight seriously. He grips his weapon tighter, watching as the creature prepares another attack. This time, he won't just dodge. He's going on the offensive. A strange presence flares, its glowing eyes fixated on Useol. It senses something familiar about him, something it refuses to ignore. The creature lunges forward, its movements too fast for ordinary eyes. Useol braces, knowing this is where things get serious. A powerful clash sends shockwaves through the air. The sheer force of impact makes the ground beneath them tremble violently. A guttural growl echoes as the creature steps back. Useol remains steady, reading its behavior, waiting for the right moment. Blue energy flares from the creature's body, crackling with intensity. Useol squints slightly, realizing he's seen this type of power before. Another beast emerges, its presence just as menacing. Useol clenches his fists, realizing this battle won't end quickly or easily. The creatures advance, ignoring all distractions. Their bodies move unnaturally, their eyes focused solely on Useol, drawn to his unwavering presence. Water surges around them, forming a protective shield. The Academy's magic is reacting, but it's uncertain whether it will be enough. Students whisper among themselves, unsure how Useol is still standing. His control, his focus, it's unlike anything they've seen before. Amidst the chaos, another figure appears, stepping forward with composed confidence. Her presence alone shifts the tide of battle significantly. The girl stands unwavering, magic swirling around her. She doesn't flinch, eyes locked on the creatures as if analyzing their every move. Useol glances her way, recognizing her ability. He knows she's strong, but he also knows this battle isn't easily won. Sparks fly as the creatures roar in unison. Their instincts scream of danger, yet neither Useol nor the girl takes a step back. A golden light erupts, momentarily blinding everyone. The force behind it shakes the air, signaling the true beginning of the fight. Useol grips his weapon, determination clear in his eyes. He knows this moment will determine the outcome of everything ahead. The girl moves gracefully across the battlefield, water magic flowing around her. Useol watches closely, analyzing her combat approach with interest. His eyes narrow as he senses something shifting. The enemy reacts, a violent force bursting from the ground beneath their feet. Dust and debris scatter as the force impacts the girl's defense. She exhales sharply, keeping her focus despite the sudden strike. Useol's muscles tense as he steps forward. His instincts scream at him to move before the next attack becomes completely unavoidable. In an instant, a golden light flares between them. Their powers combine, forming a protective shield against the overwhelming incoming force. Observers whisper among themselves, awed by the scene unfolding. Some question how Useol maintains his composure despite the relentless enemy assault. Discussions grow as a realization dawns on them. Useol isn't just fighting. He's protecting, ensuring no harm reaches his unexpected ally. The princess's red eyes flicker as she listens. She understands the truth but doesn't say anything, simply watching him in silence. Meanwhile, another explosion shakes the arena. Useol remains steadfast, unflinching as his blade reflects the golden light surrounding him. Dark energy swirls ominously, signaling the next phase of battle. Shadows creep closer, yet his stance remains unwavering against the encroaching threat. A celestial blue light erupts as the girl raises her staff. The battlefield momentarily freezes, awash in her powerful magical aura. Useol watches as she ascends, surrounded by ethereal particles. He recognizes this moment. She's preparing a spell of immense magnitude. She closes her eyes, breathing deeply, attuning herself to the surrounding energy. The temperature drops, signaling the absolute force she's about to unleash. When her eyes open again, everything feels different. A crystalline staff forms in her grasp, pulsating with pure, unrestrained magical power. The battlefield is bathed in shimmering frost as she stands firm. The decisive strike is near and nothing will stop her now. A massive crystalline formation emerges, radiating icy energy. The battlefield freezes momentarily as the girl's power reaches its peak. Students watch in stunned silence, mesmerized by the breathtaking sight. The scale of her magic surpasses anything they have witnessed before. The shimmering ice reflects light beautifully, creating an ethereal glow. Its sheer presence alone is enough to unsettle their monstrous enemies. Within the core of the formation, something stirs. Magic pulses through it, promising an overwhelming force yet to be unleashed. Ice petals bloom, encasing the enemy in frost. For a moment, it almost seems like an artful, delicate display of destruction. The girl's eyes shine as she fully activates the spell. An enormous blast of ice surges forward, swallowing everything in its path. The frozen explosion expands rapidly, forcing Isekai to shift back. He watches carefully, calculating the effect of the overwhelming magic surge. Crystals form around the enemy, trapping them mid-motion. Their monstrous bodies struggle against the freezing force, but escape is impossible. Shards of ice rain down, scattering brilliantly as they shatter. The creature's final roars echo through the air before being silenced. As the frost settles, Isekai lowers his guard slightly. The battle seems won, but a strange unease lingers in the air. Cracks suddenly appear in the frozen battlefield. Isekai tenses, realizing something is wrong. The monsters should not be moving anymore. A deep, guttural growl rises from the shattered ice. Red eyes glow beneath the fractures, piercing through the icy barrier. The creatures awaken once more, now more enraged than before. Their frozen prison shatters completely, revealing their monstrous forms unharmed. Observers gasp as the battle's outcome shifts unexpectedly. Victory was within reach, yet the real threat has only just begun. Isekai steadies himself, preparing for what comes next. His instincts warn him. This fight is far from over. A hand clenches as an overwhelming force builds up. Energy crackles around it, signaling a shift in the battle's momentum. A powerful surge of golden mana erupts, illuminating the battlefield. The air vibrates as raw energy gathers, forming an unstable sphere. Eyes widen as the spell takes form, its brilliance undeniable. The mana's flow is unlike anything seen before, something truly extraordinary. She steadies her breath as golden energy swirls around her fingertips. The air crackles with electricity, signaling the start of something powerful. Her magic surges outward, forming a dazzling sphere of energy. The battlefield is bathed in golden light as her spell reaches completion. A sudden burst of power releases a thunderous shockwave. The energy lashes out, illuminating the enemy's monstrous forms in a golden glow. The attack detonates on impact, consuming everything in its path. Sparks dance wildly, spreading like lightning across the battlefield. When the energy settles, smoke and embers linger in the air. The battlefield is quiet, but the tension has yet to fade. She stares at the lingering energy, disbelief flickering across her face. The magnitude of her power feels almost unreal, yet undeniable. Her fingers tremble slightly, the sensation of magic still pulsing through them. For the first time, she truly feels its limitless potential. A realization dawns. This is her magic, her power, unrestricted and boundless. She exhales slowly, steadying her thoughts. Isekai watches her closely, his gaze unreadable. He understands what she's feeling because he's been in that moment before. Their battle is far from over, but now, something has changed. A new strength has awakened, one that cannot be ignored. The night sky looms overhead as uncertainty lingers. She hesitates, thoughts swirling, but a familiar voice reaches her, grounding her. Isekai's confidence doesn't waver as he speaks. His words carry weight, a reassurance she never knew she needed. For a moment, silence stretches between them. She gazes at him, realizing how much his unwavering trust means to her. Her hand clenches slightly, determination replacing her doubt. No longer is she questioning her abilities. She knows she has the strength. With newfound resolve, she steps forward. The path ahead remains uncertain, but she's ready to face whatever comes next. She looks at him, emotions swirling within her. For the first time, uncertainty fades, replaced by something stronger, determination. Their figures stand against the backdrop of golden light. The weight of the moment presses down, but they refuse to waver. He steps forward, shadows stretching behind him. The past no longer binds him. He moves toward the future he chooses. A silent promise lingers between them. This is just the beginning. No matter what comes next, they are no longer alone. The world may still be uncertain, but now they have something to protect, something worth fighting for, no matter the cost. The golden path stretches before him, footprints marking his steps. Each one is heavier than the last, yet filled with newfound resolve. She watches as he moves forward, realization dawning. His journey has never been easy, yet he keeps moving without hesitation. A soft smile tugs at her lips. For the first time, she truly sees him, not just his strength, but his heart. The academy looms in the distance, a place of growth and endless possibilities. She wonders just how far they will go together. The sun rises above them, marking a new beginning. Their paths were once uncertain, but now they are walking forward together. Elsewhere, two figures stare at the academy's rankings. Their names are missing, replaced by someone unexpected, someone they underestimated. Frustration flickers in their eyes, yet they can't deny the truth. No matter their preparations, they were completely outmatched. A quiet sigh escapes as they accept their defeat. There's no excuse. They lost, and they know exactly why. One of them clenches her fists, unwilling to let this go so easily. Her pride won't allow it, not after everything. A single thought lingers in her mind. If only things had been different. If only she had chosen him instead. She clenches her hand, frustration bubbling beneath her composed exterior. The thoughts in her mind swirl, questions without answers. Memories flash through her mind, moments of admiration, envy, and regret. If things had been different, would she have shined just as bright? A deep sigh escapes her lips, the weight of reality settling in. Why was he always standing where she wanted to be? She envisions the perfect night, the one she always longed for. Yet the image feels blurred, uncertain, no longer as clear. Her gaze sharpens as she turns away. This isn't over. She won't let this remain a lingering regret in her heart. The ranking board glows faintly under the academy's lights. The numbers don't lie, and yet she refuses to accept them. Her brows furrow as she reads the results again. No matter how much she tries, it simply doesn't make sense. A name stands out among the others, unexpected, frustrating. It isn't just about ranking, it's about something deeper she can't quite grasp. She pivots on her heel, determination flickering in her red eyes. If she can't understand, she'll simply have to figure it out. Another figure watches from a distance, their presence unnoticed. Curiosity lingers in their expression, sensing the beginning of something unexpected. Their paths cross in the hallway, tension crackling between them. Unspoken words hang in the air, too heavy to ignore. A smirk tugs at one's lips while the other grits their teeth. Even in silence, the rivalry is undeniable. A single glance, a quiet challenge exchanged. They both know this isn't over, not by a long shot. The academy's corridors echo with distant chatter, but in this moment, only their unyielding determination matters. With a final look, they part ways. The battle may be over, but the war has only just begun. The pen trembles slightly as she writes, thoughts swirling. Everything is unfolding too soon, diverging from the future she once understood. Her eyes widen, realization sinking in. This wasn't supposed to happen yet, but somehow she's already grasped the impossible. Crystal petals shimmer under the moonlight, a manifestation of untapped potential. Magic flows naturally, as if it had always belonged to her. The icy formation glows, reflecting a power meant for a distant future. Yet she now holds it in the present. Fingers tighten around the pen as she hesitates. If things are shifting this quickly, then what else might unexpectedly change? Warm, golden light surrounds him as he stands in silence. The weight of fate presses down, yet he remains unshaken. This world was meant to follow a path, yet here he is, standing in the unknown, rewriting the future with each step. He recalls past moments, memories blending with uncertain possibilities. Everything he once knew feels distant, yet he isn't afraid of what's ahead. His name, once insignificant, now holds meaning. He isn't just a background character anymore, he is the turning point of this world. His gaze sharpens as he considers the paths before him. No matter what's written, he refuses to be bound by fate. The library remains silent, but her mind is restless. Every page turned reveals a history that no longer aligns with reality. She sighs, fingers tapping the desk in frustration. If things keep shifting, how is she supposed to predict what happens next? Her thoughts drift to him, to the way he continues moving forward. He isn't just an anomaly, he's the center of change. The realization settles like a weight on her shoulders. Whether she likes it or not, she needs to watch him closely. Golden eyes flicker with determination. If she can't understand everything yet, then she'll simply have to find the answers herself. Yuseol glances at the glowing interface, eyes scanning the options. His fingers hover for a moment before making a decisive selection. A confirmation appears, the system responding instantly. The item materializes before him, its presence carrying an air of mystery and importance. A brilliant light engulfs the artifact, illuminating its intricate design. He recognizes it instantly, an object of immense value, rarely obtained. A translucent tree of ethereal energy flickers into existence. It holds knowledge, its roots entwined with hidden truths waiting to be unlocked. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, weighing the risks. This isn't something to use carelessly. He needs to understand its full potential first. Yuseol's eyes widen in shock, his breath catching. A sudden realization hits him, something he never expected, yet now it feels inevitable. In the grand courtyard of the academy, Yuseol gazed at the towering spires, pondering his next steps thoughtfully. A handwritten note rested on his desk, listing possible goals for the year, yet it felt overwhelmingly ambitious. Slumped in his chair, Yuseol sighed deeply, his mind juggling countless thoughts, trying to prioritize what mattered most. Resolute, he mumbled to himself, deciding to break tasks into manageable steps, starting with joining a student club. Leaving his room, Yuseol headed to the academy's bustling notice board, scanning for a club that sparked his interest. Standing before the notice board, Yuseol scratched his head, wondering what kind of club might suit his unpredictable personality. The board was packed with posters, ranging from book clubs to rune studies, each promising fun, challenges, and camaraderie. His gaze fixated on a flyer about advanced rune crafting, but doubts crept in, shaking his confidence in joining. A familiar voice startled him. Izel, his classmate, teased him about his indecisiveness while glancing at the options herself. With a knowing smirk, Izel encouraged Yuseol, pointing out that clubs were begging for members and he shouldn't overthink. Yuseol's cheeks flushed as Izel casually mentioned his recent reputation, reminding him of his growing influence after the mock exams. Izel chuckled lightly but urged him to choose wisely, her words laced with both humor and genuine concern for his decision. She led him to another section of the board, hinting they should explore together, leaving him both curious and cautious. Suddenly, Ma Yuseong appeared out of nowhere, throwing his arm around Yuseol, announcing himself like he owned the hallway. Isel's amusement faded, sensing tension. Yuseol braced himself, wondering why Yuseong, a star student, had taken an interest in him. Ma Yuseong praised Yuseol's impressive mock battle performance, recalling his prior leadership during a dangerous necromancer hunt. Yuseol's modesty was evident as he scratched his head, unsure how to handle the unexpected recognition from Yuseong. Yuseong, leaning closer, pointed out something peculiar. Yuseol's thoughts and strategies were vastly different from the average mage's approach. Yuseol's eyes widened at the comment, sensing a sharp, almost unnerving intensity in Yuseong's gaze, which revealed intrigue and admiration. Yuseong's grin turned sharp, hinting at a hidden agenda, as Yuseol braced himself for a new, unexpected challenge. Yuseol stayed quiet, processing Yuseong's words, while Isel watched curiously, clearly intrigued by the dynamic unfolding between the two. Yuseol admitted that as a commoner, he constantly analyzed better strategies, striving to maximize efficiency with his limited resources. Yuseong laughed lightly, acknowledging Yuseol's dedication, but he asked about something unexpected: how Yuseol typically spent his weekends. Yuseol's answer was straightforward: study and preparation. Both Isel and Yuseong seemed surprised at his disciplined, almost routine way of life. Yuseong jokingly suggested Yuseol might be overthinking even his leisure, but Yuseol shrugged it off, maintaining his practical perspective. Yuseol clarified his balance between studying and training, admitting his recent focus on improving his combat skills alongside theoretical knowledge. Yuseong raised an eyebrow, noting that Yuseol's training approach had been uniquely intense, even compared to more seasoned students. Isel chimed in, speculating that practical dungeon training had pushed Yuseol to adapt faster than others in dangerous situations. Yuseol nodded, mentioning that Isel's timely intervention during a critical event had likely saved him from serious harm. Isel blushed lightly at Yuseol's gratitude, brushing it off as unnecessary, though a subtle smile revealed her appreciation for his honesty. Yuseol reflected on past events, recalling how his quick decisions had saved Hai Wonkyung from certain peril. The memory of encountering Hai Wonkyung alone in the forest highlighted the risks of deviating from the original plan. Battling enemies in chaotic conditions, Yuseol's sharp instincts became his greatest asset, ensuring survival despite overwhelming odds. The realization dawned. Hai Wonkyung's unexpected growth stemmed from these very moments, a future filled with untapped potential now awaiting. Yuseol, deep in thought, considered how different perspectives fostered creativity, ensuring even the impossible could become achievable through shared strategies. Standing by the notice board, Ma Yuseong commented on Yuseol's tendency to avoid school clubs, hinting at long-standing hesitation. Yuseol, nonchalant, replied that his packed schedule rarely allowed free time, much to Yuseong's amusement. Yuseong casually suggested Yuseol join a club but insisted it aligned perfectly with his needs, a proposal he couldn't dismiss. Yuseol sarcastically described an ideal club, a quiet, flexible space prioritizing individual freedom, external outings, and minimal commitments. Isel giggled, teasing Yuseol about his unrealistic criteria, leaving him amused but somewhat embarrassed by her playful remarks. Yuseong, with his usual confidence, asked Yuseol if he wanted a custom club, flashing a sly grin. Isel and Yuseol's shock was evident as they doubted Yuseong could pull off such a feat so easily. Yuseong explained his extensive connections made it entirely possible, subtly boasting his resources while eyeing Yuseol curiously. Yuseol, skeptical, wondered what Yuseong stood to gain from creating such a specific club just to suit his preferences. Questions lingered. Was Yuseong's interest genuine or part of a deeper, hidden plan? Yuseol's instincts told him to stay cautious. Yuseong declared Yuseol special, his words unexpectedly heartfelt, catching Yuseol off guard as he tried to decipher the motive. Suddenly, Yuseol remembered Yuseong's core flaw, a fundamental loneliness he often hid behind confidence and charisma. Realizing this, Yuseol agreed to Yuseong's club idea, his curiosity now mixed with a sense of sympathy for his peer. Yuseol added a condition. Isel had to join too, bringing a balance of energy to their unconventional group. Yuseong's excitement was palpable, his typically reserved demeanor momentarily giving way to a wide grin of genuine enthusiasm. Isel rolled her eyes at the formalities, teasing Yuseol for his lofty-sounding conditions as they brainstormed the club's foundation. Yuseol proposed a unique club concept, crafting a formal request while ensuring it fit both practicality and their collective vision. Isel scanned the application form skeptically, questioning whether their idealistic proposal would pass the Academy's strict standards. Yuseol reassured her, already planning their next steps, his confidence in turning ideas into reality boosting the group's morale. Their shared determination solidified the club's purpose, sparking a mutual sense of trust and ambition to make it successful. Yuseong took charge, promising to secure members and the official seal, but admitted finding a faculty sponsor might be tough. Yuseol's casual skepticism grew as Yuseong labeled most potential sponsors unfit, his blunt honesty both amusing and slightly concerning. Yuseong assured Yuseol he'd manage, his sharp tone betraying a deeper confidence in overcoming the system's bureaucracy. As Yuseol pondered, he realized finding someone to stamp their proposal required more than luck. It called for strategic persuasion. The group's shared determination became the driving force as they prepared to challenge the Academy's rigid structure for their unique vision. The sun cast a golden glow over the grand tower, where Yuseong strode with purpose, ready to face new challenges. Inside the vice principal's office, an elegant figure sipped tea, savoring the calm before an unexpected yet familiar guest arrived. The cup fell with a loud clatter as the vice principal froze, surprised by the sudden entrance of his visitor. Yuseong entered the room confidently, his sharp gaze meeting the vice principal's, signaling a discussion of great importance was imminent. The vice principal greeted him warmly, recognizing Yuseong immediately. Yuseong nodded politely, masking his true intentions behind a charming facade.
Yuseong sat down without hesitation, acting like he owned the place, flipping through papers like he'd done this 100 times. The seat turned out way more comfortable than expected, and Yuseong leaned back while the room settled around him quietly. Melchior's nerves flared instantly. Something about this student set off alarm bells deep in the corners of his guarded mind. He masked his unease with a forced smile, reaching for the paper like it wouldn't change his whole afternoon. Yuseong handed over a neatly folded request form, expecting things to go his way without needing to explain too much. Melchior stared at the paper, hand frozen in midair, torn between protocol and the tension crawling up his neck. The moment snapped, his hand slammed down, loud enough to echo, trying to regain control that was never really his. Yuseong leaned in slightly, gaze unwavering, waiting for the inevitable decision like it was already written before they even met. The pressure in the room shifted. Melchior didn't need to read anything. He already knew resistance wasn't on the table. Yuseong's expression changed subtly, not angry, just intense, eyes glowing faintly, quiet presence making the demand feel like an unshakable command. Melchior swallowed hard, realizing no one trained him for situations like this, especially not against students who weren't really students. He remembered the warnings, the legacy, and the man whose shadow made denying Yuseong something close to an act of treason. The air thickened as Yuseong waited, not moving, the silence doing more damage than yelling ever could in that moment. Melchior stamped the form, heart pounding, conceding faster than he wanted, caught between fear, awe, and vague self-preservation instincts. Yuseong stood smoothly, took the paper, and left like it was just another errand, cool, calm, and terrifyingly confident. Melchior turned to leave, but his thoughts kept circling, stirred up by Yuseong's nerve and complete lack of fear. He paced slowly, that unsettling feeling still lingering, as if he'd just shaken hands with a storm disguised as a student. The resemblance hit him hard. Yuseong wasn't just bold, he carried the same dangerous energy as someone best left unnamed. A student with no status shouldn't move like that, act like that. This kind of arrogance wasn't supposed to exist. Something serious was coming. If left unchecked, Yuseong might crack open secrets this academy spent decades trying to keep sealed. Morning came gently, clouds drifting by as the school's stone walls held quiet whispers of magic and tired, stressed students. The long presentation finally ended, and the girl exhaled in relief, legs sore from standing and nerves still buzzing inside. She sighed, thinking how hard it always was for commoners. Professors never showed mercy unless you were born privileged. Her fingers clutched the paper tightly. She knew she could have done better, but nerves tangled everything up at the worst moment. Jealous thoughts surfaced, comparing herself to others, but she shoved them down and tried to focus on staying motivated instead. A classmate offered a compliment, but it came with weird energy, somewhere between encouragement and mild irritation wrapped in a grin. She brushed it off, used to awkward praise and silent judgments, choosing to hold her pride together with practiced ease. One friend tried to ease the moment, clearly sensing the awkward tension and hoping to shift the vibe with humor. A boy nearby stepped up with easy confidence, catching the mood like it was a ball tossed gently in his direction. He mentioned starting a club, asking for help, but when asked himself, he admitted professors weren't exactly his biggest fans. They exchanged small talk, jokes slipping through as usual, their energy casual even while talking about grades and warnings like snacks. She rolled her eyes dramatically, half annoyed but clearly amused, thinking he always got away with doing the absolute bare minimum. Still talking, she shifted gears into serious mode, thinking out loud about someone reliable who might actually be able to help. That sudden realization hit her. Why not ask the one person who always seemed connected to everyone without even trying? He remembered something too. Assistant Professor Altisha. If guidance roles were open, she might be the perfect loophole for club approval. He headed out quickly, ideas forming with every step, ready to act before overthinking ruined whatever luck he had today. A strange figure appeared in the hallway, half hidden by shadows, staring too long like he knew something worth hiding. The grin on the student's face was off, forced, sharp. Something in his expression felt more threat than greeting. That uneasy feeling crawled in as he walked, the hallway somehow colder, echoing with tension instead of footsteps. He stopped at the door marked for Altisha's office, unsure what exactly to expect behind it after all this weirdness. The room was a mess, papers scattered like autumn leaves, and he stepped in with a cautious but friendly smile. Altisha looked up slowly, startled but not upset. Clearly overwhelmed with work and not expecting company anytime soon. He greeted her warmly, trying to ignore how chaotic her office looked, wondering how she even found anything in here. She recognized him with wide eyes, stumbling through her words like she forgot how social interactions were supposed to begin. Yuseol stayed calm, ready to explain himself, sensing this meeting could either solve his problem or become a whole new one. Papers covered the desk, ink still fresh. Yuseol noticed the title, Alticia's long-awaited thesis, left out like forgotten laundry. He asked about the thesis casually, but something in Alticia's expression tightened, like the question touched a bruise she hid. Her hand clenched without thinking, fingers curling in a moment of hesitation, revealing more than any words ever could. She quickly explained, voice a little too light, saying she'd submitted it already for the professor to use in conference. Yuseol smiled politely, but behind his words he wondered, was she really proud, or just trying hard to convince herself? He asked plainly if her name would be included, watching carefully as her smile wavered for a split second. Alticia forced a smile and waved it off, insisting it was just part of the learning process, nothing to stress. Yuseol's gut told him this wasn't the time to push her. She already looked like she'd swallowed a bitter truth. Somewhere else in the academy, eyes were watching, and silent plans moved forward like shadows no one had invited. A chalkboard sat filled with complex theory, layers of magic Yuseol barely understood, yet he knew Professor Maizen would use it. Alticia turned the conversation to magic theory, explaining her failed progress with quiet frustration, still trying to seem optimistic. She had focused on the random sequence convergence theory, drawn to it because of Yuseol's surprisingly unconventional logic. The formula on the board was messy, layered with confusion, years of work stuck on one unsolved, haunting gap. She admitted defeat in one part, but held her head high, saying if anyone could fix it, it was Yuseol. He blinked in disbelief as she calmly declared she'd finished the equation, her voice steady, like it wasn't a wild promise. Chalk scraped across the board as someone sketched symbols too complex for beginners but familiar enough to stir old thoughts. Yuseol stepped closer, sensing the weight behind each mark, like the room itself had something serious to say today. The instructor paused, eyes narrowing slightly, as if considering whether Yuseol would understand what came next, or completely miss it. Without hesitation, Yuseol picked up the chalk and continued the drawing, lines flowing like his hand had done this before. Their shoes tapped the floor in sync, the air suddenly quiet, both knowing something rare was beginning between student and teacher. The professor spoke thoughtfully, watching her grasp the formula's flow, realizing she'd already slipped into a rhythm beyond casual learning. Yuseol quietly admired her focus. While he followed patterns, she seemed to breathe life into the numbers themselves. She wasn't just smart, she was the kind of brilliant that could push humanity towards something bigger than anyone expected. Yuseol stepped back with a small nod. His part in this lesson was over, and he was okay with that. The academy hall was quiet, sunlight spilling across polished floors as Yuseol stepped in, feeling the weight of everything. His steps echoed softly, each one dragging the exhaustion of long days and too many plans stitched together last minute. After teaming up with Alicia, he managed to form a club and somehow got his hands on a pass. Even though people were suspicious, especially the gatekeeper, he managed to walk away with fewer questions than expected. With the gate behind him and fresh air ahead, Yuseol felt like the real work was finally beginning today. He spotted the tree ahead, huge, glowing slightly, like it had secrets carved into every branch older than most buildings. That was the Third World Tree, towering over the orchard like a guardian, watching over a place no one fully understood. The orchard buzzed with strange quietness, lights floating between trees while buildings peeked out from branches like hidden little homes. A group of elves stood nearby, graceful and curious, eyes sharp like they already knew who Yuseol was and why. One of them stepped forward, calm and steady, greeting him like his name had already been passed around all morning. She smiled with a look that mixed curiosity and calculation, clearly judging whether he belonged in a place like this. Yuseol stayed relaxed, letting the moment settle, aware of how different this world felt compared to everything he'd known before. Around them, more elves appeared, tall, graceful, dressed in soft green robes, all carrying that same quiet power in their steps. Then she appeared, silver hair flowing, presence overwhelming, the kind of figure you noticed without needing to say a single word. That was Syria, the king of elves. Just her presence alone could shift moods like clouds passing over sunlight. Syria's beauty made people lose themselves, but her strength was what truly mattered, power that could easily reshape everything around her. Many tried reaching her, chasing love or status, but her silence turned into walls too tall for anyone to cross. Yuseol didn't care for titles or attention. He quietly followed the clues until the forest opened into something strange. A hidden path curled inward, overgrown and silent, leading toward a place untouched, heavy with magic and stories left behind. The garden whispered secrets between shafts of sunlight. Yuseol stepped closer, heart steady, eyes fixed on what others never found. He reached into his coat and pulled out a key, small, warm, like it remembered where it wanted to go. The air shimmered faintly around him, and he could feel the tension shift as the key started glowing in his hand. A warning flashed, half memory, half prophecy. UCL paused, reading it like someone checking rules before breaking them anyway. The game hinted at this place, but no one ever saw what came next, just rumors lost in forum threads. He didn't expect much, honestly. Still, something in his chest told him this time things wouldn't follow the usual script. Light burst from the keyhole as the gate opened. Trees leaned in, watching him pass like he didn't belong yet. A soft voice, unseen, spoke something ancient, and the whole world blinked, dragging him into a place that shouldn't have existed anymore. Waterfalls draped over cliffs like glowing curtains, each drop catching sunlight, casting rainbows that danced quietly across the empty sky. Structures clung to mountain edges, untouched by time, built for purposes no one alive probably remembered or understood now. Garments lay scattered on stone platforms, as if someone vanished mid-moment. Something was watching, or waiting, just beyond the light. Inside the quiet room, a figure stepped forward slowly, robe trailing across polished floors, light brushing past like it remembered her. She paused at the tall windows, hands resting gently on iron rails, staring out at lands far beyond reach. A single tree stood alone outside, silent and still, its leaves swaying gently as if guarding ancient forgotten thoughts. Today felt calm, and the view looked unchanged, but something in the wind hinted at a shift quietly brewing. Doves flew across the sky in tight formation, free, unbothered, while she stood still, eyes distant, holding something heavier than peace. She turned away from the balcony, golden eyes distant, sensing something her body remembered even if her mind still hesitated. The soft sound of feathers passing by reminded her of places she could never reach, even with all her power. Her thoughts cracked slightly when a sharp shift in energy cut through the air, pulling her full focus instantly forward. That place, the one sealed off from most, stirred again. She recognized the pulse. It had awakened something long left untouched. Her breath caught. If someone truly entered the garden where Ifanel slept, it meant the balance could break any time now. A headache bloomed behind her eyes, a signal she hadn't felt in years. Something deep and dangerous was moving again. Her body trembled slightly as she steadied herself, gripping the edge of the table, trying to push the rising panic down. She walked quickly now, down a long hall lined with glowing doors, her robe fluttering like time had suddenly caught up. She paused at the last door, hand hovering just shy of touching, unsure if she wanted to open anything today. For decades she waited quietly. She couldn't afford to slip, not now. If the curse awoke, everything might fall apart. Deep inside, she waited quietly. If the world was changing again, then her time to act might come soon. Meanwhile, Yusiel sneezed violently, completely unbothered by fate, just annoyed at the pollen filling the air like powdered ambushes. A stray root caught his foot mid-step, sending him stumbling forward with enough momentum to trip over his own shadow. Before he could recover, another root snapped from the ground, slamming sideways and dragging him further into the thick brush. The forest didn't care who he was. It wrapped around his legs like it wanted to claim him as fertilizer. The oversized plant ahead looked straight out of a nightmare, with petals the size of shields and vines like arms. He backed off a little, realizing fighting this thing directly would take hours. If he didn't get swallowed first. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a small red bottle, the kind labeled, "On Emergency," in very shaky handwriting. With one sharp throw, fire bloomed like a storm, pushing back the vines in a wave of blinding heat. The creature shrieked, thrashing wildly as its roots curled inwards, trying to survive the sudden blaze devouring its territory. The flames lit up the sky, burning bright enough to turn shadows into echoes and leaves into glowing ash. Yusil ran through the chaos, dodging broken roots and flame whips, trying not to become part of the scenery. His eyes locked onto something ahead, a weak point, buried under petals. That was it. That's where it ended. Flames roared behind him as he leapt, cloak trailing, eyes narrowed. One chance, and he took it without hesitation. The explosion sent everything flying. Vines, dirt, smoke, and silence, broken only by the fading screech of something no longer alive. The system message popped up, confirming it. Yusiel had defeated the guardian beast. But something deeper had just been unlocked, too. He brushed off his coat, eyes scanning ahead. The air shifted slightly, like the world had just blinked. A soft light glowed between the vines. Whatever was inside felt ancient, untouched, and oddly welcoming despite everything outside. The message shimmered in blue, telling him to take only what he truly needed, nothing more, nothing less. Surrounded by glowing flowers and silver blue light, Yusiel stepped forward quietly, forgetting for a moment just how dangerous peace could be. Yusiel's eyes widened as realization hit. Everything, the clues, the garden, the light, led to this exact moment without warning. In the center stood a silent statue, cloaked in vines and blue flowers. Deity Ifanel, untouched and waiting in perfect stillness. Even in the afterworld, beings like Ifanel were rare, those with power strong enough to change everything from silence. Yusiel stepped closer, unsure if he was supposed to be here or if destiny had simply missed a turn. Her statue looked ahead, unmoving but alive with presence, like time waited for someone to finally understand what came next. The air thickened suddenly, energy pressing against his chest. Every step forward now felt like walking through invisible walls. A system message triggered, warning him about pressure. UCL gritted his teeth and dropped to one knee, refusing to stop. Pain ran down his back, but UCL forced himself upright. He knew this moment mattered more than his discomfort. His breathing hitched, but he kept moving forward, mind blank except for the single thought: he couldn't quit here, not now. His hand shot out, gripping the stone. The weight of everything slammed into him like a tidal wave of purpose. Flowers brushed his knees as he fell again, barely holding on, his body shaking like it remembered every loss he carried. Somehow he made it. Right in front of Ifanel's statue, the world softened, and light finally stopped pressing so hard. He exhaled slowly, body aching, mind quiet. A new message floated above the flowers, acknowledging something unseen had finally opened. For the first time in a while, he felt air that didn't weigh more than his own thoughts. The status screen glowed blue. Something inside him had changed. Maybe not strength, but clarity. And that was enough for now. UCL sat down quietly, surrounded by peace that wasn't quite peace, more like the pause before the universe starts talking again. He wasn't sure what would happen next, but whatever it was, he'd earned the right to face it properly. The system confirmed a reward. UCL had earned something special, something rare, and it pulsed quietly in his steady hands. New stats rolled across the screen like blessings, each one bringing subtle changes he'd been working toward all this time. He smiled slightly, understanding that this small breakthrough came from effort no one else ever really noticed or cared about. With the quiet space still glowing around him, UCL took a deep breath and prepared to begin serious training. Weeks later, progress showed in numbers and form. He wasn't just stronger, his rhythm sharpened like a blade that knew purpose. The training continued endlessly. Every swing burned, and every failed motion reminded him that shortcuts didn't exist in this path. UCL's strikes grew faster, but he knew faster wasn't enough. Precision was what turned skill into survival, not speed. Sweat blurred his vision. Still, he pushed harder, carving strength through sheer repetition and stubbornness nobody could teach him. He trained in silence, blade moving like breath, until his arms trembled but his feet still found the right stance. One mistake sent the sword flying. He winced, panting, watching it skid across the glowing ground with familiar disappointment. Bent over and gasping, he caught his breath slowly. The system chimed again, showing a new technique had unlocked. It was small but meaningful, an upgrade gained through honest struggle, without tricks or external help. That made it matter more. Even exhausted, UCL's eyes lit up. He'd carved this progress into existence, earned it through every drop of effort. A vision flickered, something strange stirred, swimming within the darkness like it had always been there, just out of reach. He stared into the void, something ancient staring back. No words, just a presence pressing quietly against his thoughts. UCL froze mid-motion, heart racing. A strange sound echoed around him like a whisper caught in a dream's afterglow. He spun toward the noise, half panicked, searching for something that wasn't supposed to be real, yet felt too familiar. The voice tugged at him, light and playful. His name spoken not by memory but something sacred and near. He looked toward the statue, breath catching. That presence, calm and sharp, it had to be her. It had to be Ifanel. The realization hit hard. Of all the people, all the moments, this divine voice chose to speak to him. She wasn't silent anymore. Her voice rang clear, firm, impatient, and maybe a little annoyed by his slow human brain. He stared, confused. Why could he hear her now? Had something shifted inside him while training in that endless blue field? Ifanel's form didn't move, yet her words felt real, like wind brushing skin, soft and sharp all at once. She explained it plainly. His breathing had matched hers, syncing them briefly in a way few ever reached. UCL blinked, thinking back. The system did say he unlocked something. Maybe that skill was more than numbers on a screen. Another system window appeared, and with it came a quiet dread. Penalty, essence erosion. Not a buff, definitely not harmless. He frowned, reading closer. The words didn't dance around it. His human soul wouldn't survive long under Ifanel's divine influence. Death wasn't immediate, but the risk was certain. His very essence could unravel just by staying connected for too long. Still, UCL didn't panic. He catalogued the danger calmly, weighing it like another puzzle in a game he'd chosen to play. Ifanel's voice returned, gentler now, explaining how her past devotees didn't survive. But he might be different if fate stayed kind. UCL blinked, struggling to process what he heard. Someone had cut down a deity? That wasn't in the game. The idea shook him, whoever it was. They weren't alive now, but their strength must have echoed long after death. Ifanel offered something unexpected, her knowledge, stored from watching someone legendary, waiting for someone else to carry it forward. She couldn't teach like a person. She had no body, no presence to move. But she remembered everything clearly. Her request came gently, like a whisper inside light. Find her heart, free her from this half-existence. It was a plea. Yuseol hesitated. Saving her meant stealing from another deity. That wasn't just risky, it was the kind of thing that broke worlds. If Enel didn't beg, she only waited, her presence quiet. She couldn't chase freedom alone, only offer a chance to reach her. Yuseol looked up. The task was impossible. The cost was too high. But somehow, he didn't want to walk away. If she gave up her power, she'd lose herself. But she'd rather vanish than stay trapped forever. That said everything. He exhaled, nodding once. If it could be done, he'd try, even if it broke the rules written in stars. The truth was hard to accept. It wasn't impossible, just terrifying. He didn't need to kill, just extract a divine piece. The divine beast guarding it would be a nightmare. But Yuseol had faced nightmares before and walked away breathing. He straightened his back, determination finally catching up to the weight of her request. "I'll do my best," he said. If Enel didn't say much more, only promised to wait, her voice quieter now, like a breeze under falling petals. As he turned to leave, she called out once more. "A gift," she said, something waiting just ahead for him. A delicate wreath lay on the vines, blue flowers woven carefully, glowing faintly, a small gift left behind with purpose. Yuseol lifted it gently, unsure of its meaning until the system confirmed it. An item of absolute friendship from a deity. He'd never seen this in the game. Whatever it wasn't just decorative. It felt sacred. Maybe it could work as a disguise later if things got complicated. But he'd rather it stay peaceful. Then it hit him. This wasn't just from anyone. It was a symbol, directly from FNL. That changed everything again. Somewhere else, sunlight slipped through academy windows as another mind worked, hand racing across the board in quiet excitement. Chalk tapped fast, lines forming across the dark slate, symbols shifting as if unlocking something buried beneath years of waiting. She sat down hard, heart pounding. It worked. The formula completed, a breakthrough blooming like morning light through glass. But excitement faded fast. Time was short. There were things still unfinished, things only she could prepare before tomorrow arrived. She stood again, hands shaking slightly. For someone out there, change had already begun. A shift was coming, unstoppable now. Pages fluttered as she wrote quickly, her notes spilling out across the desk like echoes of thought catching fire. A pen scribbled final details. The future wouldn't wait. If she paused now, the moment would dissolve like mist. "A new generation begins tomorrow," she whispered. Not just hope, certainty. The kind built by years of quiet, tireless work. She smiled softly, sensing how much this would mean for one student in particular. Someone whose future now felt real. Yuseol's name flickered in her mind like a memory being rewritten. Whatever happened next, he'd be ready for it.
Golden lights sparkled across the massive towers as Baek Yuseol stepped into a place far grander than he'd imagined before. Inside, the warm-lit halls buzzed quietly as cloaked figures walked ahead, their footsteps echoing between high marble walls and chandeliers. Baek Yuseol followed Izel, unsure whether to feel anxious or proud, his breath steadying with every step across the polished floor. Everyone seemed to belong here, their goals obvious and confident. Baek Yuseol simply hoped he wouldn't trip over his own expectations. The agenda flashed in his mind, top minds, endless theories, and somehow his name now sat among them like it belonged there. Baek Yuseol adjusted his collar, pretending the tension wasn't there, while scanning faces that looked like they'd already judged his existence. Izel stayed calm beside him, clearly carrying more belief than necessary, but it helped anchor him in that swirling moment. Though curious, Baek Yuseol still questioned everything: his luck, the past, and whether stolen ideas really came from someone like him. Her presence reminded him this wasn't about fairness. Some people simply worked harder. Whether others approved or not didn't matter now. The evening lights cast soft glows on their coats, and for once, Baek Yuseol let himself believe he deserved that space. He took a deep breath, not because it helped, but because doing something ordinary made unfamiliar pressure feel less intense. They slipped through the side door unnoticed, a quiet decision that matched their modest arrival at this highly anticipated research event. Inside, seats filled with confident strangers, their hands full of notes and minds ready to dissect every idea with surgical focus. The host stepped forward with practiced ease, setting the tone of seriousness that made even trained scholars sit up straighter. All attention shifted toward the stage, but Baek Yuseol already sensed the undercurrent: expectations, comparisons, and whispers that hadn't even begun yet. Maisen confidently explained her research, fingers tracing the glowing diagram as if no one else could possibly rival her discovery today. Her presentation was polished and sharp, clearly rehearsed, and the smirk on her face suggested she knew that perfectly well. A few heads nodded politely, though Baek Yuseol noticed some whispering skeptically in the background as if something felt oddly familiar. Applause followed, short and polite, as Maisen stepped back with pride, certain her spotlight couldn't possibly be dimmed this time. Baek Yuseol clapped slowly, thoughts racing, because something about her work sounded suspiciously like the theory Izel showed him last spring. As Mason sat down, Baek Yuseol quietly leaned forward, still processing every detail and wondering if it was just déjà vu. The moderator's voice rose again, hinting the real excitement had only begun, and several attendees shifted, sensing something unexpected ahead. Izel took a deep breath before walking up, every step heavier than it looked. But her back never once wavered. She paused, straightened her glasses, and introduced herself softly, a stark contrast to the dramatic energy that just filled the room. In the crowd, Baek Yuseol watched closely, remembering how quietly brilliant she was, especially when others underestimated her without hesitation. Izel cleared her throat, then smiled faintly, knowing full well the depth of what she was about to unleash publicly. Her eyes scanned the room, locking briefly with Baek Yuseol's before she stated the topic with calm precision and unshaken confidence. The title dropped like a stone complex, abstract, yet impossibly exact, and whispers immediately rippled through the rows like quiet thunder. Izel stood tall beneath the golden dome, her voice echoing as people leaned forward to catch every word she offered. A few experts exchanged wide-eyed glances, suddenly realizing this wasn't just theory, it might actually challenge the foundation Mason stood on earlier. Standing tall despite nerves, Izel steadied her breath, realizing how surreal it was to explain something others barely understood. She paused only briefly, knowing hesitation would be read as weakness, and lifted her chin like she'd practiced 100 times. Silence settled across the room, but Izel didn't flinch. Her mind focused only on presenting it how alchemists always would. Her confidence sharpened mid-sentence, the tone shifting from uncertain to certain, like someone who had spent nights proving this truly worked. In the audience, raised eyebrows and hushed murmurs followed, some questioning the theory's limits while others clung to disbelief. A senior alchemist lowered his hand, silencing the room with nothing but presence and a look that welcomed the impossible. He reminded everyone how failure shouldn't define truth, especially for those who live by testing boundaries others avoid for comfort. Izel's heart pounded, not from fear, but from realizing she'd finally been asked to share, not defend, her findings. The man's voice carried respect, inviting her to continue like a mentor asking a student to light the next torch. Light softened around her, and for a rare second, the silence wasn't hostile, it was open, waiting, willing to believe her. Izel bowed gently, preparing to wrap up, when a sudden voice sliced through the calm with practiced authority and intent. The interruption came from Mason, her tone sharp, requesting the forum address a formal concern about the entire presentation. Audience members tensed instantly, heads turning, as Mason's accusation hinted not at error or theory but at something far more damaging. With practiced smugness, she leaned forward and claimed the possibility of plagiarism, knowing exactly how explosive the word would sound here. Izel's breath hitched, her hands gripped tighter as the weight of the word filled the room louder than any applause could. Elder Alchemist Talcum looked serious now, warning Mason that making false accusations without proof could end a career permanently today. Mason just smiled knowingly, answering too easily, like someone who thought the entire game had already been decided behind curtains. Izel stood quietly on the stage while footsteps echoed, Mason's heels tapping with a confidence that grated against Izel's nerves. The crowd leaned in as Mason explained how the 5 unsolved conundrums were the only real gateway between theories. Baek Yuseol sat tense, catching the hidden meaning in Mason's words, twisting truth into chains designed to strangle Izel's credibility mercilessly. Mason twisted the facts smoothly, highlighting her own partial solutions as the only significant progress anyone had ever made officially. She gestured broadly, pulling attention as if the room's very air agreed with her, leaving Izel slightly isolated on stage. Izel clenched her hands, anger quietly simmering under her polite mask while Mason continued stacking accusation atop fragile misunderstandings. Some professors nodded at Mason's clever wording, accepting the half-truths without question, simply because she wore authority like a second skin. Mason finished sharply, stating that even if Izel solved something, the remaining 4 belonged entirely under her name and legacy. Izel stood frozen for a moment, chest tight, knowing they weren't just questioning her skill, now they were doubting her existence. Across the hall, Mason smiled coldly, certain this trap would brand Izel forever, no matter how brilliant her discovery was. In Mason's mind, Izel was already defeated, a brilliant spark she planned to claim completely and extinguish without any guilt. Her inner thoughts dripped with condescension, recognizing Izel's genius, yet still determined to end her independent journey right there and then. With a sharp turn, Maizen faced Isel fully, asking smugly what she planned to do next before the gathering. Isel's mind spun wildly, her heartbeat pounding louder than any voice, feeling the stage shrink into a blur of colors. She clenched her trembling hands, forcing herself to breathe, while a voice deep inside whispered that she didn't have to fall. Memories flashed back, moments of quiet advice from Baek Yuseol, who always said, help wasn't weakness if the goal mattered. Straightening her back, Isel announced she needed someone's support, feeling courage crackle stubbornly through the thick fear clouding her mind. Elder Talcum leaned forward, his brows furrowing curiously as the hall grew hushed, waiting to hear the name she would call. Isel tightened her grip around her words, speaking clearly even as her heart raced. Determined not to falter in front, she raised her hand, pointing straight towards someone unexpected, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes follow her quiet gesture. Every head turned sharply as she named her ally, the one she trusted enough to stand with her Baek Yuseol himself. Baek Yuseol blinked rapidly, eyes wide with shock, realizing far too late that today's spotlight had just found him too. Isel's voice quivered slightly, but her conviction stayed firm as she declared Baek Yuseol, role as the thesis CO author. Elder Talcum's eyebrows shot up, murmurs spreading like wildfire as the audience processed the unexpected twist that just changed everything. Isel's hand trembled slightly, but she pointed without hesitation toward Baek Yuseol, her only trusted partner when everything seemed ready to collapse. Baek Yuseol froze mid-thought, blinking several times, his mind running blank from the shock of being dragged into the center. He stumbled awkwardly to his feet, heart hammering against his ribs, feeling hundreds of eyes pinning him down like weights. Baek Yuseol stood, stunned, questioning if he somehow misheard, but the confident stare from Isel confirmed everything painfully clear. Sparks of disbelief flickered around the audience, professors whispering and guests exchanging glances that said, "A student? Really? Without words?" Baek Yuseol scratched his head, still confused, but deep down he knew backing away wasn't even an option anymore today. Elder Talcum smiled faintly from his seat, clearly finding the whole unpredictable turn of events far more entertaining than troubling. Baek Yuseol finally took a step forward, his nerves and doubts stitched together by something stubborn that refused to embarrass Isel. Baek Yuseol reached the stage with slow, careful steps, trying not to trip on polished marble or on his own fear. Standing face to face with Maizen felt different now. There was a thick tension in the air, crackling louder than applause ever could. Baek Yuseol met Maizen's gaze steadily, refusing to blink, as a strange purple energy started to glow faintly between them. Magic gathered like a soft current around his fingers, responding instinctively, as if it knew the gravity of this moment. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Baek Yuseol promised himself he wouldn't just survive here, he'd leave a real mark. Baek Yuseol's magic pulsed faintly as he smiled, sensing the shift in the room, feeling Maizen's growing discomfort build. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Baek Yuseol's face as he realized Maizen hadn't completely anticipated how flexible this entire plan could be. With quiet confidence, Baek Yuseol stepped forward, his shoes clicking sharply, cutting through the thick tension like a blade through silk. Facing the silent crowd, he raised his voice calmly, stating he wanted to start by respecting Maizen's claimed perspective first. Baek Yuseol's steady tone drew curiosity, making even the harshest skeptics wonder if this young student really had something surprising. Elder Talcum chuckled lowly from his seat, visibly intrigued, while others leaned forward eagerly to see where this strange path led. Baek Yuseol proposed solving the core technique right here, side by side, effectively inviting everyone to witness the truth unfold before their eyes. Isel watched, heart racing. Realizing Baek Yuseol wasn't buying time, he was giving her space to fight back with everything she had. Despite herself, Isel's lips trembled into a smile, overwhelmed by the rare feeling of someone standing by her without hesitation. Baek Yuseol turned toward her slightly, his voice softer, reminding her not to doubt herself now after coming all this way. Isel's eyes widened, catching the seriousness hidden beneath Baek Yuseol's relaxed tone, feeling the heavy trust he placed entirely in her. She tightened her fists briefly, steadying herself, letting the chaotic noise in her mind quiet under Baek Yuseol's silent encouragement. Deep breath filling her chest, Isel nodded inwardly, choosing to believe in her hard work, instincts, and relentless stubborn hope. The soft light around her sharpened, her doubts fading, replaced with a simple decision to trust the path she had walked. Across from her, Maizen narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the sudden, invisible storm gathering behind the quiet strength rising in Isel. Isel stood firm, her voice calm as she prepared to truly begin, knowing everything she worked for depended on this. Her heart thudded heavily, but she didn't hesitate, catching Professor Maizen's cold gaze and holding it without flinching anymore. A heavy silence fell over the room, the weight of expectation tightening until it felt thick enough to cut through. Far away, ancient failures lingered like broken shadows across the floor, reminders of how many had dared and fallen before. Yet now, unlike before, something shifted the atmosphere itself, feeling lighter, as if the chains of fear finally loosened just enough. Watching from a distance, Kane's sharp gaze narrowed, instantly recognizing that something subtle but powerful was beginning to unfold here. His partner Hazen scowled, arms crossed impatiently, dismissing the slow pace and excitement that Kane seemed so oddly invested in. Hazen yawned dramatically, muttering that missions like this were meaningless when the real threats never bothered to hide themselves. As others leaned forward, Hazen's interest drifted, already considering this job another wasted day in a long chain of disappointments. Still, something unseen stirred in the air, pulling attention back toward the stage where new possibilities quietly started breathing again. Hazen scoffed lightly at Kane's focus, but when she followed his gaze, something strange in the atmosphere brushed against her. It wasn't visible, but it was there, a hum, a crackling pressure that made even seasoned warriors straighten unknowingly. The air sharpened subtly as a fundamental boundary shifted, signaling something long thought impossible was actually starting to unfold. Elder Talcum blinked slowly from his seat, recognizing the undeniable ripple across the hall. This wasn't just theory anymore, it lived. The first of the great barriers, considered unsolvable by tradition, now cracked wide open right before everyone's disbelieving eyes. Strange symbols glowed across the board, the first dilemma solved slightly differently than scholars expected, but solid and undeniable nonetheless. Kane's sharp eyes scanned the formation, quickly recognizing the brilliance woven underneath the simple patterns others failed to fully understand. Isel's quiet persistence shone brighter than any loud boast, her work answering old questions that once paralyzed entire generations of scholars. Without hesitation, they moved on, facing the next challenge, announcing the second dilemma, something even fewer had dared to tackle before. Whispers broke through the crowd as attendees realized how rare it was to see a second breakthrough unfold right before them. An old professor whispered disbelief, recalling how solving the second dilemma usually took months, not a handful of breathtaking minutes. The second solution shimmered into place, forcing everyone present to reassess everything they thought was impossible about convergence and harmonization. Baek smiled faintly, knowing this was just the warm-up. The real mountain started now, crossing into truly uncharted territory. Electricity crackled invisibly between them as Isel and Baek pushed forward, facing the third dilemma, history's most immovable barrier. Isel's heart pounded, but she refused to blink first, determined to challenge even the problems nobody else dared whisper about. Elder Talcum gasped, unable to hide his amazement as early signs suggested they weren't just challenging the third dilemma, they were winning. Maizen stiffened, sensing the tide shift in real time, her certainty fraying like paper under a relentless rising storm she couldn't stop. Her mind screamed, trying to rationalize the collapse of everything she thought only belonged to her legacy and private achievements. Across the room, Baek smiled quietly, realizing Isel never thought about solving each piece separately. She saw the whole thing differently. Isel's belief had been simple from the start. Everything was connected, and solving it all together was the only real answer. The difference was crystal clear. Isel understood the system entirely, while Maizen had only scratched the surface without realizing it. Letters sprawled across the board, glowing faintly, as realization hit Maizen that her theories had been incomplete this entire time. Maizen panicked, desperately trying to recall missing fragments, only to realize the chalkboard was out of space for her counter-argument. Scrambling, she demanded another board, but even her voice cracked under the growing pressure. She couldn't fight anymore. Watching Maizen stumble, the hall shifted. Silent, but unmistakable, the dominance she clung to was crumbling faster than she could patch. Maizen's eyes narrowed desperately, while Isel calmly turned, facing the crowd that once doubted her but now couldn't look away. Isel's voice resonated through the hall, claiming the full theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique without trembling once. Across the vast audience, a wave of awe rippled out, students and professors alike realizing they were witnessing true history. Baek grinned faintly, overwhelmed by the crazy, unbelievable pride swelling in his chest at standing right here beside her. Isel's lips quivered into a small smile, realizing through teary eyes that she had truly, finally done what few even dreamed. Every face stared upward in admiration, every notebook forgotten, as this rarest moment etched itself permanently into everyone's memory forever. Isel pressed a hand over her heart, feeling the unbelievable rush of victory crash warmly through every nerve in her body. Baek Yuseol looked over with quiet pride, knowing Isel's strength was something nobody could ever deny or steal again. Grateful tears filled Isel's eyes as she whispered a thank you inwardly, because without Baek Yuseol, none of this would have felt possible. Under the bright lights, Isel's eyes locked with Baek Yuseol's, silently promising she would never forget this trust they shared. Shadows twisted around Mason as she stumbled forward, her voice broken, barely holding herself together under the crushing weight of defeat. Artesia stood frozen, heart pounding in her chest, overwhelmed by the lights, noise, and pressure pressing down hard. Excitement erupted around her as the auditorium lit up. Everyone witnessed her bold move in perfect, synchronized amazement. People captured every second while Artesia remained locked in that moment, stunned she actually made it this far alive. With trembling hands and wide eyes, she smiled through disbelief, realizing the impossible she worked for had finally happened. Behind her, Baek Yuseol watched quietly, pride swelling inside him as he saw her own confidence bloom at last. A sudden shift broke the moment. Strange pressure filled the air, and something unnatural began seeping into the atmosphere. Artesia turned slowly, confused, catching sight of a familiar figure bathed in dark violet energy she didn't recognize anymore. Each step he took cracked reality beneath him, purple light flickering with heavy intent that made everything feel warped. Artesia stared across the space, stunned by the transformation. That shadowy presence no longer felt like someone she knew. Baek Yuseol stepped up beside her, eyes sharp, his presence steady, ready for whatever darkness had now taken root. The silence carried weight as Baek Yuseol observed distortions spreading, each pulse confirming something had gone deeply wrong here. Artesia inhaled slowly, eyes fixed on the figure ahead. Her gut twisted, instincts warning her louder than logic could. The professor hovered, no longer bound by human motion, wearing a calm expression that felt eerily distant and cold. His form glowed with unnatural rhythm, calling out to something else, something buried deep inside Artesia she hadn't faced yet. Artesia's grip tightened, her voice trembled. Not from fear, but urgency, pleading for reality to return before everything changed forever. Artesia clenched her fist tightly. Rage and embarrassment bubbled up from the pit of her stomach after everything unfolded. She couldn't believe her work was still questioned. Countless hours, sleepless nights, yet someone treated it like a footnote. The realization struck suddenly those potion ideas weren't new. They were hers, repackaged and stolen by someone standing nearby. Tears blurred her vision. Even Baek Yuseol's quiet presence couldn't stop her thoughts from spiraling into frustration and confusion again. She screamed into the empty air, angry at the unfairness of it all, feeling small despite everything she had accomplished. Whispers swirled around the room as students shifted nervously. No one wanted to be the center of that moment. Professor Altiuchia stood calmly, her expression unreadable. She was the eye of a storm Artesia didn't know she entered. A small smirk curled the older professor's lips. Amusement? Satisfaction? Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't ordinary. Laughter exploded like thunder across the hall, breaking the tension. A moment so unexpected it almost felt rehearsed for drama. Professor Altichia smiled faintly, seemingly entertained. The energy in the room was chaotic, but she thrived inside the madness effortlessly. Everyone leaned in closer as Altichia raised her hands, cooling the situation, but her thoughts raced behind calm eyes. Before anyone could breathe, she lunged forward. Her target was clear, and her eyes locked with Artesia's in judgment. Baek Yuseol stepped between them just in time, feeling Altiuchia's magic press like invisible hands against his chest. The crowd gasped as Professor Maizen turned sharply, drawing attention. His stern voice silenced the entire auditorium in seconds. Baek Yuseol met Maizen's gaze without flinching. He wasn't about to let anything escalate, not while Artesia stood behind him again. Professor Altiuchia's expression hardened as silence filled the room. Her pride refused to bend, even when the pressure mounted. She walked away slowly, back straight, pretending control. But the weight of eyes behind her dug deep like sharp pins. Whispers followed her steps. Even the boldest students stayed quiet, sensing the fall of someone once untouchable and feared. The tension thickened as she passed. Faces turned, some in shock, some in relief, all watching the moment change everything. She hesitated, lips parting, but words didn't come. Her role unraveled in front of everyone who once respected her. Altichia's fury burst out, her voice slicing through silence. The decision was final, echoing like thunder in the hall. The old professor didn't hesitate. He nodded calmly, then waved his hand. Orders like that were never questioned here, she screamed, dragged across the marble floor, insisting innocence. The struggle made her look smaller than she ever had before. Panic bloomed on her face as her cries reached no one. Everyone looked away, afraid to be next. Artesia dropped to her knees, heart still racing. The room returned to quiet, but the air stayed heavy. Artesia blinked up as a hand appeared. The storm had passed, but the aftershocks still trembled beneath her skin. Baek Yuseol's smile was soft, casual, like the chaos hadn't happened. That calmness always brought her back to center. The light shifted gently behind them. Artesia exhaled, letting the warmth slowly melt the tension left in her chest. Her eyes softened. For once, she let herself smile freely without hesitation, without fear of what might happen next. The dome outside glowed peacefully. The day had been hard, messy, but somehow, it still ended with something that felt okay. Whispers echoed behind cloaks as students walked out. The event was over, and everyone had their version of truth. One by one, theories started forming. Assumptions filled gaps, most wrong, but said with confidence as if facts themselves. Despite the disappointment, some admired the drama. Curiosity always survived where understanding didn't, especially with such an odd case. Eyes shifted to Artesia and Baek Yuseol. Nobody expected such names behind that research. It rattled the usual academic pride. A girl smirked as she looked back. Kind of cute, she thought, but didn't realize how true that was. She spoke quietly, recalling details of Baek Yuseol's past. A boy with no magic, but stories far louder than spells. His hometown burned. Monsters, war, and loss followed him here, but he never used that to explain his strength. Baek Yuseol stood quietly at the center, golden magic swirling but never touching him. Like light refused to claim him, he made a choice to stay hidden, no interviews, no spotlight, yet somehow ended up in everyone's memory anyway. The taller girl narrowed her eyes, her calm shifting slightly. She wasn't sure why, but something about him lingered. Baek Yuseol's eyes lifted briefly. Just a glance, just long enough to spark a strange pause in someone else's mind. He blinked and looked away, unaware of the questions spinning wildly behind cloaked figures pretending not to care. One girl gasped. She felt it too. That wasn't normal. He'd seen them through layers of hidden magic and distance. Her magic should have blocked it completely. Something was wrong with him, or with everything she thought she understood. But the taller one just smiled. He hadn't pierced their spell, he'd ignored it entirely, like it didn't exist at all. Baek Yuseol smirked slightly, brushing off the attention. He was used to stares, but today's felt more curious than judgmental. Altisha glanced sideways, unsure what to make of him. Her usual confidence cracked for a second she wouldn't admit. With a dramatic swirl of cloaks, they turned away. Their part was done, and neither wanted to stay longer. A golden carriage waited nearby, catching the last light of day. Departure always felt better when you weren't running away. Inside the carriage, a finger tapped lightly. Altisha didn't say a word, but her mind spun with new questions. Maizen paced alone, stewing in resentment. The weight of public failure clung to his pride like a stubborn stain. He clenched his fists, spiraling deeper into frustration. His thoughts grew reckless, twisted by the pressure of being exposed. Layden's voice broke through the tension, cold and grounded. Maizen froze, realizing his rage had already crossed an unseen line. Maizen left the hall trembling, her mind spiraling while gripping her coat, unable to accept the bitter taste of defeat. She gritted her teeth, hating that Baek Yuseol's presence was the turning point that shattered her carefully built facade. Maizen cursed under her breath, planning her next move desperately, until a deep voice interrupted her chaotic thoughts like thunder. From the shadows, Raiden stepped forward, calm yet cold, commanding her attention instantly with a presence that felt too heavy. Maizen's jaw dropped, stunned to see Raiden standing before her, realizing the situation was far bigger than just academic rivalry. Raiden observed her closely, flipping through a document, then looked up with eyes sharp enough to pierce through pretension. Maizen muttered an excuse, but Raiden remained calm, explaining how close she'd come to triggering something far more dangerous than embarrassment. He scolded her flatly, explaining how unchecked emotion would have ruined everything, nearly causing a magical backlash they weren't prepared for. A cold shiver ran through Maizen's spine as she realized how narrowly they avoided disaster by pure coincidence or divine luck. She lowered her eyes, whispering a quiet apology, but the silence that followed made it clear words weren't enough anymore. Raiden didn't move, letting silence do the work, then calmly asked if she thought a mere apology would fix everything. His voice didn't rise, but his presence expanded, warning her with controlled magic that this wasn't a second-chance conversation. Maizen tried to protest, claiming she still had influence and wasn't ready to give up everything she built over decades. Raiden dismissed her words with one look, explaining her best move now was obedience, not resistance. if she wanted to survive. With a final warning, he instructed her to stay still and wait, leaving Maizen frozen as his figure shimmered away. Maizen clenched her hands tight, fury boiling over. Everything fell apart, and in her eyes, Baek Yuseol was the reason. Shadows danced around her thoughts, clouding logic as she muttered for just a little more power to flip things back. Across the room, Baek Yuseol laughed lightly, unaware of Maizen's growing spiral, caught up in quiet conversation with Aizel and friends. That calm look on Baek Yuseol's face became the final spark. Maizen's hatred quietly cemented itself into something much darker. Outside, the sound of a distant train echoed through peaceful air, carrying students away from the storm they didn't notice. Baek Yuseol leaned against the wall casually, stretching his arms while Aizel lingered nearby, both exhausted yet weirdly content after everything. As thoughts settled, Baek Yuseol reflected on Maizen's potential corruption, realizing her darkness hadn't yet triggered the full disaster he expected. He pictured the scene again, the professor surrounded by dark magic, and knew fate had simply decided to delay the chaos. Letting out a long sigh, Baek Yuseol muttered that it couldn't be helped some episodes just weren't meant to rush through. With the symposium behind them, Baek Yuseol returned to routine, even as that unshakable feeling of being watched never quite left. In the shadows, black cloaked figures observed from afar, exchanging glances as if quietly judging the weight of what unfolded. Among them, Kane turned briefly, his eyes sharpening as he realized Baek Yuseol had noticed his presence. Just barely. Kane, captain of the Sockwall Tower, stayed silent, but his mind processed everything. That boy was not to be ignored. The Sockwall Tower, elite among mages, existed to monitor dark forces, and even they felt uncertain about what they just witnessed. Kane's grip tightened slightly. For the first time in years, someone outside their circle had shifted something they didn't anticipate. Baek Yuseol stood quietly, watching the entrance. He felt the tension rise, sensing danger walking through the door. He thought of Professor Mare predicting trouble. Still, curiosity pushed him forward as a strange feeling tickled his instincts again. Approaching calmly, he found himself face to face with a student dressed oddly, sitting with perfect posture and mysterious aura. He opened his mouth to speak. The other looked up lazily, interested only once a stranger entered the lounge. A gloved hand tipped the hat. Eyes narrowed, faint recognition flickered behind the confident smile. Baek Yuseol didn't blink. She adjusted his collar. This wasn't just another entrance, he preferred elegance, and the room now belonged completely to him. People didn't know him as a student. He wasn't someone you'd find listed under the school's registry or dorms. Those watching didn't understand. He wasn't trying to impress. He had no intention of becoming another ordinary academy attendee. She's memories sharpened his influence, shaped far more than they guessed. Even this place would bend to him before long. He wasn't here to fit in. His purpose was buried deeper, tied to shadows only a few dared mention. She crossed one leg, smiling easily. Baek Yuseol remained still, but Aizel blinked, sensing something odd about their visitor. She spoke carefully, like testing waters. He asked a question that hinted he knew more than he was revealing. Baek Yuseol didn't hesitate. He offered his name with pride, feeling no pressure even though suspicion lingered in the air. She raised an eyebrow slightly. A student from Stella, now in front of him. A curious situation worth exploring further. With flair, he delivered his real reason and invitation. A contract that could shift careers, stir fame, and alter futures. Aizel's eyes widened as she read the contract. The numbers, the support, it was more than she ever imagined possible. Her hands trembled holding the offer. Unlimited resources, full freedom, endless possibilities, more than any student had been granted before today. She blinked fast, clutching the paper. With this, every invention idea she'd hidden in notebooks could finally be real. She turned to Yuseol excitedly. If anyone would appreciate this opportunity and understand the value, it would be him. Yuseol paused, catching her gaze. There was something unreadable in his expression, like he'd heard a different question entirely. She watched quietly. He tilted his head and asked again, was the offer lacking something? He was willing to adjust. Aizel waved her hands quickly, denying the idea. The offer was beyond generous, almost hard to fully comprehend. She looked at Baek Yuseol again, her voice steady. They created this together, and decisions like this had to be shared. Baek Yuseol stayed silent. His gaze softened, as though weighing the space between dreams and responsibility one more time. She leaned back with a slight smile. He understood the hesitation, though he'd expected quicker agreement from students with ambition. Baek Yuseol smiled politely. They'd built something impressive, sure, but they were still students. Not every offer meant the right future. She offered another copy of the contract. His tone was calm, but something in the air began to subtly shift. Baek Yuseol flipped through the contract again. No matter how attractive the terms, something about it still didn't feel right. He met Shi's eyes and spoke simply. His tone didn't waver. Against all expectations, he pushed the papers back again. Shi's smile remained, but his eyes narrowed slightly. This was not the answer he had prepared for or welcomed. Baek Yuseol glanced around the academy courtyard, thinking maybe it was time to find a new way forward today. He thought about President Shi, a guy who was all business, but sometimes business wasn't enough to fix everything. Shi's stubborn attitude was legendary, sticking to his crazy ideas like gum on a shoe, even when everything fell apart. Rumors buzzed around the academy about secret deals, hidden trades, and magic gadgets that never really worked as advertised. Baek Yuseol sighed, realizing working with Shi's squad sounded exciting, but honestly, it could mess things up pretty badly. Sitting back in the meeting room, Baek Yuseol tried to sound professional, even though he honestly just wanted to nap. He laid it all out. Sure, they had big dreams and shiny new tech, but dreams without cash were pointless. She smirked like he knew all the secrets already, mentioning he'd rounded up a bunch of investors ready to gamble. Baek Yuseol raised an eyebrow. Was this dude seriously trying to lock down every investor in the city at once? Grinning awkwardly, Baek Yuseol admitted the deal sounded nice, but something deep down told him it might be a disaster. Baek Yuseol flashed a confident grin, knowing full well his bold pitch might shake things up way more than expected today.
Yuseol calmly explained the need for more magicians to adopt the Academy's experimental new technology. The professor acknowledged Yuseol's ambition, but reminded him that such dreams required more than just vision. Yuseol confidently shared his investor meeting results, emphasizing Chairman Melon's personal interest in the project. The professor questioned the logistics, pointing out Yuseol would need to reject prior terms to proceed. Admitting the deal's appeal, Yuseol prepared to reveal his final decision, eyes focused and unwavering. Yuseol laid out his proposal, confident that his strategy balanced expansion with exclusivity and long-term vision. He suggested wide distribution for general items, but exclusive rights for difficult luxury products to Sion Querlin. The professor agreed to the terms in principle, but doubted the market demand for premium magical items. Yuseol, without hesitation, assured he never enters deals that risk financial loss, maintaining his steady composure. With a slight smile, Yuseol proposed a timeframe 6 months to prove the luxury market's viability. The professor paused briefly, surprised by Yuseol's confidence in the daring terms offered without hesitation. Regaining composure, he acknowledged Yuseol's boldness. Impressed by the student's professionalism and clear understanding of negotiation, Yuseol handed over a folded message slip containing a communication link and his official contact information. The assistant, startled by the gesture, expressed thanks, clearly not expecting things to proceed this smoothly. Tipping his hat, the professor signaled their departure, ending the meeting with unspoken respect for Yuseol. After the meeting ended, Yuseol and his friend exited together, both visibly relieved and mentally exhausted. His friend confessed he'd felt intense pressure, nearly overwhelmed, despite appearing energetic and expressive the entire time. Yuseol raised an eyebrow, unconvinced that such behavior reflected nervousness, but chose not to argue. Smiling warmly, the friend sincerely praised Yuseol's composure, amazed by how calmly he handled the entire negotiation. Yuseol, modest as always, responded casually, brushing off the compliment like it wasn't a big achievement. Yuseol smiled to himself, reflecting on the success and thinking about relaxing with his clubmates later. The symposium concluded quietly, and regular classes resumed at Stella Academy without any unexpected disruptions or incidents. A substitute announced that Professor Melon had vanished again, leaving no clues, which aligned with Yuseol's predictions. In the original timeline, Melon's awakening would devastate the Academy during the 8th episode of events. Now uncertain, Yuseol suspected the timeline had changed, pushing the event forward due to his own actions. While walking alone, Yuseol overheard a conversation that immediately caught his attention and made him pause. Students were excitedly discussing Assistant Arterisha's breakthrough on the interlocked chaos formula, a significant academic achievement. They mentioned a hidden co-author, someone anonymous, who helped crack the complex formula alongside Arterisha. Jokingly, they speculated the co-author was too ugly to be revealed publicly, laughing without realizing the truth. Yuseol smirked quietly to himself, thankful his hidden involvement helped him maintain a low profile at school. Yuseol walked through the academy courtyard, determined to stay unnoticed and let Arterisha receive all credit. He spotted she nearby and decided to approach, recognizing her distinct blue hair from a distance. Nearby students admired Shi's beauty and academic prowess, remarking how unfair it was for someone to have both. Another student dismissed her achievements bitterly, reducing her to status as a child of trash despite excellence. Hearing the gossip, Yuseol sighed internally, realizing even in silence, he couldn't escape school's toxic chatter. She and Morphe turned to greet Yuseol, who finally arrived after walking across the academy courtyard. With a gentle smile, Morphe welcomed him while she politely asked if they'd been kept waiting. Yuseol assured them the wait wasn't long, brushing it off casually with his usual calm demeanor. Curious, she asked about the meal choice, expecting Yuseol to reveal what he planned for their outing. Grinning subtly, Yuseol gave a vague answer, leading the way to a peaceful meal under open skies. Piping hot plates of golden, cheesy pizza were placed on the table, drawing everyone's attention instantly. She stared in awe, captivated by the aroma and glow, unsure where to even begin eating. She peeked at Yuseol, hoping to follow his lead and avoid embarrassing herself in front of others. While hesitating, she recalled Itel's odd tip about drinking pickle juice before eating pizza to enhance flavor. Seeing her pause, Yuseol calmly offered a pickle, nudging it toward her with a gentle reminder. She studied the pizza curiously, clearly unsure how to approach the unfamiliar dish in front of her. Confused, she asked Yuseol how to eat it, staring at the slice like it was foreign. Yuseol blinked silently, wondering if this was her first ever visit to a pizza restaurant. Just as he tried to explain, she boldly picked up the slice and took a bite. Her eyes widened in surprise, cheeks glowing as she exclaimed that the taste was shockingly delicious. She eagerly watched Yuseol's reaction after offering him a bite from her plate without hesitation. He accepted the bite, chewing thoughtfully, his expression shifting from neutral curiosity to mild approval. After swallowing, Yuseol calmly commented that it wasn't bad, keeping his reaction understated but honest. Teasingly, he nudged her again, offering another slice while joking about her doing a food photo shoot. She smiled brightly and prepared her utensils, ready to try the new slice with excitement. Yuseol explained that to truly enjoy pizza, one had to eat it using their hands. He confidently demonstrated the technique, holding the slice casually and taking a large bite with ease. She hesitated, calling it barbaric, yet couldn't help but be intrigued by how natural it looked. Encouraged by the playful atmosphere, she decided to try it herself, gripping the slice carefully. With quiet concentration, she studied the pizza in her hands, mentally preparing herself to mimic Yuseol. She finally took a bite, cautiously testing the slice as Yuseol quietly observed her reaction. She froze in place for a moment, savoring the flavor, while her senses lit up warmly. She imagined the ingredients dancing in harmony, bell peppers playing, olives watching, paprika overseeing the entire performance. In her mind, bacon and onions swirled together, creating a flavor so bold it surprised her. Yuseol grinned and asked if it tasted good, watching Shi's stunned, speechless face in quiet satisfaction. She smiled warmly, quietly pleased with the meal and the comfortable time spent with her friends. Morphe turned to Yuseol, suggesting they return often, clearly hoping to keep sharing moments like this. Yuseol considered the offer, responding with a teasing depends, causing Morphe to react with exaggerated disappointment. Outside, the day faded gently into dusk, the air still and peaceful over the grassy fields. Suddenly, the silence shattered as a spark cracked through the sky, disturbing the quiet twilight atmosphere. She turned, sensing someone behind her, quietly watching as whispers about recent events spread across campus. A classmate stepped forward, casually remarking, "Yeah, I heard," his tone hinting at more unspoken thoughts. "All right, see you later," he said with a nod, quickly retreating down the corridor without another word. She sighed, already guessing they came to announce Altarisha had solved the interlocked chaos formula completely, but she knew the truth. It was Baek Yuseol who orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. She followed quietly, her mind racing. How could someone like him change events with such precision? According to regression law, he'd forget everything but main events. Yet his actions didn't match that limit. Was he truly that gifted, or did he somehow preserve more memory than anyone thought possible? She approached with a calm voice. "Hi, Flame." Watching his expression shift slightly at her presence, he smiled confidently. "For Persona Gate training, want to team up?" She frowned. His timing was suspicious. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes locked forward, thinking about everything he had just proposed. Without replying, she walked away briskly, her mind still unsure whether to trust his strange confidence. Behind her, he grinned faintly to himself, whispering, "He really is unusual," thinking of Baek Yuseol. The Persona Gate notice hung on the wall. Students were to choose their path for upcoming training. She read it silently, murmuring, "Anyway, Persona Gate training, ha!" and knew it finally begins tomorrow. The Persona Gate opened, swirling violently. Another dimension formed from dark power beyond human control or comprehension. Failure to close a Persona Gate would turn that region into a permanent, deadly wasteland forever. These gates held monsters and chaos. Only strong mages with clear goals could hope to survive. She reminded herself the main reason to train mages was stopping Persona Gates before collapse occurred. Clenching her fist, she vowed, "This time, I'll stop it before everything ends in real disaster." At the Songurium Cafe Terrace, the girls gathered for tea, unaware today's conversation would turn serious. One of them smiled and asked, "Did you all try the new dessert yet?" With excitement. Another responded, "Oh, the pumpkin tart with cream cheese? The flavor really surprised me. Honestly unexpected." The girl with white hair sipped her tea slowly and muttered, "It's not good, too bland, She then added sharply, "I heard chaos began after a Stella assistant solved that formula recklessly." Rumors spread quickly as Renee's family connection confirmed the assistant's involvement in solving the forbidden formula. Many questioned how a mere student could unlock a magical enigma even scholars failed to decipher. The intelligence director himself had failed Baek Yuseol's quiet success defied rank, expectation, and magical logic. Despite his role, Baek Yuseol never stepped forward. His decision to remain anonymous raised quiet suspicions. Speculation grew. Some believed he deliberately let Altarisha claim credit, possibly hiding deeper motives or personal loyalty. The others watched curiously as Byeon suddenly stood. Her demeanor shifted, controlled, but clearly unsettled inside. She offered no explanation, simply stating she had to leave, ignoring the surprised murmurs around her. Her departure left confusion behind. The tea gathering ended abruptly, and whispers spread among her friends. One classmate asked aloud what everyone thought what was wrong with the princess to leave so suddenly. Byeon walked briskly, hand clenched. The calm expression faded, revealing tension growing quietly beneath her royal mask. Byeon turned sharply, recognizing the familiar presence that stirred tension and unwanted memories from her past. Before her stood Princess Hong Shiwa, dignified, proud, and impossible to ignore in any given moment. Despite their blood ties, Shiwa always acted superior, insisting on being addressed as an elder sibling. Their rivalry ran deep, one born legitimate, the other not, forcing comparison, competition, and bitterness between half-sisters. Byeon's resentment simmered. She didn't hide it. To her, Hong Shiwa represented everything she resented most. Shiwa brought up a rumor among the new students. A commoner was gaining unusual attention lately. She described him, someone who lived by old chivalry, a rare trait almost forgotten in nobility. Byeon remained silent, but Shiwa caught her reaction just enough to hint at hidden curiosity or interest. Shiwa smirked, suggesting playfully that even her younger sister might desire a knight loyal to one cause. Her tone sharpened with amusement. "Isn't that every princess's dream?" she asked, knowing it struck a nerve. Byeon clenched her fist, her temper flaring as Shiwa's teasing words chipped at her patience. Without hesitation, she rejected further interaction. Her cold dismissal made it clear she wanted distance immediately. Shiwa smiled bitterly, commenting on the change. Byeon's warmth had long since been buried beneath silence. She wondered aloud, was her sister's coldness a wound left behind by their eldest sibling's passing? Byeon's eyes trembled faintly. Pain and memory collided at the mention of the sister they had lost. Shiwa watched Byeon walk away, her usual confidence shaken by the emotional crack she accidentally caused. She stood in silence, recalling Byeon's expression, empty but trembling, as if holding something tightly suppressed inside. A rare flicker of guilt crossed her mind. Shiwa wondered if she'd crossed a personal boundary. She admitted to herself perhaps it was too soon to mention the sister both still mourned quietly. Just then, Sayera approached with papers. "Here's the intel you wanted about Cadet Baek Yuseol." Shiwa casually took the report, expecting routine information, unaware it carried something far more personal inside. Flipping through the file, she noticed a handwritten essay titled "To My Mother," short, yet deeply heartfelt. The first words hit her unexpectedly. "Mother, I miss you." Sincerity bled through its simple message. At first she scoffed, calling it childish, but something in her chest tightened before she finished. Her expression froze. Sayera, watching nearby, remained silent, sensing the impact those few words had made. Shiwa laughed off her sudden reaction, trying to mask the strange feelings the essay stirred inside. She deflected Sayera's concern, brushing it off while trying to steady her unexpected emotional reaction. Despite her words, Shiwa admitted inwardly she had never seriously considered what poverty truly meant until now. Reading Baek Yuseol's story, she saw someone poor but dignified, grounded in principles she took for granted. For a moment, her mocking stopped. His sincerity, born from struggle, unsettled something long buried in her heart. Shiwa lowered the paper slowly, realizing her curiosity toward Baek Yuseol had become something more serious. She couldn't explain it, but his story lingered in her mind longer than she had expected. Meanwhile, the day of Persona Gate training arrived. All cadets gathered outside the Academy's grand training field. An instructor addressed them with authority. Persona Gate training would now officially begin for first-year cadets. Among the crowd, Baek Yuseol stared at the gate, quiet but cautious, nerves creeping into his thoughts. Shiwa scanned the report again, realizing her thoughts kept circling back to the name Baek Yuseol. Despite herself, she grew genuinely curious who exactly was this boy that disrupted her perspective so thoroughly. Meanwhile, across campus, the first-year cadets assembled in formation as training day officially began under strict supervision. The instructor gave final instructions, gesturing toward the ominous gate as the cadets readied for entry. Yuseol stood among them, eyes fixed forward, quiet but tense, uncertain what truly awaited inside the gate. Baek Yuseol reviewed his stat screen one last time, measuring readiness against what lay ahead inside. He'd practiced repeatedly, refining movement through blink. His numbers weren't perfect, but they might just be enough. Still unsure, he muttered quietly to himself. If not enough, he'd improvise as always. Probably. An instructor called for cadets assigned to Gate C7. Yusiel nodded, stepping toward the swirling blue vortex. He glanced around. Among his gate group were several familiar faces, including Princess Shiwa and her sister. Yusiel glanced at his new teammates, knowing a 3-risk gate would test them without mercy. Gate C7 permitted 16 cadets, a standard setup for early simulations of large-scale magical survival operations. He noted absentees Mei Xiong and Heiwan Riang. Their power would have made the mission easier to manage. Still, Flame and Baion were present, formidable mages whose abilities could tip the odds in difficult encounters. With Isel's inclusion, the roster felt balanced. There was now real potential to clear Gate C7. Yusiel stepped through the gate without hesitation, focused on retrieving a rare item, the enchanted tree petal. The portal shimmered around him, warping light and space until the training realm's reality fully enveloped him. Bright light flashed. His feet hit solid ground. Around him, heat pulsed like magic woven into air. A system message appeared: welcome to Darren's Broil, signaling the beginning of their first true collaborative combat mission. The full group arrived together. Weapons ready, hearts braced, they entered the golden-lit battlefield with caution. Beyond stepped forward cautiously, caught off guard when a mysterious servant greeted her with unexpected instructions. The maid politely informed her, "We'll prepare your dress and shoes," as if following some fixed ritual. Bion's eyes narrowed. Confusion surfaced. This didn't match any Persona gate she had studied before. Realizing something was off, she prepared to analyze the gate, cross-referencing its parameters with her internal knowledge. But the system message glitched. Shocked, she stood frozen. Even the standard gate rules weren't behaving correctly. Bion's eyes widened. This gate felt wrong. She couldn't explain it, but something wasn't following the script. She questioned the maid's reply. It felt too natural, beyond the limits of programmed NPC behavior. According to training, only real Persona gates generated autonomous NPCs, not artificially designed gates made for simulations. Her mind raced. The possibility terrified her. Had a genuine, unfiltered gate formed within the Stella Academy grounds? The maid smiled again, repeating her question, unaware or perhaps pretending not to notice Bion's growing sense of dread. Bion scanned the grand interior once more. Something felt off. This didn't resemble any standard training simulation. She couldn't shake the feeling. Everything was too vivid, too specific. This wasn't just a test. Her instincts whispered this mission wouldn't end with simple objectives. It was something far deeper and more dangerous. Soon, dressed in an elegant gown, Bion emerged, now part of the gate's strange formal narrative. Across the ballroom, Yusiel silently observed. Their eyes met, both aware the real challenge had begun. Yusiel stepped forward, dressed formally. The Persona gate had dressed him for a role he didn't expect. Bion noticed his composed appearance. Her thoughts paused. He looked different here, like someone shaped by hardship. Yusiel muttered dryly to himself, aware of her gaze. Even he admitted he didn't look bad. Elsewhere, Bion reviewed an assignment Yusiel had submitted, her interest deepening as it hinted at personal history. Hearing it related to his past, she leaned forward. Really? She asked, curiosity suddenly overtaking doubt. Bion found herself staring. Despite his humble roots, Yusiel carried himself with quiet pride and control. She wondered how he could remain so principled, walking the path of chivalry, despite everything he lacked. Yusiel noticed her gaze and casually asked, "What are you looking at?" Teasing with a smile. Caught off guard, Bion turned away, flustered. "It's not that," she said, voice quieter than intended. As footsteps echoed around them, Yusiel shifted his stance. "Looks like everyone's here," he murmured, now focused. The guide announced their next phase, attending a grand ball hosted by the mysterious Duchess Heron. She explained the corridors ahead connected to the underground maze beneath the estate's glowing ballroom interior. But the basement wouldn't be simple. Traps, puzzles, and hostile knights would shift constantly to confuse intruders. "You'll need instinct and clarity," she warned, eyeing the group carefully. "Can you handle it alone?" Yusiel replied with quiet certainty. "Yes." His confidence drew a smile from her. "Good. I like that." Two cadets exchanged glances, unsettled. The guide's words had sounded too natural, too human for simple programming. They whispered doubts. "Do NPCs usually act like that?" one asked, unease rising with every word. The group began moving toward the corridor. Yusiel and Bion followed silently, observing everything with care. One cadet hesitated. "I guess we should go," he muttered, unsure if they should proceed alone. Another froze, instincts prickling. "Guys, hold on," he called out, sensing something deeper was wrong with this place. Flame observed the gate's atmosphere. Its magical pressure and subtle inconsistencies didn't match ordinary training simulations. Her analysis spells returned fragmented data. The gate's magical structure resisted scans, behaving like a sealed anomaly. The simulation's difficulty felt disproportionate. This was no ordinary exercise. It resembled real-world gates used in emergencies. Whispers spread among the cadets. Each recalled the eerily lifelike maid and the unscripted emotional interactions. Flame prepared to share her theory. Before she could, a peer interrupted, dreading the truth she'd unveil. The instructor reminded them real persona gates can't always be analyzed. Instinct and judgment become critical in battle. She implied the confusion might be intentional. Stella occasionally created extreme simulations to prepare elite cadets unpredictably. Flame considered the possibility, what if this wasn't training? What if this gate wasn't under school control? Her memories flashed certain story paths warned of unregistered gates appearing early. Was this one of them? Knowing no one would believe her theory, she kept quiet. But inside, she urgently questioned her next move. Uciel observed quietly. Flame and the others unknowingly activated a storyline he never wanted to revisit. He recognized the trigger signs. This scenario aligned with an alternate route, the dangerous, irreversible darkening path. It was the Jicky darkening route, hidden content from the game unknown to most outside meta players. Flame's confrontation mirrored a turning point. The path diverged here, someone among them would fall into darkness. Uciel clenched his fist. He had hoped to prevent this path. Now, it might already be too late. Jicky ignored warnings and doubts. Her frustration peaked. Something inside her pushed forward without fear or hesitation. Flame considered retreating to observe safely, but Jiki's insistence shattered any chance of coordinated withdrawal. Without pause, Jiki ran ahead. She believed following her instincts was better than waiting in uncertainty. Her recklessness activated something magical. Light surged, signaling a trigger deeper within the Persona Gate's shifting core. The others stared, stunned. Jiki's decision may have just destabilized everything they knew about this mission. Uciel watched silently. The team lacked coordination. Everyone moved separately, ignoring strategy and the gate's danger. He sighed, realizing the situation wouldn't improve. Regardless of plans, they had to move forward regardless. Resolving himself, Uciel stepped ahead. The chaos left him no choice. Action was now the only option. Jackie abruptly stepped away from the group, her pace quickening as tension rose among the confused students. She understood the trial's true nature, engineered pressure. Instead of fear, she moved decisively toward the unknown. A glowing portal pulsed before them. Jackie vanished into it, leaving the others paralyzed in quiet disbelief. Among them, one student broke the silence. Without hesitation, he followed, trusting his instincts and preparation. Another stepped forward calmly, eyes focused. The challenge wasn't just magical, it tested leadership, resolve, and personal conviction. He stood still for a moment, tightening his grip, mentally bracing himself for what lay ahead. With a quiet resolve, he acknowledged the situation. There was no retreat. He had to enter. Confidently stepping forward, he noticed movement behind him. Something unexpected disrupted his focus as he turned around. To his surprise, the others had lined up behind him, waiting silently for his next action. A brief realization struck. He had become their unspoken leader, and now they were trusting his judgment. And as his foot touched the floor inside, the air shifted, colder and quieter than expected. A strange pressure surrounded him. From this point onward, he realized, outside help would be meaningless. He paused under the arching ceiling, staring upward. The towering structure gave off an ominous, magical pulse. A glowing portal shimmered ahead. Behind it, a darker presence stirred, silent, but deeply unsettling to him. He scanned the eerie corridor ahead, unsettled. Something was wrong here, but he couldn't turn back now. A mysterious girl appeared in the corridor, red eyes fixed ahead, accompanied by two silent companions. She paused, scanning the surroundings. The hallway felt wrong, silent, still. Someone was clearly missing from sight. The three girls turned back slowly. The group had split. Confusion crept in. Where were the others? Meanwhile, he realized separation wasn't random. The test had begun. Everyone now faced their path alone. Above them, an unseen voice explained. 16 students, separated by fate, must survive their own chosen doors. Grouped with 3 unfamiliar faces, he quickly noticed tensions rising, especially between the silver-haired girl and others. He didn't expect to be placed with Hong Bai-yeon. Still, he accepted it silently, observing cautiously. She turned to face him directly, demanding an answer. He responded neutrally, avoiding further conflict for now. He reflected quietly, with Hong Bai-yeon separated from Isel. Maybe this group dynamic would be smoother. Suddenly, something ahead caught his attention. His gaze sharpened, and his body instinctively prepared for a threat, and he pointed toward the far end of the corridor, alerting the group to movement ahead. As they stepped closer, rows of humanoid figures emerged motionless, white, oddly positioned under the dim lights. They were mannequins, standing unnaturally still. Their presence filled the room with a strange, silent pressure. One mannequin's head turned slightly. Hong Bai-yeon spoke first, realizing this was more than just decor. She gasped, alarmed. The mannequins weren't just props, they were aware, and they were beginning to react. A sealed gate blocked the chamber's exit. Its massive presence hinted at complex magic locking mechanisms. The group gathered before it, unsure if force or magic could even influence the heavy doors. Hong Bi-yeon questioned him directly, but her tone carried both expectation and a trace of doubt. She hesitated briefly. Asking too much of him felt unfair, yet something inside urged her to hope. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She wasn't certain yet, but she sensed a possible escape method. He examined the mannequins more closely. Their arrangement and gestures weren't random. They followed a precise rhythm. He pointed out a pattern. Despite varied positions, all mannequins repeated one synchronized and familiar choreography. She identified it immediately: an infamous ritual dance known as the dead Serena's Requiem, tied to tragedy. Serena, overwhelmed by despair, created and danced it endlessly before dying. The mannequins now imitated her pain. He looked at her again. If she remembered the dance, they might solve this room's mystery. Hong Bi-yeon's eyes widened. She quickly realized the mannequins were mimicking a choreographed dance sequence. She analyzed the poses carefully. Each statue showed a different step in a specific, repeating motion. One particular pose was absent from the formation. They needed to perform that part to complete it. He asked if everyone was ready, his voice steady, already understanding what needed to be done next. The others responded confidently. Without hesitation, they positioned themselves, preparing to replicate the missing dance step perfectly. As the final pose was completed, a loud mechanism triggered. The sealed door began to unlock. Light poured through the opening. The group stared forward, surprised by the sudden and successful result. Without hesitation, they stepped through the doorway, unsure what awaited, but prepared to move forward together. Hong Bi-yeon's expression tightened. The sudden transition into another space filled her with cautious curiosity and alertness. Surrounded by strange symbols, one student wondered aloud if the mannequins would become active once again. Hong Bi-yeon glanced around the glowing room, unconvinced. The mannequins seemed irrelevant in this new space. She admitted uncertainty. Despite searching, she couldn't detect anything unusual beyond the obvious lighting and mannequins. The boy crouched, studying the floor. Her question prompted a quiet but confident reply, drawing her attention. He theorized aloud, the mannequins might be distractions. Instead, something about the floor itself felt deliberately arranged. He pointed at the patterned stick figures in motion. The carpet's dance markings held the real puzzle. One girl recognized the floor's symbols. Excited, she identified the dance as the quiet Serena's tango. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, confidently replicating the dance movements marked along the glowing patterned carpet. He and Hong Bi-yeon stayed back, analyzing her steps, trying to confirm if she was right. Suddenly, light burst from the floor. The moment the final pose aligned, the magic responded instantly. The door ahead unlocked once more. Their path forward was open again, thanks to precise teamwork. The group followed his lead without hesitation. His decisions during each trial earned their growing respect. Hong Bi-yeon watched quietly, realizing something deeper. He wasn't just useful, he truly approached things differently. From the start, his way of thinking stood apart. He analyzed the entire space, not fragments. Where others saw confusion, he found structure combining memory, logic, and instinct to decipher each obstacle ahead. To her, it felt like he wasn't navigating the gates, but controlling them from within. As they moved forward, her thoughts wandered, trying to understand what truly set him apart here. She imagined a harsh village, isolated near the borders unknown, but shaped by constant demonic threats. There, survival didn't depend on talent, but instinct. He must have trained under relentless real-world pressure daily. She realized this gave him an edge. Others followed rules he adapted through chaos, without hesitation. Unlike the elite, he mastered unpredictability. His power wasn't polished, it was earned, practical, and quietly commanding. She stared at him in silence, wondering why he suddenly pushed himself harder than ever before. They walked together in silence. She kept glancing at him, trying to piece everything about him. He came from a small, unfamiliar border village, long plagued by violent and repeated demonic invasions. There, survival demanded action. No training halls, no theory, just raw combat against monsters, every single day. She now saw the gap. Others memorized spells to impress. He mastered instincts simply to live. While classmates chased prestige, he refined skill through necessity, unnoticed, practical, and far stronger than they realized. She quietly questioned his motivation, unsure what drove him to act with such urgency and precision. Now, her thoughts spiraled deeper, but she stopped herself. Something told her she didn't want to know yet. He sensed her gaze but didn't turn. His eyes were locked ahead, focused on the path. He pointed casually, reminding her of the direction. She responded, her tone quiet but layered with meaning. Confused, he turned to her slowly. Her sudden question lingered in the air, waiting for truth. She questioned the nature of their trial, finally asking if what they were experiencing was truly real. He didn't answer immediately. Her question lingered, not needing confirmation. Her tone already revealed growing understanding. He watched her silently, surprised by how quickly she caught on compared to how she used to. In the past, she would have doubted the truth and blindly followed Azel without questioning a thing. Now she stood firm, thinking independently. That change in her was both noticeable and quietly impressive to him. He gave a small smile, subtle but sincere, his mind acknowledging her growth, without saying much aloud. She noticed his expression and paused, uncertain of its meaning but aware it wasn't mockery or arrogance. The others called out impatiently. She brushed it off, replying calmly that it was nothing important. He walked forward beside her, voice firm. If this world was real, pain and risk were too. He explained the stakes. Failing here wouldn't mean losing points but triggering a collapse between dimensions itself. She lowered her voice, processing everything. The weight of the situation had finally settled on her. He stood firm ahead, the golden light outlining his back as the systems silently acknowledged success. She clenched her fist, realizing she could no longer rely on comfort or anyone else's judgment. Determined now, she vowed to move forward, not behind him, but alongside, on her own strength. Far away, on another path, a darker trial had begun, one lined with death and steel. The girls rushed out from the dark corridor, relief washing over them as fresh air returned. One of them froze, spotting movement. Her voice rose sharply as she recognized a familiar face ahead. Another girl waved them over, calling out. The separated groups had started to converge once again. They gathered quickly, checking head counts. Everyone looked around, suddenly aware that someone important was still missing. A grim realization struck her. Jackie was gone, vanished without warning during the last transition phase. One girl explained how Jackie vanished after they passed the last gate. Despite searching everywhere for her, the listener questioned it, surprised they had only searched briefly and then continued on without her. She mentally noted something strange. They arrived later, but unscathed, unlike her own group's difficult experience. Confused by the implications, she stammered. If they weren't first, then who reached this place earliest? Just then, the boy appeared calmly. She blinked, startled he had arrived before any of them noticed. She questioned him about Jackie. He simply replied that he had arrived earlier than the rest. She pushed further. If he was early, surely he saw Jackie too? He answered without hesitation, no. Her expression tensed, unsure how to interpret it. His gaze remained calm, but he looked disappointed. He reflected silently. Arriving early wasn't enough. He couldn't prevent Jackie's disappearance, no matter how fast. Resolved, he told himself he'd now support the others to survive and clear the next stage. Outside Stella Academy, an urgent response began. A man stood alert, observing signs of magical disruption. Another official arrived, alarmed. His voice raised. How could anything breach the Academy's supposedly impenetrable security system? A red rift surged open. The protective barrier had been bypassed. Something powerful was tampering with reality. Specialists explained. Stella's detection field had been bypassed by manipulating magical signatures to evade recognition completely. One confirmed the worst. This wasn't just a technical breach, it was intentional sabotage from someone inside. Commander Aaron Blackswan arrived on scene. His presence immediately brought order to the chaotic field response. He asked for a status report. Could a second team intervene while students were still inside? The answer was no. The students were actively engaged in the gate, making direct support impossible. The gate's risk rating had increased. It jumped from level 4 to 5 the moment they entered. Concerned, Aaron requested the student list. Something within the group had triggered the gate's aggressive reaction. Commander Aaron opened the file silently. The weight of responsibility pressed deeper as he scanned the names. Among the list, familiar students stood out. Baekyu Seol, Hongbi-yeon, Izel, all currently trapped inside. He stated the truth calmly. A level 5 persona gate required advanced mages, not unranked first years. One officer panicked. 16 students trapped inside meant one thing: prepare for a mass fatality situation. Aaron clarified without emotion. The order wasn't surrender, it was preparation. Efficiency demanded readiness for every outcome. Commander Aaron scoffed at the odds. Expecting those students to survive seemed laughably unrealistic to him. The officer beside him agreed. It felt impossible, but he still clung to faint hope silently, his gaze fixed on the swirling portal. No matter the odds, their safety still mattered deeply. Meanwhile, within the gate, one girl called out, surprised to finally find her missing friends. She rushed over, relieved. The group was beginning to reunite after being split across multiple trials. He stood calmly at the center, observing the group. All surviving members had finally regrouped successfully. Now that no one was missing, his thoughts shifted. The real challenge was about to begin. Above them, a towering fortress loomed. Within it waited the final obstacle, the boss battle of the stage. The red-haired girl entered the hall, relieved to find everyone gathered safely before her eyes. She said she was glad they survived. The boy remained silent, watching her cautious approach closely. He finally spoke, his calm voice breaking tension. Now that everyone had arrived, they could proceed. He looked up at the burning tower. His mind was set on the final battle approaching. And as flames rose higher, he led them forward. Together, they faced the inevitable boss fight. They reached the dancing clock tower, where a hidden message warned them about the ballroom entrance below. Another message appeared explaining they must descend the stairs quickly before the dangerous masquerade ball could begin. The girl studied the steps carefully. She knew there would be no turning back after this. At the tower's top, a masked monster with 8 legs waited, stronger than anything they faced. Her expression hardened. She whispered they must stay calm and prepare to challenge the deadly creature together. She walked ahead confidently, believing her knowledge of the monster would help them survive the dangerous battle. She planned to distract the creature alone, while Isabel and Maria faced the final boss together. Her determination was clear. They might finally defeat it without losing anyone or suffering any serious injuries. She paused, sensing a disturbance. Her voice grew tense as she asked everyone to stop immediately, and Uciel looked up calmly, warning the group that something unknown was moving directly above their heads. He told everyone to proceed ahead while he checked the area above for hidden threats carefully. The group hesitated but eventually turned away, trusting his judgment and moving further along the dark path. She felt uneasy. Something about the presence overhead seemed familiar, but she couldn't remember exactly why. His voice was calm, yet serious. He insisted the strange energy felt stronger than anything encountered before. She frowned deeply, admitting she never believed his senses were actually that accurate until this very moment. The group advanced carefully across the bridge, unaware that danger had already begun to move above them. Suddenly, a scratching noise echoed around them, making everyone freeze and look up in growing alarm. One boy asked what the noise was. The girl shouted it was coming directly from overhead. A massive blade spider dropped down, its sharp legs slicing the air as it shrieked furiously. Someone yelled it was the Black Blade Spider Leader. She cursed, desperately searching for their missing ally. Hong Biyon gasped, calling him a commoner, her eyes wide with disbelief and hidden fear. Beside her, the blue-haired girl whispered nervously. She never imagined this moment would truly arrive now. The massive blade spider charged, its red eyes locked on the group with murderous and unwavering focus. A golden flash erupted as Baek Yuseol leapt forward, slashing across the spider's armored front leg. The young man shouted Baek Yuseol's name, shocked he appeared so quickly to shield them all. The blue-haired girl clenched her fists, wondering if Baek Yuseol could really handle that monster alone. She bit her lip and whispered she should help too, her heart pulled by anxious worry. Hong Bi-yeon stepped closer, her voice steady. She said she knew exactly what her friend thought. She explained they must reach the ballroom immediately, because that was the only way to help. Hong Bi-yeon turned, determination in her eyes, ready to lead them forward without any more hesitation. She watched Hong Bi-yeon walk ahead, thinking how she always acted so composed and determined. They finally reached the grand ballroom entrance, light spilling outward as the doors slowly began to open. Warm golden light flooded the hall, casting musical symbols across the floor in elegant swirling patterns. One girl lifted her hand to her lips, whispering, "Wow," completely stunned by the beautiful sight. Chandeliers glowed brightly above them, filling the vast chamber with soft light that eased their tense hearts. They stepped into the ballroom, taking in the polished floor and lavish decorations covering every surface. One of the girls whispered it was so fancy, her eyes wide with pure amazement. The red carpet stretched far ahead, leading to a raised platform that dominated the grand hall's center. A sudden noise echoed sharply. Everyone turned as footsteps slowly descended from the darkened upper stairs. Hong Bi-yeon narrowed her eyes, stating calmly there was someone standing at the top watching them. She felt uneasy, sensing an unknown presence watching them closely from somewhere within the grand ballroom hall. A golden light suddenly flared above her head, making her look up quickly in confusion and alarm. From the top of the stairs, a masked woman greeted them calmly, her voice echoing through silence. The woman lowered her fan, introducing herself in a clear voice as Jackie Ederin before everyone. She smiled coldly, praising their beauty and telling them to walk forward without fear or hesitation now. She looked around uneasily, whispering to herself and wondering what was happening inside this strange place now. Flipping through her notes, she realized nothing like this event had occurred in the original recorded story. Jackie had never been mentioned anywhere before. She wasn't even a character known to truly exist. Her mind raced. Only an archmage could manifest inside a persona gate without being erased instantly. Horror struck her heart. That meant Jackie was a corrupted human, something even more dangerous than expected. She clenched her fist tightly, refusing to accept defeat even though the situation seemed nearly impossible now. Her eyes hardened with determination. She promised herself she would bring Jackie back no matter what happened. Someone shouted a warning, pleading with Jackie not to lose control or become twisted by that power. Jackie only laughed coldly, waving her fan dismissively, insisting it was all nonsense nobody should believe now. Suddenly, she grabbed her head, her voice cracking as she screamed Ahiran's name again in agony. Someone called Jackie's name in desperation, but her empty eyes stared ahead without any recognition or mercy. Her voice shook as she screamed that her soul felt like it was melting from ecstasy. A calm voice declared it was too late, she had already been consumed by the darkness. Hong Bi-yun nodded solemnly, saying the only answer left was to clear the gate completely now. She raised her staff, golden flame igniting, and promised Jackie she would wait for her return. Red lightning cracked around Jackie's feet as she stepped forward, her body overflowing with dark energy. Then she raised her hands, smiling coldly, and asked if they would start the party together. The group realized destroying Jackie might be their only way to escape the Persona Gate alive. Hong Bi-yun prepared her magic, determined to confront the corrupted power without showing any fear or doubt. She raised her staff high, her golden flame blazing as a clear sign of her resolve. Deep inside, she promised to save Jackie, no matter how far the corruption had already spread. Jackie unleashed red lightning everywhere, declaring the fight inevitable as she stepped forward to start the battle. Baek Yuseol dodged the blade spider's attack, its massive limbs smashing the ground with incredible force. He steadied his breathing, admitting this monster was far stronger than anything he had faced before. His mind raced, recalling that the Persona Gate's difficulty increased if the gate was created in secret. Despite everything, he had two reasons for enduring this risk and continuing to fight without retreating. First, the monster's core held a rare material he needed desperately to craft an important artifact. Baek Yuseol lunged forward, his blade striking the spider's head with precise force and practiced skill. As he moved back, 3 glowing potions appeared in the air, shimmering brightly against the darkness. He knew he needed every advantage, grabbing the speed and HP potions without any hesitation or doubt. Lightning exploded around him as he unleashed his next attack, pushing the giant spider back several steps. While dodging, he remembered the second reason he fought, protecting his friends waiting inside the tower. Baek Yuseol's sword clashed against the monster's claw, neither side willing to yield any ground now. He smiled calmly, feeling certain this was the perfect chance to finally obtain the hidden material inside. Above the battlefield, a swirling red portal revealed the essence gem, pulsing with powerful and dangerous magic. He understood the gem's true nature, a source of strength that could reshape any mage's destiny. Baek Yuseol knew victory here would decide everything, including whether he could ever return home alive. Baek Yuseol dodged another strike, analyzing how each attack influenced the spider's surrounding magical barrier carefully. He knew striking the monster disrupted the enchantment, weakening it and exposing the gem's hidden power. This disruption also damaged the darkness, allowing the other mages inside the tower to advance safely. He wondered if his timing would truly matter, unsure if it would help them succeed together. Determined, he decided to keep attacking without hesitation, focusing all his strength on breaking the monster's defense. Baek Yuseol unleashed a flurry of strikes, sparks flying as his blade clashed against Isekai'd. The creature shrieked, its yellow eyes flickering wildly, clearly enraged by the relentless attacks breaking its defense. He thought that if he could keep this pace, the creature might eventually collapse from exhaustion. Pausing to catch his breath, he looked up, sensing a sudden shift he didn't expect coming. Confused, he watched the spider's body tense, realizing it was preparing something far more dangerous than before. Baek Yuseol leapt sideways, golden sparks trailing behind as he barely dodged the spider's sudden counterattack. Gritting his teeth, he realized the creature was unleashing the full strength of its corrupted power. He stared intently at its movements, determined to anticipate the next strike before it actually came. Thinking quickly, he traced the monster's pattern, trying to predict exactly where it would attack next. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the spider's body as he prepared to intercept its lethal charge. Baek Yuseol's eyes widened as a notification appeared, confirming the start of a powerful hidden event. Ancient red letters burned across the darkness, signaling that something dangerous had finally been fully awakened here. A system message declared the boss battle, called Ball of Bethlehem, had officially started without warning. The group faced Jackie standing alone, her body radiating violent red lightning that scorched the marble floor. She raised her arm calmly, her foot stepping forward as her corrupted power began to surge uncontrollably. Red lightning surged around Jackie as she screamed, unleashing a blast that shattered the ground beneath her. Someone yelled for everyone to move aside quickly, knowing the explosion would consume anything standing too close. Hong Bi-yun steadied her staff, insisting they couldn't hesitate any longer with the enemy transforming so fast. She declared Jackie was no longer human, her voice firm as she prepared her strongest magic. Golden flames erupted around her, lighting the hall as she faced the corrupted foe without backing down. Jackie lifted her head slowly, her eyes cold as she stared into the swirling golden flames ahead. She whispered there was no use resisting, her voice sounding empty and far away from reality. Raising her black ring, she blocked Hong Biyon's fiery attack without showing any sign of pain. Suddenly, blue and green projectiles flew toward her, unleashed by the other mages trying to break through. Jackie barrier flickered, straining as multiple spells struck at once, forcing her to finally react in surprise. Red lightning flared again, filling the hall as Jackie gathered more power for a devastating new attack. Someone shouted a warning as the energy surged forward, forcing everyone to react and brace themselves quickly. Then, she stepped ahead, forming a magical shield to block the incoming wave of destruction. Jackie hesitated briefly, startled by Hong Biyun's unshaken stance, realizing her opponent wouldn't back down easily anymore, and she lifted her staff calmly, golden notes of magic forming as she prepared her counterstrike. The girl tightened her grip on the staff, eyes focused, preparing for the enemy's attack. She stepped forward silently, feeling the magical energy rise, determined to protect the academy at all costs. Golden light burst from the staff, swirling fast around her, forming a strong defensive barrier immediately. The opponent's attack clashed against her shield. She stood firm, heart steady, not willing to retreat. Smiling, she thought, good. Just like in the novel, confidence growing as victory drew near, Hong Biyun lifted her hand and spoke calmly, explaining how magic must blend with the dance's rhythm. Her voice grew firmer as she warned that ordinary spells would fail against the Duchess's powerful dance. The silver-haired mage watched carefully, realizing Serena's tango contained secrets no student had ever learned before now. A sharp memory returned, the Requiem for Serena, a song that once sealed countless dark creatures away. As music flowed, Serena moved gracefully, while her student prepared, determined to match each precise step exactly. The two girls faced each other in silence, their steps measured as music surrounded the grand hall. Suddenly, the floor erupted with energy, golden and blue flames surging upward as the duel truly began. One opponent raised her fan defensively, eyes narrowed, feeling the pressure from the rising waves of magic. A final clash exploded between them, forcing both back as the entire hall shook from their power.
The students advanced cautiously, realizing each stage demanded not only magical strength but synchronized graceful movement. Among the crowd, she prepared herself, recognizing survival required combining spells precisely with intricate dance steps. Her sharp gaze noted the restriction destructive magic alone was useless unless woven seamlessly into harmonious rhythm. He observed intently, recalling ancient tales, identifying the required countermeasure. As music surged, their steps aligned, channeling spells into rhythm. The pair advanced together. From their steps emerged radiant power, exploding outward violently. Observers gasped as the magical clash rippled violently. Flames and light intertwined, striking the enemy directly. Amid fading sparks, she watched cautiously, uncertain whether their combined assault had truly broken the enemy's defense. Confusion struck him as the rhythm shifted abruptly, his eyes widening while chaotic beats filled the air. The music quickened unnaturally, echoing through the hall, each note fueling a dreadful change upon the battlefield. Spectators froze, astonished by the sudden escalation, pointing nervously as shadows twisted amidst the violent crimson haze. Dark smoke swirled aggressively, obscuring vision, while heavy footsteps echoed ominously. From the haze emerged the opponent, transformed grotesquely, her warped now supported by 4 powerful legs. Her steps pounded rhythmically, crimson energy spiraling upward, resonating with symbols that blazed across the floor. A vast sigil unfolded beneath her, glowing violently. The audience trembled in silence, watching her twisted grin widen, signaling merciless intent cloaked in crimson aura. Darkness thickened, the system revealed progression, her corrupted ritual advancing steadily, threatening annihilation with terrifying certainty. Around the hall, panicked students recoiled, crimson light bursting wildly, shaking pillars as chaos consumed the stage. Illusory shadows surfaced, their faces masked, showering exaggerated praise that echoed unsettlingly throughout the distorted hall. Their voices rose in unison, glorifying unmatched grace while demanding punishment upon those who dared oppose. Amid the chorus, a calm expression remained unchanged, dismissing hollow words as empty fabrications without substance. From deeper darkness emerged accusing silhouettes, voices harsh, condemning selfishness, dripping with venomous resentment and bitterness. Another phantom vision appeared, cold gaze piercing, lamenting stolen sweetness once unfairly kept from every other soul. A monstrous beast loomed threateningly, summoned from illusions, its claws tearing illusions while dread thickened heavily. Phantoms surrounded mercilessly, their cruel voices echoing. The oppressive crowd tightened, their accusing stares unrelenting. Crimson energy surged violently, her eyes ablaze with fury, vowing to never abandon the intoxicating feeling. Warning spread quickly across the hall, urgency rising as defenders scrambled, shields raised for imminent confrontation. Crimson beams rained violently from above. Radiant force clashed against crimson magic, sparks scattering wildly as combatants strained under unbearable destructive pressure. Screams echoed across the hall, bodies staggering backward, overwhelmed by the devastating eruption that shattered defenses. Shock spread instantly, eyes wide in disbelief. Amid chaos, determination ignited, lips tightening as resolve hardened, uncertainty flickered across widened eyes. Amid raging flames, comrades pressed forward, their shouts breaking hesitation. A startled response escaped, confusion lingering, yet urgency forced attention back toward the escalating magical struggle. Orders rang clear, lightning needed blocking. Flames redirected each instruction sharp, forging a tactical rhythm amid chaos. Final commands struck firmly, urging swift movement from the rear, exploiting openings for a decisive counterattack. Confusion deepened as uncertainty spread, questions rising silently about the sudden change overtaking the battlefield. Dark recollections surfaced, recalling a storyline where uncontrolled powers once left devastation and heavy collateral behind. Yet the pattern differed now, decisions measured, strategies sharpened, restraint replacing reckless destruction of earlier accounts. Crimson and Azure forces collided violently, surging across the hall, their impact shaking foundations with thunderous intensity. Urgent warnings echoed, pressing allies forward, commanding vigilance, as renewed tension surged sharply through every heart. Strain weighed heavily, yet determination blazed brighter, refusing collapse as the battle's rhythm reached dangerous heights. Radiant golden energy erupted outward, filling the hall with brilliance, a desperate cry against overwhelming darkness. The surge illuminated every corner, a blazing declaration of defiance, refusing defeat despite impossible odds. Opposition answered instantly, crimson circles igniting fiercely, light and shadow collided violently, shaking the ground. Debris rained heavily, smoke swallowing the battlefield. Amid choking dust he stood tense, eyes darting anxiously, silence heavier than the battle itself. The cloud thickened, swirling violently, refusing to clear. A sudden silhouette emerged from the haze, forcing stunned gasps. Recognition struck immediately, features twisted yet familiar, and overwhelming dread ignited at the sight of that form. Eyes widened in shock, the familiar name whispered desperately, disbelief colliding with the monstrous presence revealed. Dark whispers coiled through the haze, voices repeating relentlessly, summoning bitterness buried deep within corrupted heart. The monstrous loomed higher, crimson aura pulsating violently, radiating hatred born from twisted lingering despair. Tormented words spilled, sorrow twisting into venom, accusing relentlessly, demanding reasons for suffering never forgot. Desperation broke forth, a plea cried out, urging consciousness to return, clinging to fragile hope. A thunderous roar shook the hall, crimson waves spiraling outward as unstable power surged uncontrollably skyward. Layered magic circles ignited, overlapping violently. The corrupted form stood at the center, aura distorting space, radiating calamity strong enough to crush. Shock spread among onlookers, disbelief written clearly, struggling to comprehend the escalating threat's impossible magnitude. Desperation settled in hearts, questions rising unanswered against overwhelming destruction. What strategy could possibly ensure survival? A strange vibration echoed, unsettling breaths quickened. Confusion deepened while the battlefield trembled, faint sounds weaving ominously, impossible to ignore amidst chaos. Recognition struck suddenly, the name Baekyu Seol spoken aloud, linking the disturbance to his presence. A monstrous shriek split the hall. Speculation formed quickly. Connection revealed Baekyu Seol's earlier clash with the cursed spider had altered Jackie. Agonizing pressure built inside, hands clutched tightly as unstable energy surged wildly beyond controlled limits. Speculation formed Baekyu Seol had anticipated this shift, preparing in advance for the unpredictable transformation ahead. The corrupted roared violently, crimson aura bursting upward, commands erupted urgently, timing critical, allies braced themselves. The girl steadied herself, gripping her weapon tightly, aware the black vortex signaled incoming danger's arrival. The armored beast emerged with overwhelming presence, radiating menace. Her eyes glowed red with determination, calculating every movement. She commanded the strike, unleashing combined magic. The creature staggered backward, pierced by jagged ice. Flames erupted violently, engulfing the battlefield. The ground quaked beneath the explosive impact. The armored enemy staggered backward, its massive frame colliding with shattered stone walls, breaking apart under pressure. Eyes widened with fury, a deafening roar escaped, vowing merciless retaliation against the devastating magical assault. A destructive strike descended, splitting the earth. Confusion spread quickly as tension thickened, the atmosphere shifting unnaturally, signaling an unknown threat's approach. Eyes widened sharply, catching sight of something emerging, an ominous shape forming amidst smoke and shadows. The monstrous spider leader appeared, its massive form rising, sparking fear among those who witnessed its return. Whispers of disbelief echoed, recalling past records, a dangerous creature once slain, now standing alive again. Dust slowly settled, leaving uncertainty behind. One collapsed heavily on the ground, dust rising. The hall darkened as smoke spread upward, obscuring vision. Steps echoed sharply, each movement deliberate. Eyes narrowed with determination, grip tightening on the weapon. A commanding voice thundered through destruction, filled with rage, declaring defiance against anyone daring to challenge. Anger surged violently, hatred burning deep, a vow made to never forgive the merciless opposing presence. Insults rained heavily, mocking weakness, ridiculing failures, every word intensifying the atmosphere with sharper hostility. Contempt filled the air, belittling determination, dismissing all efforts as worthless against overwhelming strength displayed. Despite the scorn, eyes remained steady, posture unshaken. Confusion flickered across the opponent's face, unsettled by unbroken resolve shining clearly through unwavering eyes. A request was made for ice magic, answered firmly, preparation beginning for a sudden strategic shift. Cold energy surged instantly, freezing the air, conjuring a towering ice wall that split the battlefield. Surprise spread as reflections appeared, confusion rising at the sight of identical figures standing within. Disbelief echoed loudly, recognition faltering. Confronted with an unexpected copy, identity questioned amidst frozen clarity. Observers whispered in shock, unsettled by impossible phenomena, uncertain whether illusion or truth had just manifested. Useol's expression hardened, doubts circling his mind, struggling to understand the truth behind unfolding chaos. Dark energy erupted, corrupting the battlefield, its overwhelming presence spreading dread across every corner instantly. The corrupted foe screamed violently, body twisting uncontrollably, power overflowing beyond limits, threatening uncontrollable destruction. Spectators trembled in shock, recognizing forbidden demonization, realizing the battle's danger escalated beyond manageable control. A desperate plea broke through chaos, urging restraint, hoping Useol could intervene before devastation consumed everything. Cries for help echoed desperately, drawing attention toward the battlefield's center, where danger loomed heavily. The corrupted enemy roared in rage, lifting the weapon high, intent on delivering a fatal strike. With terrifying force, the weapon descended. The attack was suddenly interrupted, light emerging. Useol appeared within the brilliance, facing the corrupted enemy directly. Flames roared higher, engulfing the battlefield. Witnesses turned silently, faces heavy with grief. One lowered their gaze, sorrow deepening. Another's expression faltered, pain visible. Through falling embers, apologies were whispered, acknowledging mistakes, sorrowfully mourning what had been irreversibly lost. Training sessions concluded, groups dispersed, instructors noted progress while quietly monitoring unfolding battlefield conditions nearby. Another group completed their exercises, results confirmed. Officials moved quickly to evacuate remaining students from danger. Orders were given firmly, urgency clear. Preparations began immediately to address the escalating threat without hesitation. Dark energy surged violently, a vortex forming, distorting the surroundings. Commanders exchanged serious glances, recognizing the vibrations, acknowledging readiness required to face imminent catastrophic emergence. A radiant burst of energy erupted, shaking the surroundings. Shock filled the observer's eyes. A faint smile appeared, satisfaction evident, acknowledging victory achieved against overwhelming odds once deemed impossible. Students gathered together, whispers spreading, astonished by resilience displayed, comparing outcome to an ant defeating titan. Instructors exchanged thoughtful glances, acknowledging talent revealed, contemplating hidden potential concealed within their unexpected student. Orders were given to retreat, acknowledgement followed, movement steady as the unit began organized withdrawal. A formal report was delivered, confirming successful mission completion through the dangerous personal gates challenge. The commander's expression hardened, yet recognition was given, ordering medical mages immediately to provide treatment. Confusion lingered briefly, tension rising, questions forming as unusual disturbances disrupted otherwise steady operations. A voice remarked calmly, sensing unusual events, hinting something unexpected had occurred during his absence. Yuseo stood silently, exhaustion heavy on his face. Another approached with a steady gaze, calmly requesting details, seeking clarity about everything that transpired earlier. The academy grounds were calm, yet an unusual tension lingered, hinting at unspoken events unfolding recently. Yuseo walked forward steadily, his sharp eyes scanning the area. A faint glimmer streaked across the sky, confirming his suspicion that something significant had occurred without warning. The towering Stella Academy's first main tower stood proudly, its walls whispering of secrets and unresolved mysteries. Inside the tower, Yuseo and his companion advanced cautiously. Yuseo's mind weighed heavily as he realized a private meeting with Eltman demanded his full attention. His brow furrowed, silently regretting the burden, thinking this responsibility should never have fallen upon him. The memory of earlier hesitation lingered, recalling his reluctance before leaving through the academy's imposing person gate. Elsewhere, students gathered in discussion, debating responsibilities and leadership roles necessary before any group could proceed forward. Among them, Acel's fiery defiance flared, her refusal clear, unwilling to surrender responsibility under such unfair scrutiny. Even Acel stepped back from responsibility, leaving Yuseo surprised as burdensome leadership loomed more certain. Despite his reluctance, circumstances shifted, and Yuseo unwillingly accepted the leader's role during the group's preparations. He contemplated his fate, realizing unwanted responsibility might still hold unseen opportunities hidden within uncertain outcomes. Meeting Eltman again, Yuseo noticed recognition in the elder's eyes, marking his unexpected growth since childhood. Yuseo blinked in confusion at the remark, caught between past memories and present obligations, intertwining unexpectedly. Snow blanketed the land as Yuseo trudged forward, his breath visible in the bitter, silent wilderness. He steadied himself, aware of eyes upon him, sensing both admiration and caution within the freezing air. His unusual presence intrigued others, marking him as someone distinct, carrying potential unlike ordinary students around him. Eltman, cloaked in black, praised his peculiar growth, acknowledging talents that earned unexpected recognition and earned rewards. Yuseo's chest tightened as Eltman's voice deepened, revealing the true purpose behind summoning him alone. Inside the decorated room, Eltman explained his intentions, stressing secrecy to avoid unnecessary trouble spreading further. He admitted consequences could have escalated severely for students, yet Yuseo's actions prevented greater chaos unfolding. Eltman smiled warmly, acknowledging Yuseo's role, offering gratitude that steadied the atmosphere despite underlying tension present. But suddenly his expression darkened, curiosity sharpening as he asked about abnormalities hidden within the gate. Yuseo's body stiffened immediately, unsettled by the unexpected question, his instincts screaming at the ominous shifting gaze. He carefully admitted the truth, confirming the destructive distortion was indeed behind the student's untimely demise. Eltman responded with unsettling calmness, finding no sorrow, his reaction leaving Yuseo unsettled by the indifference. Abruptly shifting the mood, Eltman changed subjects, offering refreshments as though nothing alarming had been discussed. He casually asked Yuseo's preference, disguising tension under normality, though his eyes still carried hidden weight. Yuseo faltered slightly, his uncertainty growing, torn between politeness and the unease gnawing at his conscience. He requested tea, his tone steady, revealing a preference that subtly eased the heavy atmosphere lingering. Eltman paused briefly, surprised by the specific request, before acknowledging it with a faint, curious expression. He quickly reassured Yuseo, agreeing to provide the tea. A steaming cup was placed carefully, its aroma rising, symbolizing a fragile bridge between tension and civility. Yuseo accepted the tea politely, lifting the cup with measured composure. He sipped the tea cautiously, his expression shifting as the unusual taste spread across his tongue. Though bitter, the flavor carried a unique sharpness, unlike anything he had previously encountered before. For Yuseo, requesting Lila tea ensured meaningful private meetings, offering rare chances for serious conversations. Meanwhile, skilled students trained intensely, their powerful magic illuminating the surroundings with brilliance and determination. Eltman watched quietly, acknowledging that Lila tea remained the traditional drink most cherished among influential elves. Yuseo considered the Lila tea carefully, aware its significance extended beyond simple taste or tradition. Eltman explained its rarity, produced only through the unique combination of chi trees and cultivation. The description revealed how the tea connected two distant realms, merging both properties into unparalleled value. Eltman noted its extreme scarcity, remarking on its prestige, yet Uciel continued drinking without hesitation. When offered more, Uciel firmly declined, his decision clear, refusing indulgence despite the tea's unmatched rarity. Eltman acknowledged the explanation, but Uciel's calm demeanor suggested he possessed knowledge beyond ordinary means. Uciel's thoughts betrayed him briefly, realizing the rare Lula tea recipe was something he already knew. His sudden admission startled Eltman, who questioned intensely how such confidential knowledge had reached Uciel. Uciel hesitated, struggling internally, unable to reveal his knowledge stemmed from experiences tied to another world. Eltman's gaze sharpened, pressing for clarity, while Uciel searched desperately for a convincing safe explanation. Uciel claimed the recipe came from his late mother, using her memory as a protective shield. Eltman respected the explanation, recognizing Uciel's hesitation, though his curiosity about the rare knowledge remained persistent. Breaking the silence, Eltman asked directly if Uciel intended to sell the valuable recipe willingly. Uciel paused, weighing the offer, before revealing he desired something different in exchange for cooperation. He requested Eltman's expertise in magic engineering enchantments, redirecting the conversation toward his true priority. Uciel requested assistance only once, determined to secure help for his specific enchantment challenge. Eltman frowned, reminding Uciel that his magic engineering had been discontinued for many valid reasons. Still, Uciel insisted confidently, explaining he obtained rare knowledge during his unusual experiences in recruitment. He revealed possession of an incomplete dimension key, an artifact tied deeply to powerful spatial manipulation. Mentioning outer dimensions, Uciel clarified only rare individuals like him could perceive such unstable realms. Uciel expressed that gaining magical knowledge held greater value than wealth, emphasizing its priceless significance. His determined request placed Eltman in thought, weighing Uciel's sincerity and the unusual circumstances surrounding him. Eltman finally agreed, granting Uciel's wish. Uciel smiled with relief, securing their agreement, confident this deal would push him toward new progress.